There we go. Oops. That's the latest I've been in a while. And I purposely started this stream. I was gonna start the stream 15 minutes ago, and I was like, let's leave myself some extra time because I gotta like brush my teeth, blah 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 blah, and I was still late. So oh well. Eternally 3 minutes late. That's me apparently. Did I already do this today? Yes, I did. Okay, that's fine. Let's go squat somewhere. I need to find more of the sitting spots in Natlan. Anyways, in case you haven't been present for any of my previous unit review streams, I do these in a pretty simple way. There's a pinned message in my so if you're a VOD watcher, the earlier you can come to these streams, I generally speaking schedule them an hour ahead of time. I've been trying to do them about every 2 weeks, but sorry, I don't have a set schedule for them. But yeah, you have a higher chance of getting a unit. Of course, this is the wrong place to stop. I went the wrong direction, just in general. Okay, good lord, let's just teleport away. Sorry, forgot to clear my throat earlier. I have my head kabobulated. Boy, sorry, I have thoughts in my head today. Oops. Where just bring up the dang form. There it is. Well, that's not what I meant to bring up, but that is the form. So when you go submit to the form, it goes to a big old Excel spreadsheet. So you can see there's like about 40 submissions here right now, and then this randomly selects something. It updates automatically every time someone submits something new, or every time I click this button, which forces an update. And then I just type in the number here, and that correlates to a line, not necessarily the same exact line because of whatever. So yeah, it's just RNG selection, and then if people donate, I will also do donation reviews, but I will, at minimum, try to alternate until the end of the stream, and at which point I will finish backlogs of donation reviews. I am considering doing these a little bit differently, and then of course I'll just go on to Enka, so you can see this stupid person here has some, like look at this trash Kanichi built. This is me, by the way, just in case it wasn't obvious. Yep, and that's like the way it'll go. I still have not committed to setting any specific limits on how many characters can you request. I'm considering, particularly after the last stream where I got very swamped by donations, and the stream probably went 2 hours. Probably it went for a long time, and it was very tiring. I'm right at the middle ground of I can handle just finishing any of them, and I don't feel like I need to do that, but I don't know. I'm considering doing something like some kind of more well-refined system of guidelines for rewards, tiers, and yada yada. The cat is going crazy outside. Not outside, but outside the room. Anyways, so I don't know. Up to it, and I'm even considering if someone wants to do a really big donation, I could do unit reviews where I do more of a deep dive, and I could maybe do even do a Discord call. Might have to set a time limit for that because that would be, I don't know, we'll see. I'm not committing to that, but some kind of reward tiers through Ko-Fi or whatever I feel like I could do in the future. All kinds of things I'm considering, because I think I would kind of prefer these streams to be mostly just the randomized free ones, but I also can't really prevent people from donating unless I turn off donations completely on the channel, as far as I understand. So it's weird, right? Let's go find a spot to sit down quick, and then we'll start on the things. So who am I betting on for this election? I will say that if you live in the Sylveon. Sylveon starting the donations. Oh gosh. Oh no. Uh-oh. Vlad, no. Vlad, I literally told you to message me on Discord. Okay, well, thank you, Vlad. And thank you, Sapphire. Or thank you, Sylveon, for Sapphire, I guess. Apparently Sylveon has been working on Sapphires. Sapphire's my other mod. Stop! What? This is a bad start. Normally the donations don't happen this quickly. Stop it. Bad Timothy. You have calculus in 10 minutes. Timothy just wanted to give me money because that's all Timothy does. All right, thank you, Timothy Gilson. They wanted Virgin Yoimiya propaganda. Yes. They've come to announce this. She'll be your last donation as UA Virgin has gotten me a girlfriend. It does everything, and my money now goes to her. It's been fun. Well, if that is true, thank you, Timothy. You've given me enough money. You should not feel bad. I appreciate the support. There you go. I just lost half of my income. No. As far as the election goes, if you live in the United States and you have the ability to vote, obviously, because, you know, you might be, I don't know, it's possible you're 14 years old and you do not have the ability to vote. It's possible you're 17 years old in 11 months. Oops. And that would suck. It sucks to be you. But, go vote if you have the ability to. Turn off my stream. Go, get off your phone. It might be a pain in the arse, depending on where you live, to go vote. Might not, depends on where you live in the United States, but you should go vote. I can understand why you might not want to. I have very much felt disillusioned by the political situation in the United States most of my life. But if you live in the U.S., go vote. That's all I'll say. People are not as different as you think they are. I don't care what side you're on. Not voting is, generally speaking, going to be more against your interests than voting at all, even with the system being as flawed as it is. That's what I'll say. So, there you go. Yep. We'll leave it at that. Okay. Let's wait. I came over here to sit down and I didn't sit down. There we go. Alright, there we go. Sit down so we can have the background music in Natlan, which is enjoyable, and we can get started here. Blam. You're watching me while voting? I guess that's, yeah, I guess if you're in line, that's fair. Do you plan on getting C1 in Ito? Probably not. Alright, where's my tab? I forgot. There it is. Okay. I typed in number 3 here, and I feel like whoever this is would feel really sad that their thing appeared on screen, and I think I typed that in to make sure it was working. So I guess we'll do number 3 first, whoever this was. Because it would be rude not to. And I'm gonna make Sylveon and Vlad wait just a little bit, because I don't want to immediately start with donations. Sorry, get wrecked. Well, actually, I might do... No, I'll do Vlad's first, because Vlad apparently donated to me last stream, but I never saw it or somehow missed it, or... I don't know. YouTube is a little bit jank as far as the super chats and stuff go, so, like, it's not the ideal system, hence with part of my consideration to switch to a different kind of system. But yeah, Navia, Furina, Arlecchino, Yae. Nice Navia on... This is... Wow, this is an extremely healthy Navia on this sword. the Melusine sword. Yup, this is a very, very healthy Navia. I even got some EM, because I gotta have that crystallized shield be better. No. I mean, yeah, there's not really any meaningful improvements you can make to your Navia other than, I don't know. If you really want your Navia, I don't think you want your Navia to be better. You just wanted to, like, hey, is Navia good enough, or you wanted people to see your cool Navia. Right, this is a build at the which is at a point where, like, yes, you can make improvements, like getting another crit roll on your circlet, getting, you know, another crit roll on your goblet. You could consider, if you really adore Navia, making an onset goblet for, you know, using a cracked off-piece circlet that you already have, kind of thing, right? But we're talking, like, really, really unlikely things, and, like, you'd have, even with the elixirs, right, you'd have to get lucky with the rolls, right? So it's a really high risk thing to do. I don't think this build is worth farming for improving. At this point, you are very much in the territory of, like, improving your Navia teams is not going to be most efficient by improving Navia, but by making sure your other units are invested to make Navia teams stronger, right? So, yep, it's pretty dang good Navia. That's all I can say. By the way, YouTube chat is already immediately breaking. Great. It's just not refreshing automatically. Furina, Arlecchino, Yaelon. I've already forgotten which... Oh, the first Furina. Here it comes. This is a pretty good Furina. Yeah. That was R5 pipe. So you're at like 72% crit rate. 74. My bad. And, no. Wait. No, 74. Yeah. Great. Right. My brain is mathing correctly today. Oh, you're on an HP circlet. That's very interesting. I would say, yeah, when you have a crit when you have an HP circlet that's this good, and you're doing an ER timepiece, I actually really like this as a universal Furina build. I really like this build actually. It's relatively uncommon where it would make sense to do an HP circlet on Furina, but the circumstance of using an ER timepiece with an ER weapon, right, and having this good of an ER or an HP circlet is absolutely one of those circumstances. Thank you, Sander. We'll get yours in a little while. You missed a like on the donation. Thank you, no. Yeah. I don't think I have anything meaningful to say about it. This seems like a really nice universal Furina build. The HP circle is probably a bit worse if you ended up switching to an HP timepiece, to be clear. Like if you're doing double Hydra with Yelan, whatever, right? But outside of that, I like this. I would probably stick if I would be happy sticking to this build if this is the Furina I had on my main account. So, yep. 3 artifacts with the same crit. Wait, are they really? 6 point? No, they're not quite the same. Oh, you mean like the same amount of crit rate? Yeah. Well, that is kind of funny. It would have been better if it was 6.6, 6.6, 6.6, 6. Yeah, but I thought you meant like 6.6, 20.2, 6.6, 20.2, 6.6, 20.2. That would have been funny too. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. Arlecchino and I already forgot what the other one was. White Tassel Arlecchino obviously makes her pretty reliant on Bennett. Yep. This is sad that you got this goblet from the domain, but it's still obviously a very good goblet. Yeah, that's a very healthy Arlecchino. It's a good example of also, yeah, this is the feather I cannot believe how much resin I've spent in this domain on polearms only, and I've still not gotten very good feathers. It just loves to poop flowers on me and no feathers. Anyways, it's an extremely good feather, obviously. Yeah, I mean, it's basically 50 crit value and has an extra attack roll, so... and the overall balance of stats is obviously very high. It's a good example of, you don't need to have an insane circlet and an insane 40 CV timepiece to make the overall build be good when you just have, like, good amount of crit there. You have a really good feather, which helps balance out not having crit on this piece, yada yada, right? And overall, it's a very good balance. But yeah, only real downside is just, yeah, White Tassel makes her pretty reliant on Bennett because her total attack stat is pretty low. But yeah, White Tassel is good. You definitely shouldn't trash it because it's only available in chests. There's a finite amount of them. But yeah, anyways. Should you get a crit damage circlet on her? You'd have to have a really good crit damage circlet in my opinion. So unless you're playing Arlecchino, like Melt Arlecchino with Rosaria, where she has like an additional 12 to 15% crit rate. I think it goes up to 15%. Then maybe in that context, right? Since we're talking 100% crit rate. But I'm guessing you're probably not always playing Melt Arlecchino with Rosaria. And you have a pretty healthy balance right now. I personally would stick to this. But if you get a good crit damage circlet, it could be worth considering. But it'd have to be like a really good crit damage circlet. And it would also probably push you towards needing an attack percent timepiece with crit rate substat. So like, if you get something like an attack percent timepiece that has 10% crit rate on it, and you get a crit damage circlet that has a healthy amount of crit rate, then that's the point at which you consider moving to a crit damage circlet. I wouldn't say just switching to a crit damage circlet on its own is necessarily very likely without getting a better timepiece. And that's not to say it's worth farming for it, but, it might be something you could consider. Particularly with the elixirs, maybe doing 2 elixirs for a double crit timepiece, and hopefully it rolls well, and then you could consider switching to a crit damage circlet in the future, maybe. But yeah, that's kind of it. Yelan, that's the one I forgot. Level 81 Yelan. I don't know if you got her. When did she last rerun? It was a little while ago. Anyways, she's worth level 90 eventually. It's not of the utmost priority, but I would recommend it eventually. You're at the middle ground of like it makes sense that you definitely wouldn't necessarily want to prioritize level 19 characters if you don't use them a lot for characters that are HP scalers. at least. Like, HP scalars make sense in level 90 eventually as a priority over, like, you know, attack scalars like Arlecchino. Like, as a priority level 90 her, if you're using Yelan and Arlecchino equivalent amounts. It's a priority to level Yelan to 90 over Arlecchino, because Yelan will see a higher damage increase from level 90 than Arlecchino would. But if you end up using Arlecchino substantially more than Yelan, then maybe it's more worth level 90 Arlecchino, simply on the basis of the fact that that minor damage increase for Arlecchino, because you're using her more, might be more valuable resource-wise to you, right? That is now my current perspective on things. And then the only units I really confidently say need to be level 90 at this current moment in time is units that, like, units that are very important for teams damage that are transformative reaction damage, right? So your Dendro reactions, your Hyper Bloom, but also Electro Charge Overload I think will be a bit more relevant. Even Shatter, you know, might be more relevant. So there's reasons to level 90 a character. Like Nahida probably should be level 90, but yeah. Nice weapon on Nahida. Anyways, your Yelan's pretty good, other than the fact that this is very much a double Hydro Yelan balance for a build. I honestly would lean towards an ER timepiece on her with Aqua, generally speaking. Right? And ER, remember, ER counts on 4-piece emblem, counts for, you know, burst damage bonus anyways. It's like, you're not losing an insane amount of value, and you're just making her usually better. In more situations. But, you know, with double Hydro, Xingqiu, Hutao, or double Hydro with Furina, this might be enough ER. I don't know exactly what Yelan's ER needs are with Furina, without Yelan C1. You know, this isn't Fab, right? So, and Fab changes the relevance of things, so that's the only consideration. Have an ER timepiece ready if you need it, kind of thing. Or consider trying it just for the even in the context of you have enough ER and double Hydro. I still think it's worth considering trying, just for the sake of, like, reducing random inconsistencies. Like, that's part of the reason I like having a little bit of an excess of ER on Furina, kind of thing, right? But anyways, yep, that's it. Alright, we'll do one more randomized one, apparently number 93. We'll do one more randomized one, and then we'll do Vlad's donation. Oh, okay, donated. Have your Aloy looked out, and Emily Kenichi. Yeah, I'm down to look at all of them, particularly an Aloy. Got crap in my throat. I'm assuming they wanted me to look at Hutao, but well, no. Wait, is this the right UID? Yep, it's the right well, I don't know. Maybe it's not the right UID. Does anyone know who this is? Is this your UID? Because either you didn't include your characters in your profile, or you mistyped your UID, and this is someone that has a random Hutao on display at level 70. So, try to refresh. Yeah, we can try to refresh. Nope. Alright, well, I'll keep it open. We'll do another one. Number 4. Why don't we just jump from the beginning, or from the end to the beginning. Alright, number 4. Navia, Arlecchino, Eula. Let's look at the end user license agreement. Sure. Paste. And hey, look, a Hutao. This is a Hutao ratio and a half. Good lord. Oh lordy. This is even with 17.5% crit rate on the Goblin. Oh look, I would switch this Hutao to a crit circlet, but you know what? Don't let me stop you. I can understand why you just want the big number. Oh boy, it's a C6 Eula. Was this a C6? No, it wasn't. Okay. Yep. This is a pretty healthy Eula. Still probably not enough ER, in my experience playing the Eula at least. I don't get what they were doing with Eula's kit. Eula's kit is such a freaking mess. But these artifacts are ridiculous, as far as the crit goes at least. Yeah. I personally would probably run more ER than this. Actually, I don't know. Does Eula have an energy refunding constellation? I have no idea. I really don't. Yeah, what the heck is this circlet indeed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines of stat value. Yep. Oh, good lord. I have no idea what currency ARS is, but thank you. We'll get to yours in a little while. Why? Oh gosh, okay. Whoever said in chat earlier I should set a limit for donations, maybe I really should. Where? Oh boy, thank you. 130 ER is plenty. Not in my experience, it wasn't, but, you know, I'm sure experienced Eula players are used to dealing with ER weirdness on her, so, you know, I get it. And funneling energy, yada yada. But I would not... If I was actually using Eula a lot, I would want her to be more comfortable and have her burst back more consistently. I wouldn't want to run her ER right on the edge. But yeah, I don't know what her ER needs are at C6 if it reduces it at all. Obviously, it's a very good Eula. Are we gonna get people that actually need help with their builds today, or are we just gonna get people showing off their builds? You need more ER on your Navia. You are overvaluing crit just a little bit. This is a very strong Navia. She hits some big arse numbers. That's for dang sure. But okay, to be clear, Shalonen's release really probably, like, if you do 2 skills in Shalonen per rotation, that basically probably annihilates and funnel them to Navia. It probably gets rid of most of Navia's ER needs, to be fair. But Navia's burst is oftentimes very important, and I guess if you're, no, I was gonna say if you're doing C1 Chiori with Navia, maybe that also makes it so you don't need, I don't know exactly, is my point. I have no the framework to know exactly what Navia team you're using. It can change, is my point, but I generally speaking think running a little bit more ER than this is better. But also there's different factors, that's all. As far as your crit goes, is obviously pretty dang good. I think you know that. You just wanted to show off your Navia. C2 Arlecchino, and yep. Well. Yep. Indeed. Your circle is trash compared to your other artifacts. Just saying. Also, screw you with this piece. This is like the same as my friggin'... I've not ever gotten a 4-line double crit attack percent timepiece in this stupid set yet. On poems only. And then you got 1 extra flat attack roll than me. I have no idea what this Arlecchino is ranked. I think it's worse than my Arlecchino, to be clear. Because I have more crit rate. It doesn't matter. The ranking doesn't matter. Both my Arlecchino and this Arlecchino would be insanely strong. It really doesn't matter. I want to emphasize that for the actual content of the game. I'm just trying to be like, mine's better because this person is showing off. So you know what? I'm gonna compare to my show offness. So, yeah. Anyways, nice builds. All right, let's do Vlad's donation before I get too behind in donations quick. Vlad just wanted to do whatever I like, which is either means I'm gonna spend too long on this, or I will spend I don't know. Let's see what we got. An Emily, nice, okay. We got a Wander. Also, your crit rate on Hutao. The 2 things on Hutao real quick. I know this is a juicy timepiece, and like it probably doesn't really matter, but EM is better with Stab and Foma. So, you know. And you should probably use a crit rate circlet. Good lord. Jesus. Yeah, 50-50 Hutao, I guess. You win all the coin flips, surely. Nice Furina. Yep, pretty nice Furina. It's a Wander. Pretty healthy Wander. Nice, a little bit skewed. No, this is actually an example of they actually might be better served by a crit damage circlet than a crit rate circlet. Might. It's kind of on the line. But it's still a completely functional Arlecchino build, I think. I can see why you would very much prefer. I've had to, you know, when I've been like... I play Arlecchino enough in different teams, particularly the Candace team, that having 76% crit rate and like 250 crit damage with Staff of Homa, like it's a pretty scuffed ratio because of, you know, crit damage weapon, crit damage ascension, right? And just having a good amount of crit damage substats and less crit rate substats means like I have to like optimize around RNG a little bit, particularly with Candace, and whether or not I land a crit on like the big vape hits or not. It can make a difference in how fast I clear with that team. So I can absolutely understand why you'd want to just mitigate that and would skew towards crit rate. I do that very often on many of my builds. Arlecchino is one that I just don't mind personally, and why I would say it's worth considering switching to a crit damage circlet in this context, but not necessarily needed for any specific reason other than, you just want to see bigger numbers and you don't mind the slightly more inconsistent crit rate. Because with a good crit damage cycler, right, my assumption is they'd still be in the 70 to 80% range, right? And, yeah, obviously the goblet is relatable. What are we looking at? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, this is Blad's. Duh. I was like, what? Yeah. Zyphos R1. Yep. It's a nice Kazuha. Indeed. Good Yelan. Yep. This is a healthy Ryden. A little bit. Yep. This looks like a Ryden build. Man, Ryden is... Look at this freaking timepiece. And these are good artifacts. There's a high stat value here. And then Ryden still ends up with like a scuffed looking build. That's what's so freaking weird. Like, it's not a bad Ryden build. It's completely functional, I think. It's just like, why did they design this character this way? She's so annoying for her stat requirements. Like, ugh. To get like a nice looking build on her. It's so impossible. And this is why I do Hyper Ryden, because Hyper Ryden is somehow less impossible than balancing a normal build on her. So anyways, it's completely functional. It's not, obviously with lower crit damage, it's going to get, not as satisfying necessarily of numbers compared to some Ryden builds. But it's going to be a lot more consistent than some Ryden builds I've seen. So, it's still not a bad Ryden build, and I would probably still be perfectly happy using this Ryden in a Chevro's team or whatever, right? Unforged, that's a slight rarity, but I like it for Navia, honestly. That gives a whole bunch of attack percent in its passive, on top of its main stat, when you have a shield, if I recall. I don't remember exactly the specifics, but yeah. Your crit rate's a little suffering, though. You just really like playing the 50-50s. Oh god, I would hate this build. Quite frankly, I would absolutely despise this build. But you know what? If you value, it's funny like seeing you bias towards crit rate on this build, and then these two units. This one in particular, where it's just like, oh gosh, I hate when Navia doesn't crit. It just ugh. It's literally the difference in Navia rotations feeling bad or not is whether or not she crits, and that's what 75% crit rate is my current experience with her. Oh boy. You like critting every patch with Navia, but it's worth it. That's fair. Nice Emily. It's like interesting seeing how many people win for Emily, and like most of the people that have Emily, it kind of seems like win for Lumidos too, right? I don't know. When Emily comes back, I will probably make another video talking about her, because she's been one of my favorite characters they released in recent memory, and she's very interesting. But yeah, anyways, and many players could like get value from having more off-field options in the game, right? And if they're going to be releasing more pyro off-fielders in particular, I think Emily's value is going to go up. But yeah, her weapon factor, the weapon factor is really weird on her, because it makes a significant difference to how she feels to play, because of being able to burst more often without having to do a very burst specific build, right? But anyways, yeah, this looks like a Dia build. Dia is the same as Ryden. This is why you don't build carry Dia. Dia needs too many stats. Like, which goes to show, like, Dia and Ryden are just as annoying to build somehow. But Ryden is an Archon. Like, why did they make the Archon so hard to build? Anyways, the standard banner character being hard to build is weird. But yeah, the stat value on this build is still pretty high. I think it still probably performs okay. But you also like don't even have that much ER. It's yeah, I don't know. It's unfortunate. Do you have C2? I don't know. To be clear, a lot of Dia's like carry performance is like through external buffs and not necessarily as reliant on her having insane artifacts. Like one thing I didn't realize, I was doing my dailies before the stream, like shortly after I woke up today, and using this team, which is a vape Dia team, right? And I was like, why is Dia only getting 40k on her her attacks? And versus like 80k, and I was like, oh, level 20. I had switched her to the Mualani build, my Mualani support build, because she can buff Mualani very significantly with the instructor's build and this weapon. Like literally a 33% increase in like Mualani's vape damage. And yep, that made sense because I did that for the event, by the way, yesterday. But I didn't notice until like 5 minutes into like farming ley lines that I wasn't on the correct build where I could get, 90k vapes in this team versus 50k. So it goes to show that, when you have Shallonen buff, Furina buff, Mona buff, she could still deal damage even with, this build. And it was a funny case of she had a bunch of EM, right? So like I saw her crit. My brain didn't notice that she wasn't critting 80% of the time. I did notice the ER, and that was like part of what I noticed. I noticed not having enough ER, but because of the EM, and when I did crit, I had a bunch of EM. I still got like fairly decent damage, right? Because I had so much EM that just scaled the reaction really highly. So that was funny. Even with a level 20 weapon. Point being, I think this Dia build is probably functional depending on the given team context. And yep, this is a functional Nahida build. This looks like what I run on Nahida, except I run Prototype Amber, generally speaking. Yep, a mostly full buffing Nahida build. I'm guessing you just got Nahida recently too. I haven't finished leveling up this. Watering Even Star is like an okay choice for her, in my opinion. I really like turning Nahida into a healer, though, at this point in time, so I obviously have skewed towards that. And in some circumstances I use Fav, but yeah. Nice Chiori. Yep, there you go. So I reviewed them all, but surface level things. Thanks, Vlad. I don't really have anything else to comment, I think. I think I had enough decent thoughts on them. I don't think there's anything crazy if you were like looking for improvements. It's hard to say for your builds. For these kinds of builds, what you would directly want to focus on, like of all these units, it would just be like if you were looking for improvements because like you aren't farming for any new characters, like any new Natline units or whatever, right? Which of these characters should you focus on improving? I'd say whichever ones you're using the most is ultimately all it is. I would certainly try to get Navia to have a functional crit rate at the very least if you want to use her. But yep. Anyways, that's my overall thought. Let's do a random one. Number 91, apparently. Bam. Furina Mualani. We're doing, as always, Furina. It's just Furina Impact. Alright. Did this one update? It did. Who was this, by the way? I don't remember which one. Oh, no, I can. Yeah, we'll do this one. We'll do Furina Mualani Hutao, and then we'll go back. I can just copy the UID from here, and then I think I should be able to just paste it here. I think. Yes, I should be able to. Okay. So, anyways, Sitlali isn't a leak. I mean, we don't have anything about her kit, unless there was information that came out today, but we won't have meaningful information that's actually reliable until the next version, when like Chaska's out, right? And then the beta of the 5.3 will start. We're gonna get Furina, Mualani, and Hutao. It's a Hutao. And this is MH build. Don't get tricked by MH again. This is actually a very healthy Hutao. Probably the healthiest Hutao we've seen so far today. Also, it has 33,320 HP, and that's pretty satisfying. Yeah, this is an extremely healthy Hutao. Oh, okay. HP Goblin is definitely not ideal on Hutao. But also, it puts her at 33,320 HP. So... and you have Staff of Homa. Staff of Homa converts to attack. Where's the ER at? That's true. You do kind of potentially want some ER, but you don't need that much ER. Yeah, it's level 70. They probably just got it. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. My monkey brain really likes satisfying HP amounts. Well, okay, I guess you're probably playing like Yelan, Hutao, Furina, right? And double Hydro will improve the HP. If double Hydro makes her HP go up to a point of the HP total is no longer satisfying, then you may as well switch to a Pyro Goblet when you get one available. Obviously, this is an onset Pyro Goblet right now. but which makes sense considering how good this flower is, or feather. Either way, it's a very good build. I think it's probably functional. You know, you have Yelan's damage, you have Furina's damage, you have Hutao's damage. I think it'd be a more than competent team, right? So, yeah, obviously level the Homa up and whatever. Good Hutao. We had to look at Furina, right? Oh boy. Look, I've been doing... I did a stream recently with my top 1% Furina build. And I used Furina's signature in that stream. With double Hydro, with Sigewinne. And Sigewinne's a pretty good unit to pair with Furina for double Hydro. You can funnel energy to her. And, like... I definitely... still preferred a lot more energy on her. Just so I didn't have to worry about things like funneling energy to Furina. Yada yada. Like, oh my god. Fab makes Furina so much more pleasing to play. Yelan has Sigewinne's bow. I didn't even notice that. That's interesting. I forgot what the trigger condition of Sigewinne's passive is. Bow passive. I guess we'll look that up. Heart strings. What is this trigger effect? Oh god. They can gain the remedy effect when they possess the stacks. They increases HP. Yep. When one stack may be gained when the following conditions are met. One stack for when using an elemental skill. Okay. Is this a C1 Yelan? No. Okay. One stack when Bond of Light value increases. That seems unlikely you're gonna get that. And one stack for 20 seconds. By unlikely, I mean impossible, since the only way you can get it is either... Well, okay, no, sorry. You can technically trigger this against certain enemies. But generally speaking, you're not going to. And if you can't get 3 stacks, you don't get the crit, right? One stack after performing healing. And you're also probably not performing healing. So, this is basically just... It's 12% HP in the passive. That's basically what it says. This whole thing for Yelan is 12% HP. Why did they make this thing just like only for Sigewinne? And it also annoys me because I still don't think this is Sigewinne's best weapon. Because if you use Sigewinne, you're probably using her with Furina. And if you're using her with Furina, you use MH on Sigewinne. 4-piece MH that gives a bunch of crit rate. And then you probably want Aqua. Because like you have free crit rate from MH, and you have a good build, then you use Aqua to give you a bunch of crit damage, and that's going to increase your Sigewinne's damage quite significantly. Versus this, like, to be clear, this thing enables you to get like potentially meaningful Sigewinne damage without doing 4-piece MH. So it gives like it's a little bit more versatile of a weapon in that context. It could let me, if I had this weapon, I would switch Sigewinne to probably a 2-piece HP build. Instead of 4-piece MH, and then she just sits on that, and that's a good, like, more universal build. It has some value over Aqua, but, like, I'm pretty sure Aqua is just better for damage, and that's really unfortunate. So, yeah, yeah. Is her signature bow the only way for Sigewinne to max her buff? Does Sigewinne have a cap on her buff? I don't think she does, if I recall. What is if it is a cap, if there is a cap, it's quite high. Yeah, no, it's I looked at the wrong one. Yeah, no. Oh wait, no, there is a max. I'm dumb. 2800. What is the? So that's 28. Math time. Calculator. Can I? Yep, there we go. 2800 divided by 80. 35 is 65,000 HP. Let's find out how close we can get. Bam. Give me a second. This is not... I just saw this and I was like, okay, I should probably... That's okay. That's an okay Farzan piece. This is a 4-line, so it's a little let me down a little bit, but you know I'm not gonna complain. Okay, let's see. What do we have going on here? That already has 15% HP. Okay, I guess we just steal my Nilu artifacts probably. Yeah, let's just keep things simple. Steal the Nilu artifacts. This will approximate getting there. And then we'll just chill on that. I mean, we could have 500 more HP if I switch to that, but, you know, 57,000 with recurve bow. 2 HP, 2 HP. Like, we're losing, like versus I assume her signature would probably get her. Because her signature would be an additional, what is it? 40%, 66.2, so it's 106.6. So that's an additional 60% HP. So 60% on 13,000. That's an additional like 7,000 HP, which would get her to slightly under her cap. I don't know. The thing is, even on her signature weapon, if you have a signature weapon, you should be speccing her more into damage, quite frankly. Like, why did you go for a signature and you're not speccing her into damage? So it means, like, you wouldn't do artifacts like these ones. You wouldn't do artifacts like this, right? You would want artifacts like this, right? You would do HP main stat with crit substats. So artifacts like this, right? With her signature. But so like you wouldn't chase her max cap anyways. I don't know. Like it lets you get closer to her cap, but I don't think it's necessary to go to her cap anyways, and I think it makes more sense to focus on Sigewinne's burst DPS potential, because like it's like the main thing that makes Sigewinne far more relevant. And I think people realize like she has a Nuvilette charge attack in her burst, right? She has a Nuvilette charge. This is a healer. A team-wide Hydra healer. Reduces Furina's ER needs, buffs Furina, or other skill damage dealers. And buffs Furina both by reducing her ER needs, buffs Furina through her passive. And then you can do a hybrid build like I did, but you don't need to do Aqua Simulacra. I've showed Sigewinne many times working on without it. Working on the 3-star bow and still getting good damage. Like she can have a Nuvilette charge attack in her burst. Is the #1 important thing. And it's a Nuvilette charge attack for your healer. Would you not like to give your healer a Nuvilette charge attack? Nuvilette charge attacks, in case you didn't notice, are relatively strong. So, anyways. Oh, oops. My bad. Anyways, we're just fixing this right now, because otherwise I'm gonna forget. So whoever distracted me with Sigewinne talk, I blame. It's their fault, okay? Anyways. Point is, it's a lesson in a healer that can actually deal damage is a potentially meaningful way to increase team DPS. And particularly ability to front load DPS. But whatever. Anyways, where was it? There it is. So many freaking artifacts, good lord. Alright, there we go, fixed. Alright, sorry for that delay. Sorry for the delay in finishing this. What was I looking at? Jesus. They didn't even ask me to look at Yelan. Whoever noticed this, I blame you. That was a whole tangent I didn't intend to go on to. Yep. Anyways, the Mulani Hutao. I don't think we haven't looked at Mulani yet. Good Mulani. Yep. That's an extremely healthy amount of EM. You have a heckin' lot of HP substats. Yeah, like this build doesn't have that much crit, but I guarantee you it's still an extremely healthy build. Don't undervalue HP substats in your Mulani, especially in this context of like this good of an EM type. This is a stupid, insane EM type piece, right? And like 3 minimum crit damage roll, sad, sure, but it's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines of stat value. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines of stat value on this flower. This flower's bonkers. Like, this is the kind of flower that X-Slice would throw away, right? But in fact, this is like one of the best possible artifacts for Mualani, right? That's ridiculous. You know, and I'm pointing out Xless because he's the main person that like I use as an example of someone who overvalues crit as a creator. I enjoy some of his content, to be clear. Like, I don't think he's a bad creator, but I think he fails to realize some other stats have more value, because I think he has Genshin 1.0 player brain rot, and also he's resin refreshed and wails to the end of time brain rot as well. So anyways, I like his content, but it's important to keep in mind his artifact stuff do not relate to any individual account. This is a bonkers flower, and that would not surprise me to see him throw away this level of a piece, and this is an insanely good piece. The goblet is 1, 2, 3. Even the goblet, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines of stat value, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The circlet is okay, but as a circlet, 5 lines of stat value for a circlet is fine. And even your other stats, you have some flat HP. Like, this is a really, really good Mualani in just one of the weirder ways possible from having so much heavy HP. You don't have a double crit feather. You don't have a double crit goblet, but you're... And like most people would look at this and be like, wow, it's trash. But no, it's good. It has very high stat value overall. The feather is the most likely possible piece to improve. Is it worth improving? I don't know. I don't think I'd bother personally with this kind of build. With her signature. The signature, to be clear, is kind of the signature weapon is the missing piece that makes this whole thing make sense, to be clear, right? But you factor in how you do your build based around whatever weapon you have, right? Because if your weapon's contributing a lot of the stats, then you need to balance your stats around the weapon. And they have done that, so nice. Yeah. Anyways, spent a long time on that one. Let's do this one, because they hadn't had their thing updated. This is going to break my thing, but it's still updated. That another Mulani. Mulani, Tighnari, Furina. As long as you have an ER timepiece ready for this Furina. I like this Furina. You might need an ER timepiece sometimes, but yeah, sometimes it'll be fine with like Yelan, right? So yeah, it's decent. It's nothing crazy though, obviously, but it's definitely pretty decent. Has overall pretty good stat value. The feather is holding the build back a little bit, right? If we pretended this was a 40 CV feather, obviously it makes the whole build's balance look pretty good. I would probably switch to a crit damage circlet realistically, because this thing gives 16% crit rate, right? So you're technically overcapped crit rate right now. Your average damage will you're in a rare circumstance of like even a pretty crit damage circlet is probably likely to increase your average damage. Usually people have the reverse problem where they don't build enough crit rate, and having a bad crit rate circlet is better than even a decent crit damage circlet. But in your case, I'm pretty sure a bad crit damage circlet is better than a good crit rate circlet. To be clear, you'd still want crit rate substats, because like going down to 55%, which it'd still be 70% crit rate, right? Even a crit damage circuit with 0 crit rate substats would still be 70% crit rate. But then you would gain 40 crit damage, go to like 140 crit damage. Like, it'd be a better balance, is my point. So even a crit damage circuit with bad substats, you know, as long as it has something whatever on there, ER, HP, crit rate, is probably worthwhile, I would say. But yeah, other than that, it's a good Furina. And then again, have an ER timepiece available if you need it. Yeah, if you change to a crit damage circlet and then you had a better feather, like suddenly this build is extremely good, right? Like, this build is very close to being very good, but it's just got those two main problems holding it back, and it's not like this is unusable or anything. So yeah. What was that? Oh no, we're doing Tighnari Furina. Mulani, right. Level 70 Tighnari. Tighnari is definitely a unit who wants level 90. The spread reactions base increase is based on character level, and it is a significant difference in the damage you'll see from Tighnari. Skyward Harp is fine on him. You have C1, so you can run a little bit lower crit rate. I would personally not run this low of crit rate. Yeah. I would give your Furina circlet to Tighnari. And then get Furina because he's using an off-piece circlet. Like, if you could... I don't know what you have for onset goblets for Furina, right? But if you had an onset goblet for Furina that was okay, you could potentially use this circlet on Furina, which is a pretty dang good circlet for Furina, right? Just swap those two circlets around. So yeah, Tighnari will want to be level 90. The bow would want to be level 90 eventually too, right? And yeah, I think I would probably prefer a slingshot build on him personally, but slingshot kind of makes you want an ER type piece, so I can see why you go this route. It's fine. Yeah, that's my current vote though, I think. To be clear, you can also have enemies that are like they have a weak spot that you can get guaranteed crits on, but that's not very common, and I wouldn't rely on that. So, and technically, if it's enemies that have a weak spot you can rely on, you should probably use Prototype Crescent R5. But you know, no, that's hyper min maxi things in hyper specific scenarios. I don't think it's actually worth doing that for your build, unless you really want to in a given scenario. Nice 20% defense. I think you need like at least a couple more defense rolls. It's a joke, but you know. Anyways, yep. And another Mulani. This looks pretty similar to the other one, except for it has more crit and like no HP. I said no HP. It doesn't have. It has a little bit of HP in substats. They're way lower in EM, right, compared to this Mulani. Like, it's interesting, right, seeing the spread of different stats. I'm fairly confident this Mulani is probably meaningfully stronger than this Mulani. But it's still going to be ultimately relatively close. And it's going to depend on if you have, you know, external EM buffs happening in the team for Mulani too. That can change the skew of which build is better than the other. I would probably stick to, like, think this build is better, is what I would lean towards, generally speaking. But this build also has 100% crit rate, and at least you'd never miss a crit. So, and it has plenty of crit, it still has plenty of HP, and still has a very healthy amount of EM. It's an extremely good Mulani build still. It's just interesting comparing the two, with the difference, mostly the difference being more crit damage versus more EM, right? The other build has a little bit lower HP as well, mostly because it has an EM timepiece, right? So, it's interesting, that's all. How do they have such cracked artifacts? They've spent a couple res in this domain. I would assume. Yep. Alright, nice. I think that was it. Sick. Alright, let's do the... Oh man, I've been going through these so slowly. Someone donated Panos Bot. Thank you for the €4. Also, thank you, Scup. Oh, wait, no, I think that was earlier. Panos didn't have a message attached. So, if you're still here when I actually get to your thing, feel free to yell at me in chat. Oh, I gotta fix this. There we go. I gotta fix that. Oops, I closed Enka. Why is... Oh, that was the... Yeah. That was the account fixing video. Account fixing profile. Alright, we're looking at Sapphire's... Yae that my mod Sylveon was working on for Sapphire. Kagura's Yae, a triple grandeur, nice. This is a very well balanced Yae. Screw you for having this goblet. Did you use elixirs for that, Sylveon? Or you in 3 weeks you got all of these? In 3 weeks you got every one of these artifacts? Not a single one was... Excuse me? I mean, we could nitpick here and say that, you know, the ER is unnecessary. Because it kind of is on Yae. Since oftentimes you end up doing a alt every other rotation anyways on her. But other than that, yeah. Yep. if I had this healthy a balance of EM and attack percent on Yae on 4-piece of Golden Troop, I would actually consider maybe using this on Yae over my 2-piece attack build. I don't know. It would still be a hard sell because I really like my 2-piece attack build. And in my case, I would be like, if I had this good of artifacts for Yae, I'd rather probably just use them on Fischl. Like, Fischl gets the first priority for Golden Troop artifacts for Electro characters. Electro skill damage, off-field damage dealers, because Yae is so good on 2-piece, right? But anyways. Does Yae need attack? Well, you can play Yae in Chevre's teams. I play Yae in Chevre's teams a lot. I do 2-piece. I do 2-piece attack. Like, I have a 2-piece attack build, by the way, where I believe she is, and this is, again, this is not me using a caution, because, like, I need to get as high in the leaderboards as possible. This is me using, Akasha for the purpose of comparison, right? So you can see my, oh my god, frick off. My Yae is top 2%, but this is in like the Raiko leaderboard. There's no Chevre's team leaderboards for Yae, but that's fine. The Raiko leaderboard is basically a leaderboard where Yae is built more for attack, right? Hence why she's higher on the Raiko leaderboard. But if you look at her ranking in the Aggravate leaderboards, right? She's still top 3% in the Aggravate leaderboards, right? Or sorry, top 4%, my bad. Like, it's still a very good build for Aggravate. It's not like, oh my god, she's garbage in Aggravate. Like, because I did 2 attack on her, right? So, anyways, like, the point is, attack still does something for her. That's all. So, yeah, Raiko is that team, which I don't like that team, but I play her in a team that similarly likes having attack on Yae because I play her in a Chevre's team, which is functionally the same thing as far as the stats on Yae go. But anyways, close that. Yep, thank you, Sylveon. Nice work on Yae. I respect it. I would probably still use these artifacts on Fischl over Yae. But, you know, it's definitely better for her off-field damage, that's for sure. Alright. Number 184, huh? Klee. That's a rarity. Ryden, we're never gonna, it's always Furina. Always Furina. We never get to escape. This is just a we look at every Furina day. It's just... and by the way, Sander is next for the donation reviews. Oh boy. Saf's Fischl isn't leveled? How dare she? If Sapphire doesn't know, Fischl is great for Yae. Anyways, what are we looking at? Fischl... No, sorry, not Fischl. Furina, Ryden, and Klee. Look at Ryden first. A rare Jade Spear Ryden. Well, it's not that rare. There's a lot of people that use Jade Spear Ryden. It's, yep. This is a very healthy Jade Spear Ryden. Yep. Yep. This is the selling point of using a crit rate substat weapon on her, but it still requires I don't know. This lady requires stupid artifacts to get to the point of having a satisfying looking build, and that's just awful. But a crit weapon helps that a little bit, obviously. But you know, it's very easy to like. Just one of these artifacts being like a bad artifact, you know, quote unquote, suddenly makes the build look very ugly or be a lot more inconsistent kind of thing. It's so hard to get artifacts like these, right? Like this is like look at this. This feather, right, is a 4-line 0 dead stat, basically 40 CV as far as total roll values or total number of rolls go. Yes, it had a little bit of low roll value, but you know, has 2 extra ER rolls and attack percent. It doesn't matter, right? This is extremely good. Obviously, onset goblet with, you know, very healthy amount of crit rate rolls. Yeah, like, it's so hard to get a build like this going. Yep. Attack goblet. But she doesn't need an attack goblet. This is an electro goblet. You can use an attack goblet, particularly with Jade Sphere, but yeah. Klee. 2-piece attack. Okay, nice. Yep. It's kind of weird how would they release Klee and 4-piece Crimson, like, Like, why did they design the 4-piece Crimson set not to be very good on her, right? Like, they designed 4-piece Crimson, obviously the main intention was around Diluc originally, I feel like. Right, because it has the wording of it, right, very much reads like, oh, you press your skill 3 times to get the full buff up. Isn't Crimson 2-piece Pyro? Yeah, I know. I'm well aware. I'm talking about the 4-piece bonus. I'm not talking about the 2-piece bonus. Duh. What? Anyways, I'm not saying don't do 2-piece Crimson on Klee. I'm saying why did miHoYo design 4-piece Crimson to not be very good on the first limited Pyro unit they released? Like, it's fine on her, to be clear, because 4-piece, it's same for the same reason like 4-piece Crimson can be pretty good on Hutao, right? 4-piece Crimson can still be pretty good, but it's just weird that they designed 4-piece Crimson not to be able to be triggered fully, even on the first limited 5-star unit. Like, you would have thought they would have designed this to work, or they would have designed Klee to be able to utilize the full passive of it, right? So, anyways, bro lost the train of thought. I lost the train of thought because person thought I was talking about 2-piece Crimson for some reason, right? So, like, I don't know. It just confuses me. Anyway, the benefit of that is that 2-piece combos, in my opinion, are pretty good on her. Obviously, you're a little inconsistent crit rate wise, but your overall stat value is pretty dang high. You have a very healthy amount of stats. I don't know what her ER needs look like. I assume most Klee users probably want to burst relatively consistently, but I don't know if it's of vital importance. Overall, though, it seems like you got a really good build going. I would obviously want more crit rate personally, but it's obviously also easier said than done. To get more crit rate than this when you're already on a crit rate circlet. Right? So, you know, yeah. So sometimes this is just how your rolls go. So, yeah. Nice Klee. I imagine she gets satisfying damage. It's just a little bit RNG heavy, to say the least. Furina. Because we always look at Furinas. This is a very healthy Furina. As long as it's an up ER. But again, this Furina seems to be in that kind of ideal state that I like, wherein you can just switch her to an ER timepiece and you're probably good, right? But other than that, very healthy crit balance and healthy amount of HP, obviously. And yep, it's a very healthy Furina. Still want the flexibility to get more ER in her if you need, but yeah, nice. I have no other meaningful thoughts on that. It's a healthy Furina. Thank you, Annie. We'll get yours in 10 years. Well, hopefully less than 10 years, probably. Justice for buses? No, never. We'll get 184. Wait, did we just... No, we just did it... Oh, frick, I just broke the... Oops. We just did a random one, but you know what? Fine, we'll do this one. After a donation. Sander. Let's look at their Ryden, Furina, and anyone else. Alright, I gotta try to go through these a little bit quicker. I would have been streaming for like an hour and have not gotten through that many. But... Oh. Oh. What the heck did I copy? What is it doing? What is happening? So like here. This is the number that that is on my clipboard, but when I go and copy it from my the donation from Sander, it is 729. Like the only thing I've highlighted is 729454707. And then it pasted this. And now it did this time. What in the world? What happened? I'm confused. What did I copy that popped up? Anyways. Ryden, Furina, and anyone else. Let's go around. This is a pretty dang healthy emblem, or engulfing Ryden. Obviously emblem Ryden. Yep. Nice timepiece. Wow. 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 Yep. I like how pulling for Ryden's weapon makes her even more annoying to build than free to play, because you'll lose some crit. But obviously this is an extremely healthy engulfing Ryden. But again, really hard to get to this point. Ryden is so hard to recommend, in my opinion, for her carry playstyle because of how annoying she is to build. But yeah, nice Ryden. Probably gets at least 2 damage. What am I doing? Oh yeah, Sanders, Furina. Oh, Furina. Well, yeah, Furina. It's always Furina. It's always Furina. Look, I like Furina, but do you have enough ER? Yes. Build some crit and HP. You're good to go. What was that sound? I just turned around. Did you just trap yourself, cat? Okay, give me a second. He sounds like he's scratching. But what? Where are you? I think he somehow got under the dresser, but like I think all points to access the dresser are relatively blocked out. But he somehow got under it, and now I think he's scratching to get out. Or something else made that sound, and there's something else inside the room. I don't know. Cat cam win? No. Or sorry. Well, not no, but not. I don't have one. I could technically do that, I guess. Now that I think about it. I would have to buy some things to interface with the camera to properly set it up, but the cat doesn't usually do things in my room other than very briefly, so it wouldn't be that exciting of a cat cam, to say the least. Anyways, hopefully he's alive. Please describe the cat. He's gray. He's got stripes. He's got extra toes, so his paws are really big. Yep, nice Furina. As long as you have the flexibility to make it with more ER. It's a healthy Furina. Anyways, I don't know. Like so much of what Furina does is just locked behind, her burst support utility, and min-maxing her damage is relatively unimportant outside of like pretty specific teams where Furina is doing the majority of the team's damage, right? So, anyways, official. Healthy fish. Nothing crazy, but certainly a healthy fish. Yep. Pretty decent Yae. They have C1, so, not C6 calling. Interesting. Gilded Dreams Yae with a heckin' lot of EM. I would not want this low of attack on Yae. But I run her in teams where her attack matters more, obviously. So if you're running Yae primarily in AoE scenarios, where she is more consistently triggering aggravate, and she's with Dendro, of course, then this is still a more than usable Yae build, obviously. So yep, 63% crit rate Kokomi. 63% crit damage. Sad. Would have been satisfying to have see 63% crit rate Kokomi. Yeah. Anyways. Is it? Oh, frick! I forgot to put the screen back. My bad. Oops. Is that formatted correctly? I think not quite. There we go. There we go. I moved it. I had moved it lower before to show the error I was having. All right, let's look at this one. Kachina and Nahida. Thank you, Sender. Hopefully, they're happy with that. I don't know. I didn't have that meaningful thoughts. If you wanted more meaningful thoughts, I don't know. Like again, I don't think it's that important, but. Obviously, Ryden doesn't need anything. I don't know. I think you understand that you could get a better goblet, and that's basically it, right? But that's easier said than done, because good gooblets. Thank you, Kolkol Mulever. Look at tears in a little bit. The Natland music. What about the Natland music? You want the music higher? No, I'm not turning it higher. I'm pretty sure it's already loud enough. What are we looking at? Kachina and Nahida, I think. Yes. The C2 Kachina with Mistsplitter, very nice. With Tighnari, very nice. For some reason, it seems relatively uncommon for people to use Thundering Fury on Kachina, which is weird to me. That is a very nice Onza goblet. Yeah, this is an extremely healthy Kachina. Even got a feather helping out with a little bit of her lack of EM. Yep. Kachina gets some free crit rate, don't forget. I think 15% after using her burst. So, you know, this is a 90% crit rate Kaching with 200 crit damage. Yeah. Is a strong Kaching. Yep. TF is fun for more skill time. Exactly. Nahida. Oh my god, good lord. Yeah. Wow. This much EM on a Nahida with, like, obviously Floating Dreams helps with that, but like being able to do double EM crit damage circlet and have this, right, this is basically a, what is that? It's like a, I forgot how much her crit caps out at, but yeah. Yeah. Wow. This is very strong Nahida. Yep. Yep. Very nice, Ash. Very nice. Nice builds. Alright, next is going to be Express A after we do a random review. Number 71. Furina Cloud Retainer. It's always Furina. It's always Furina. Do you have enough ER? And then give her as much fish. Give her as much HP and crit as you can. And is it worth farming more for her? The answer is, are you having issues with your team that you think could be resolved by Furina critting more? Then maybe, but oftentimes probably not. And yep, this Furina is exactly in the same state. Skyward Blade is a little bit of an unconventional choice. Realistically, I don't remember what the passive... Does the passive of this one give crit rate, or is it just damage bonus? I'm fairly confident the craftable, the pipe weapon is going to be meaningfully stronger than Skyward Blade. I think. And again, your Furina is in a place of like probably fine with double hydro, probably not fine without. So it's 4 crit rate. Oh, okay. Yeah. So the pipe would give a little bit less ER. Well, no, it functionally would give about the same ER. A little bit less ER in the main stat, but it also gives some ER from the passive for a few seconds, right? So the pipe should be better. Or Fav. Or Fav. But yeah, that's my vote. Use Fab or the pipe. It's you, nice, and that's kind of all. The build overall, I think, has a pretty healthy balance. It's not insane for the goblet's very good, and the circlet is relatable. Timepiece, I think, is better than some people would give it credit for. Yeah, like, most of your pieces aren't insane. The feather is pretty dang good. And the flower is nice just by having a bunch of crit damage. It's a good example of a build that none of the individual pieces are insane, for the most part. But overall, the balance is still fine. Again, as long as you have enough ER. So, yeah. That's it. It's Furina. We gotta keep things simple with Furina, otherwise I'm gonna get lost in the weeds of Furina. Well, what goblet was intended on here? What goblet was intended on here? What about Jade Cutter? I mean, if you have Jade Cutter, I don't think it would be a slot in replacement in this build. Like, obviously, you would lose 55% ER, obviously. So, you know, Jade Cutter good because it gives a bunch of crit and it gives some HP. It's certainly a good stat stick weapon for her, but her ER needs are like the priority, right? Thanks for the review. Your Nahida used to be trash until I finally got a good feather. Nice. Oh, and then you gave her Kazuo's goblet. I see. Yeah, Kazuo doesn't really need the crit on EM goblets. Kazuo can do crit builds, but usually doesn't need crit on EM goblets. Usually. Not that you can't do it. You can do it. It is fun to do that, but anyways. In normal context, he doesn't. If we're going to approximate, assuming this is an attack goblet, And they're going for, I don't know, a hybrid-y cloud retainer, is my guess. I think you need a lot of ER. You might need a lot more ER in solo animo situations. Like, her ER needs suck. Generally speaking, if you're doing Skyward Atlas on Chun-Yun, you would want to run an ER timepiece, because the main context you wouldn't necessarily need that is in a Shao team, to be clear, because if you're doing like Shao, Farazan, Cloud Retainer, you're at 3 animo units, you probably are fine to be a little bit less, have a little bit less energy on her. But if you're doing like, you know, the Cloud Retainer, Furina, Bennett combo, right? Or just the Cloud Retainer, Furina combo in general, she's usually a solo animo and has like 220 plus ER needs. It's kind of rough. And yeah, she doesn't really deal damage for her buffing utility. I can see why for like Overworld you'd still want a crit rate circle on her, maybe. Like I can get the argument for it. For fun value. But yeah, attack percent with ER substat is usually better for the circlet still. So I don't know exactly what they're going with, is my point. Did they say in chat? Who would you give the best Furina award in this stream? I know exactly who I would give the best Furina reward. I'm sorry. Look, you're competing with my Furina. You're competing with this build. I consider this an extremely... This is like near the ideal of a universal Furina build, right? So, there you go. You're competing with my Furina if you want best Furina reward from me. Anyways, Chun-Yu's just support pre-C6? Nope, I disagree. She has a DPS build, but it's not... I don't think there's a hybrid DPS build, right? Her C6 enables a hybrid DPS build. I made a video on DPS Cloud Retainer. I think DPSing her is one of the more fun things you can do with her. I think she's one of the more fun units to do plunge DPSing with. Because you could do Furina, Bennett, Cloud Retainer, and do attack, timepiece attack, goblet, and then crit circlet, do 4-piece Marshal Say Hunters. She has decent different weapon options, like Skyward Atlas is a good DPS weapon option for her. Among other crit stat stick weapons, right? And then you can have a flex slot, right? Because the problem with doing like the Cloud Retainer or Bennett Furina core sometimes is that you don't have a flex slot. Because the flex slot is whatever unit you're doing plunge DPSing with. Well, if you're doing plunge DPSing with Cloud Retainer herself or with Bennett himself, you have a flex slot, and that can give you more versatility to like deal with different situations. So I don't know. I guess the point is, if you want to DPS Cloud Retainer at low constellation, Furina, Bennett, Chun-Yun, and Chun-Yun on a 4-piece MH combo, attack percent timepiece, attack percent goblet, and crit circlet, depending on what your overall stat balance looks like. And if you're going for a supportive role, Cloud Retainer, do 2-piece attack, or 4-piece noblesse, or 4-piece VV with attack main stats on all 3 slots. Well, sorry, ER timepiece if you're using Skyward Atlas, most likely. And then as much ER as possible in substats, basically. And that's kind of it. Anyways, yeah, I think that's it. Hopefully that was valuable. All right, who's next in the donation thing? Express. We're looking at Lynette and Gaming, not a Furina. Crazy. Crazy. And then K, your donation is next after I do another random one. Alright. Oh, by the way, there was I don't know if this person is watching. If you are watching, I had a note written down. I've already contacted a couple people for account fixing, and I haven't gotten a response yet, so I'm going to have to go reach out to more people, I think. But I had a note in my things that I saw today to contact Cat Loves Inky for account fixing. I recall putting that in a note in my at some live stream in the past, and I don't know why, and I didn't put context for that. I don't know why I have them noted down to contact them for account fixing. Presumably they told me something about their account that would be interesting to do an account fixing video on, but I I didn't give myself a note for why. And then their username is not on Discord. Like, I searched for them on Discord and they don't exist. So I don't know, right? I don't know what their username is on. I don't know how to contact them. Feel free to message me on Discord, whoever you are. Cat loves Inky. KATTLUVSINKY. That's what I had written down. And let me know why I had jogged my memory. Why did I give a note to myself to contact you? Because I don't remember. Anyways, Wolf's Gravestone 4-piece MHC6 Gaming build. This is a pretty healthy Gaming, other than the question mark of his ER. From what I know, I think people tend to like more ER than this on Gaming. Cats love Inky is their username. So, anyways. Yeah, it's a very nice Gaming as far as the overall crit balance, healthy amount of EM, very healthy amount of attack. Like, this is a very, very healthy Gaming for overall balance of stats. And he probably... one notable thing, like, if I end up playing Gaming, it's likely I'll end up using Wolf's Gravestone on him, I feel like. He's on my list of units I want to level up, because I want to have more 4 stars available to do, like, 4-star only clears in Abyss. But... like, Wolf's Gravestone, I think the most... Well, it depends on what Mihoyo ends up releasing. Hopefully... Still hoping, right, that one of the either Pyro Traveler, ideally Pyro Traveler, or Moika will do, like, team-wide attack buffing, right? And even if that's a worse buff than Bennett, if it's, like, not Circle Impact, I think I would probably prefer playing Gaming not Circle Impact. He seems, from the little I played him, he seems a little bit annoying to deal with Circle Impact sometimes. But the value of a weapon like Wolf's Gravestone is giving him a bunch of attack can make it... Can mitigate, you know, the need, because the relative value of Bennett's buff goes down a little bit when you have a higher baseline attack stat. So point being, and if there's a attack percent buffer that's released in the game soon, then that also increases the value of, like, higher base attack weapons, and, you know, puts your attack stat at higher at a baseline, which again makes the relative value of Bennett's flat attack buff versus an attack percent buff lower again. So if Gaming gets more options for having teams that are compelling without relying on Bennett, I will be happy, is my point. He's gonna get built eventually, because he's got an interesting kit, right? The nuance of trying to catch Manchai is fun on him. But anyways, other than the only potential issues, of course, again, the ER question. Seeing Bennett everywhere is kind of uninteresting. Blame Mihoyo. I don't know why they haven't made more attack buffers. They've just been scared too for some reason. I also want to look at Lynette here. Express asked. There's Lynette. Like, seeing Furina everywhere is also kind of uninteresting, but you see no one saying that, which I think is always... I feel that's an important thing to point out, right? Like Furina is everywhere in many ways, in my opinion, worse than Bennett, and she is a lot less likely to have the ability to be replaced than Bennett anytime soon, is my bet. So, also this Furina. No, C6 does not make her energy need 0. Sorry, I hate this Furina build. No, I'm not gonna apologize. Worst Furina build goes to... Look, I maintain that there's all kinds of interesting builds you can do on Furina with her C6. Her C6 is an interesting constellation. MH is the most boring... Whatever. Anyways. It's like, what if we just turn Furina into the most boring unit? I'm sorry. Whatever. I'm just... not... Sometimes I accidentally just feel like trashing people's builds. But yeah, like, she gets a pass because people like her, because she's characterized well. Everyone pulled for her, and they want to feel like they don't yeah. Anyways, there will come a point where I think people will start to complain about how omnipresent Furina is. I think I have already recognized this a while ago, how omnipresent she is, and I think she's worse than Bennett as far as, like, her being everywhere, right? Bennett, at least for the things he gives, requires at least some thought and engagement, and, like, it's pretty important in my opinion that Bennett has like the downside of circle impact, because his buff and what he does, his whole conjunction, what he does in his kit is very strong, and him having some downsides is pretty important. Furina basically doesn't have any downsides, other than like you have to configure the team around what she's draining HP. Like it is that downside, but I think she's a bit too strong, and especially if you end up getting like, you know, constellations on Furina, she starts to feel even more that way, right? So, anyways, yeah. Like Furina, I think, is relatively well designed, and I think Bennett is well designed. They both have their downsides that you got to work around and know how they work to utilize them. Is kind of all it is. So, and I think Bennett is actually pretty well designed, and Bennett is very like if we just deleted Bennett from the game, that would be a very negative impact for the game. You could argue that some characters would maybe be more enjoyable because that Mihoyo would have like increased base scalings of things on like attack scalars or whatever. Like maybe Xiao would be more enjoyable with not Bennett teams, but also Xiao has functional non-Bennett teams now too, although they're Furina teams. But you know, anyways, yeah, whatever. Bennett since Furina's release, Bennett is nowhere near as universal as he used to be. but now it's Bennett or Furina or both. And man, I really dislike that all of Chaska's best teams look like Furina Bennett teams. That annoys me. Anyways, whatever. Distracted. What were we looking at? Lynette. Not C6 Lynette. That's really unfortunate. What are you doing? Are you doing Shubby? Are you doing C6 Bennett things? I'm guessing that would make sense. We have an animal goblet still. Well, it's a very healthy amount of stats as far as getting normal attack damage from Lynette goes, but you don't have C6, so you're not really. Yeah, what about the weapon? It's a big crit damage stat stick, and it gives normal attack damage bonus. Like this is a normal attack focused build. It feels like this is a C6 build, but they don't have C6 yet. That's what it looks like to me. So, oh yeah, they said in the chat, kind of waiting for C6 to come home. So yeah, for a C6 build, this is pretty dang good. I still, when I did a little bit of DPS Lynette, I still liked having her burst available, because like she doesn't have that good of scalings. Like her C6 doesn't magically make her scalings good on her normal attacks or anything, right? So I will say that, right? But yeah, anyways, good Lynette build, lots of crit. She'll hit some big numbers when you ever get C6. Otherwise, you know, you can use her for her burst utility. She has some unique value in her burst. Like, I think I saw some people making use of her with, was it with Emily or was it with Kinich? It was either with a Kinich or Emily. Like utilizing her ability to do her infusion on her burst and having a ranged target that, like, her burst infusion has a fairly long range target attack. That the little bit of application it can do, and the fact that, you know, it can adapt to new waves was potentially valuable. Was like the video I saw. I forgot who it was from. I'm sorry, but yeah, like Lynette has some niche utility, at least in her burst utility, and I think it's worth having some ER even when you're doing a C6 focus build for that, right? But anyways. Also, do you have? Yep, you do. Nice. You have the more important component to making C6 Lynette feel not bad as far as an animo DPS goes. Yay! Sick. Let's go. Let's do another random one. 71 apparently. Bam. I typed that in the wrong spot. Wait, no, 71 was the one I did before. Ah, frick. Was it 170? It was 170 there before. Okay, well, I'm gonna do 170 and then we'll also do 88. And 170 is easy. Mulani, thank you for only requesting one. Crazy. And they're not requesting Furina. Even crazier. Who knew? Furina, it does not need it. Wow, look at that. Is this better than mine? Uh-oh. Do I have to give the best Furina award to someone else? Well, no, I have a bit more crit value than them. Just a little bit more. We have the same amount of EM, Oh, I also have way more HP. Yeah. Sorry, my Furina's a little bit better still. But you got close. You got close. It was competing. Yeah, anyways. They wanted me to look at Mualani. Exactly 240 crit damage, and also this is a really funny amount of crit rate on Mualani because you know you're at 99.6% crit rate. So that one time you don't crit, you'll be like, "Excuse me." But anyways, this is a very healthy Mualani. Again, a good example of like, hey, all these EM substats is like the difference maker, and like this timepiece might seem bad, but no, I mean it's not insane. But having 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of value is good. Obviously, this onset goblet is extremely good. This circlet is very, very good. Goblet is very, very good. It's correct, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not gonna count that as a valuable stat because ER is only a valuable stat on Mualani if it ends up getting you to the point of being able to burst consistently. So I'd say it's a dead stat. But you know, the flat HP doesn't do nothing. Also, that's worth mentioning. These 4 flat HP rolls is probably functionally at least 1. No, I think it's a little bit more than 1 HP percent roll. But anyways, and then the flower is okay. The flower actually is probably the piece that could be improved the most. 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's kind of funny because the flowers are more common than, you know, timepieces and whatever, right? So the timepiece could have the most obvious improvement in like overall stat value probably, because crit is obviously still good. But also I wouldn't even change it. You know what? If it's good enough, you're happy with it. I would not change this Mualani build just because exactly 240 crit damage is satisfying. It's an overall healthy balance of stats. And also, that 0.4% of the time you wouldn't see a crit would be really funny. So, yeah, there you go. That's my verdict. Thank you. I like your Mualani. But if you really wanted to improve it, you know, the most likely path would be a flower, because there's only 4 lines of stat value on this. The feather would be possible. You know, the flower, you would easily get a better flower, feather, and timepiece, really. But is it necessary? Probably not. This is a good example, especially with her weapon. It's just pretty easy to balance Mualani's stats in some way to get a usable build going, right? Yep. Think crit is more important than HP after 30k on Furina? No. I wouldn't say. It depends on your overall balance of stats. Like, don't forget that HP has like similar value to crit, but you don't want to neglect any given one of them. Like, this build suffers by not having like any HP substats, right? Versus like all these attack and def substats. But it's not like it's an unusable build because of that. They still have a very healthy amount of crit, right? So, anyways, yeah. So no, but like the HP percent has similar value as crit does for Furina. That's all. ADH. Wander. Again, Wander reviews are one of the more. Thank you as well. Are one of the more boring ones to look at for me, simply because it's like, do you have C6 bars on? Nope. Well, may as well fire your therapist. Because like ultimately how good Wanderer feels to play is unfortunately going to be more tied to whether or not you have her C6 than it is tied to your overall need to improve the build. Like, I would say your build is definitely more than good enough, right? I wouldn't stress out about improving this build meaningfully. The only meaningful improvement you will probably see anytime soon for Wanderer, maybe if we get new attack percent buffers, to be clear, like Moika or Pyro Traveler, if they do attack buffing, could give him a little bit more team versatility. That could help, but we'll see. Because maybe we can do, you know, Bennett, Moika, or Pyro Traveler together for double attack buffing, plus Furina or something, right? And that might free us from the chains of Farazan. Although, well, okay, Wanderer still has the really annoying problem of wanting interruption resistance because he feels so god-awful if you get interrupted. Yeah, I don't know, it sucks, I'm sorry. it's a big part of why I don't like his kit. Like, at least Xiao has teams that are, like, Xiao's like them releasing Cloud Retainer and Cloud Retainer being good for Xiao. Like Xiao does not need Farazan as badly. He still gains a lot from having C6 Farazan, even with Cloud Retainer. Like Xiao has the option of like Farazan, C6, Bennett, Furina, and Cloud Retainer all as like in some conjunction to those are compelling buffing options for him. Whereas like his need, he can't use with Cloud Retainer. And then he wants like interruption resistance. And if you use Furina with him, there's not super compelling healer options. Because like if you're using a healer, you probably like aren't using Zhongli or another shielder, right? You'd be like doing Mika plus Furina. And that's like not unusable as far as overall damage potential goes. Doing Furina, Mika, Wander together. But then you don't have interruption resistance, generally speaking. Or if you do have interruption resistance, you're sacrificing having an additional form of damage in the team in the 4 slot just because you need to not get interrupted. It kind of sucks, right? like well, why is it like C6 Farazan would be wanted for that team, right? If you're doing Mika Farazan, like anyways, and you still get interrupted, but like, well, oh well, right? We'll see. We'll see if they release anything that helps Wander in the future, but your build is not the problem, is all I can say. Like, yes, the timepiece could be better, but that is not the problem you're going to be facing in trying to use Wanderer in, like, the Abyss or whatever. The thing you would notice is C6 Farazan, so I don't know. If they do you a solid, right, I don't know if you have Cloud Retainer, but if you're interested in doing plunge teams at all, or whatever, with Cloud Retainer, or if you just want to, or if you just have value for getting Cloud Retainer for Overworld, whatever, and they do a solid of like throwing Farazan and Cloud Retainer banner again or something, I would consider it. or whenever they do whenever they rerun Farazan not tied to Wander, I would consider it. But yeah, this is the way it is. Yep. Thanks, Mahoyo. I don't like it, but it's in my opinion the reality. If you, to be clear, outside of like Abyss, you know, when you're in freaking Theater, it's not gonna matter as much as you're at the whims of like Theater's RNG. But also Mahoyo has like barely put an Animo into the Theater at all yet, right? I think it's only been there once. So, anyways, yeah. Chasko's Animo deep. Oh, you know what? I just had a realization. Actually, no, that doesn't matter. Never mind. I had the thought. I was like, oh, you know what? Chaska being able to do different elements of damage in Theater is pretty cool. And then I was like, wait, Chaska's only doing other elements of damage based on you having those other elements, and Theater wouldn't let you have those other elements other than the special invite characters. So never mind. Chaska's just an at first I just had like an instant whiplash of like, oh, Chaska could be really cool for Theater. And then I was like, wait, no. Chaska's really bad for Theater because you can't control the elements, and you'd end up like if Animo's in Theater, you'd end up having too many Animo characters, and it would end up making Chaska just be really bad for Theater. So, oops. Oh well. Anyways, yep. Wander and anyone else. All right, let's pick someone else since Wander's unfortunately. Well, I think your Mualani is a work in progress, to say the least. I mean, look, she'll crit semi-consistently. She has a healthy amount of HP. See, she has some EM. I bet you I could clear Abyss cycles with this Mualani. To be clear, that would be because I also have like meaningful, like my Mualani teams I like using is like Emily Dia, and my ability to get like I would be doing meaningfully less damage than like my two-piece build if I had this build on my Mulani. But Emily's damage plus Dia's ability to buff a little bit, I would still succeed probably in conjunction, particularly with a decent team on the second side is kind of my point. But yeah, that's a work in progress. Tighnari. That's another Skyward Harp Tighnari. Funny. This one's the reverse of the previous one we saw, though. A little bit biased towards crit rate, but they don't have C1, so, you know, makes more sense. I mean, yep, Ryden is fun to build. It's a 4-star circlet, to be fair. It's also crit damage circlet. you definitely want a crit rate circlet in your circumstance. It's funny, like, the overall stat value again, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, the flower's not great, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, the feather has high stat value. Tibe's is very good. Goblet is not very... Okay, I mean, yeah. Yep. Yeah. What does C1 Chaska do? More damage. And a little bit more damage and potentially more application. But the more application aspect is a little bit of a... Like... I don't know exactly how much more application you'll get out of C1 Chaska because we haven't seen meaningful enough footage. The way her application works is weird. So, I don't know. If I win the 50-50 for Chaska on my main account, I will consider risking for C1 because I am very much interested in actually testing C1. But I don't think C1 Chaska will make that meaningful of a difference for how most people will end up using Chaska. How most people will end up using Chaska, C1 is just going to be a DPS upgrade. And it might be a significant enough DPS upgrade to be clear that if you really like Chaska, it's worth getting. But again, my perspective on Constellations is generally speaking like, okay, get Chaska now, and then use her for a while, and by the time her rerun comes around, you'll probably know if you still like using her enough to, if it's worth getting your Constellation for her at that point. Like, use her at C0 for a while. That way you have plenty of time to play around with her, know if you get bored of her by the time she gets... Because if you, like, get bored of her in 2 months, and then... But you got C1, you might feel like that C1 is kind of pointless, right? Because it's only going to benefit her. So, like, yeah, anyways. Wait till a rerun to get Constellations. I don't think most people should get C1 Chaska. I am curious about it if it ends up meaningfully increasing her overall application output, because it might make her more viable of a... reaction unit, like it just building, it might make building her full EM more viable kind of thing, right? So yeah, anyways, Starry has a lot of very much like builds. I think the lesson here from glancing through is like your Bennett probably wants an ER timepiece, right? like get Bennett on an ER timepiece. You've already got C5 Bennett, and you know it is, in my opinion, his ultimate is one of the few abilities in the game worth crowning. But other than that, it's mostly like you just need an ER timepiece, and then maybe a little bit more ER subsets. It would be nice for comfort because like Bennett's ER needs can vary pretty wildly, but it depends on the team. Your Xingqiu honestly is fine, but I'm also someone who maintains the opinion that Xingqiu most of the time doesn't need to do damage. But you can definitely make Xingqiu deal meaningful damage, but it's not a priority versus just him doing Hydra application. But yeah, a lot of your builds overall, I feel like you might be falling into the trap of, you know, Hutao best build, right? And how, like, this is a bad thing to do, right? Like Googling, oh, Hutao best build? Oh, Crimson? Okay, I'll use Crimson. Is not what you should do, right? So, but it's not to say that Crimson isn't one of her best artifact set, but it isn't worth forcing versus just getting overall stats that are decent on her at a baseline. Like, most 4-piece bonuses are just giving stats. There are 4-piece bonuses that can be worth forcing. Because they give so many stats that chances are the 4-piece bonus, stat bonus, like 4-piece MH, giving crit rate, for example, if you're doing Hutao and Furina together, which, since you have Furina, I would probably recommend doing Hutao and Furina together. You might want an ER timepiece to do that. But you do Hutao, Furina together, and maybe Xingqiu, and then you can do 4-piece MH, and that crit bonus will probably be worthwhile to force the crit bonus, right? So I probably wouldn't stress out farming Crimson just because, you know, you saw a guide that said her best build is 4-piece Crimson. Especially because, like, actually the fact that, like, that's stupid, whatever that website was, like, actually, whatever this website is, I'm just gonna, look, I don't use that website normally. I don't know who's behind it, but quite frankly, shame on you. Shame on whoever the website owner is. This website is trash. And you want to know why? What's the missing artifact set anyone that should be here, right? Like quite frankly, one of Hutao's best teams is Furina. Is with Furina, right? And multiple of Hutao's best teams are with Furina, right? So 4P's MH should be on this. Like you don't talk about Hutao's builds in the current day and not mention 4P's MH. So this is like woefully out of date, other than the fact that they apparently updated for the weapons last year, right? But they didn't update to say MH is good on her. And especially there's contexts where you can actually make MH work without Furina, and MH can actually be okay with Furina. And like Zyox, to be clear, right? This is a Zyox guide, I assume. Makes, it's his thumbnail style, right? Yeah. He makes good guides. This is from 3 years ago. It's out of date, yo. Updated Hutao
Hey, what's
guide.
up, guys? Welcome to my.
This one's up to date and it's probably a lot better. And they're linking the 3-year-old one. This website is trash, right? But like people that are new don't know how to gauge that, right? And that's my point, is you accidentally fell into the trap of outdated information, and but also more importantly is just that like just because it's their best build doesn't mean you force it, right? Because like this is just giving a different amount of stats, and you can get your stats from substats. You can have a rainbow build. You could put random BS artifacts on your characters and potentially have a better build than is 4P Crimson, right? So, you know, I really wish the Genshin optimizer was easier to use, because the Genshin optimizer is a great tool for people who don't understand. There's a whole bunch of guides here how to use this thing, to be clear. Go watch them. Once you figure out how to use the Genshin optimizer, if you don't have that intuition for how to like do artifacts, to be clear, I think Genshin optimizer can make you have bad habits, because like I think it's better for you to just learn how to do things yourself, because there's going to be different situations that will change like which things you need to do, and like having to go in the Genshin optimizer is awkward, and Genshin optimizer has flaws. I was going to make a video about Genshin optimizer at some point in the past, but I ended up deciding not to make it because I didn't want to be very negative. I didn't want to make a video that was really negative about a community tool that's ultimately pretty good. It's just, anyways, point is, I don't think you should rely on it too much. But if you go to the effort of uploading all your freaking artifacts to the tool, and then you understand how to use it, it will help you start to understand that aspect of like how, because the optimizer will literally do the math for you, of whatever your artifacts are in your account for a given character you select, and a given ability on your character that you're optimizing around. So you have to make sure, like for Hutao, this is part of the problem with the optimizer. You have to make sure, like if you were optimizing around Hutao, you have to select Hutao. Why is this so slow to load right now? And then you had to select to optimize around her charge attack damage and whatever, right? Like it's kind of annoyingly time intensive to do. Oh, I don't have the thing up. God dang it. Brain. Here's the Genshin optimizer. So like, yeah, anyways, I'll link it, I guess. And, well, actually, I don't need to link it. Just, the website is a convoluted URL. Just search Genshin optimizer on Google. It'll be the first thing to pop up. It's a useful tool when used properly. It's not the easiest tool to use properly. And that's, in my opinion, its main flaw, because if you're able to really easily use the Genshin optimizer properly, chances are you don't actually need to use the Genshin optimizer. like the optimizer operates in this really weird middle ground to being beneficial to a specific subset of players that don't actually exist very often. So I think a lot of people are using Genshin optimizer that shouldn't necessarily be using the Genshin optimizer, or they aren't using it correctly. But anyways, is Kaching Main's good to go to? Yes. KQM is good to go to. If you want my baseline recommendations, Zyox is good. Sevi's video guides are good. But also, yes, KQM guides are pretty good. You know, so you can go and see, like, all right, I really like Amber. What's the best ways I can build Amber, right? What's the different options? And KQM generally does a pretty good job. They have like their sections, and it's well formatted on mobile. They have shortcuts for all the different sections. Like KQM, the KQM community is a really, really, the website is well designed. The community is good at, you know, recommending things and, you know, whatnot. Like yeah, they have very good breakdowns. To be clear, they miss things, right? I think one of their worst guides I've read was their Emily guide. I like it took them a long time to do the Emily guide, and I thought it was to be clear, they did some things better than I'd seen other people talk about with Emily, but they also failed to mention some nuance with Emily that I think is very relevant to many players. But yeah, KQM is probably one of the most reliable sources for guides, because like this is how the game works, right? This might seem complicated and overwhelming, but this is how the game actually works, right? Versus, you know, Amber best build and then going to gamewith.net and what the frick is this website? Like, oh, Polar Star. Like, Amber can be effective elemental burst support, dealing powerful off-field pyro damage for a short duration. You can use Polar Star for damage and Elegy for the end for support capabilities. Yeah, I know Game 8 it can be like fine, but again, same problem with like this doesn't like but this build is important to have Amber's elemental burst when it's off cooldown. Sure, okay. But why? That's what KQM does pretty well. KQM pretty well, even in their... This is the quick guide for Amber, by the way. The quick guide for Amber, you know, does pretty well at explaining why this might be important, right? So, yes, Game 8 is okay, but again, it misses all the important whys of things that are actually important if you want to get to the point of understanding why things are, and you know, the better or not. So, anyways, yeah. Why did we get on this tangent? That's mine. Oh yeah, because I was talking about how Starry, I think, was probably falling down the trap of forcing 4-piece Crimson and farming for it when it didn't actually necessarily make sense in their context. So, what is that website? That website before was Game 8. Game 8 has explanations of what the character does at the bottom. Okay, well, it's not where it should be then. I don't know. Then I might be biased towards KQM, to be clear. I didn't say Game 8 was the worst. I don't think they are the worst. I've used them before, but yeah. Anyways, I can't say. I don't like how their website is designed. At the very least, is what I will say. And I don't think if they're putting the actual meaningful information about the why at the bottom, I don't think that's particularly helpful to the vast majority of people going to the page. So, anyways. Oh, the one that, KQM. Like, literally just type in the letters KQM and then character name, right? So KQM Furina, right? And then, so KQM Furina. And actually, there we go. Right, and then, wow, you get the Frida guide, and this one is a whole thing. Yep, as it should be. And I'll be honest, I'm willing to bet that this is only like... And Farina's a complicated character. You can get really into the weeds of Farina. Yeah. Yeah. If you want a good starter intro, read the Farina guide and understand everything in here, and you'll have a good starting point for understanding Genshin stuff. Oh boy. Oh boy. Nah, Farina's a crazy... The idea that, like, whoever had the idea at Mihoyo, like, okay, let's make a character that drains team HP and then gives damage bonus relative to, like, HP values and healing going on in the team. That's a freaking brilliant idea for a character kit. I think she's still a little bit overtuned, to be clear. She's a little bit stronger than she needs to be, but on a absolute A+ idea and like excellent execution on the idea too. Anyways, let's do a random one because I think I spent about 5 years on that. and then we'll get to the donation things that I've neglected. I think Aloy is next. Nuvie and Ito. Let's go. She is the Genshin Impact, whether you like it or not. Yep. Hey, look, it's the Furina. Wow, it has enough ER. Crazy. Alright. Oh, is this Furina better than my Furina? I think we might have found the best Furina. I'm not... They didn't ask me to look at Furina, so I don't want to get into the weeds of this Furina. But they don't have R5 pipe, which is interesting. But assuming it was R5 pipe, right? This is 84 crit rate, 180 crit damage. That's more crit damage than me. I'm on Fav, to be clear, and I prefer Fav. But, like, oops. I think that Furina is technically better. Technically. Assuming the ER, I would still definitely prefer my Furina, to be clear. My Furina is better to me, but I can see why you would say this Furina is better. Anyways. Yeah, sorry. This someone, Furina's a meme at this point to look at. Whatever. What are we looking at? Ito and Nubilet, I think. It's a white blind Ito, so you know that's important. This is a wow. Nice. Very healthy Ito. By the way, it's worth mentioning, as much as I said wow and nice. Gunshots outside because it started, hunting season started. Yay, welcome to America. That's a lot of gunshots. I do not live in a... It is not people being shot, thankfully. It is hunting. I know that for where I live. Another 4 shots. Maybe it is not. What is... Okay, I don't know, whatever. Anyways, election gunshots. Yeah, that's what America's like this time of the... every 4 years. There's just gunshots everywhere. They just did another... Wait, maybe it's not gunshots. Maybe there's someone just working on something outside. I don't know. It's very loud. It sounds like gunshots. It sounded like gunshots in a distance, but now that I listen to it more, it might just be someone working on their house, like smacking a hammer really loudly outside. It might be that. Anyways, you can hear them? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. Anyways. What I was saying was this, like, crit value, right? Compare the flower and the feather as far as like the stat value goes, right? These two are like basically exactly the same. To be clear, I think defense percent has slightly lower value on Ito with white blind because it gives so much def, particularly with his passive up. So like this flower in the case of a white blind Ito is probably a little bit better, but in a general case, particularly with an Ito with that's not a white blind. These two artifacts are basically the same, and the flower might actually be better. Because that extra def percent roll might be better than 5% more crit damage, right? Because that's the only difference, really. Is like this has 5% more crit damage, and a tiny bit more crit rate as well, but then doesn't have a def percent roll. And this flower could easily be better. Right, especially in like on Ito with his signature, or an Ito with like Serpent Spine or whatever, right? So, anyways, overall stat balance in this Ito, by the way, very, very good. This is an extremely healthy Ito. Yeah. So, I do think Ito gained a lot from Shallonen existing. Nice, you got C2 Shallonen too, because I think C2 Shallonen, or not C2, just C0 Shallonen. Ito Furina, and then you have a flex slot for whatever. You need a second Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro teammate in that context. But you can even do like Shallonen, Bennett, Furina, Ito if you wanted to. So like Shallonen has given Ito a little bit more team versatility, and I think it's a very cool thing. In the case of C2, you can technically use Shallonen with Mono Geo if you still want to for some reason. Which, you know, do it if you want, I guess. I won't stop you. I don't think I would do it, even with her C2. Because like she doesn't heal and whatever, like I don't know, there's reasons to do it potentially. One benefit of doing that with C2 and still mono Geo is that you could use her for like more shield breaking potential or whatever, but or annoying miserable, oh god, I'm gonna be really unhappy if they put that. I don't know how many people have, depending on the kind of player you are, you might not care about the high difficulty. Can I have my mouse? Mahoyo. Why? Why does the game do this? Why? Where is it? There it is. Jesus Christ. I don't know why this game does this. If you don't care about this event, right? But holy moly, is this enemy a preview of some like actual alt-tab twice? I alt-tab twice. And I was pressing alt, guys. That is not the problem. Like, I know how to press alt and get the mouse to appear. I do understand how to do that. The problem is I alt-tab in, mouse doesn't appear. I alt-tab back out, mouse doesn't appear. What I have to do to get the mouse to appear, generally speaking, I believe, if it doesn't appear, is go into a menu where the mouse is supposed to be there, move my mouse over to the other monitor, and then move it back in. Like, I don't know why I have to do that. But anyways, this enemy is extremely cringe. This, like, might be the most awful designed enemy they've ever made in the game. So I don't know, like this kind of enemy design makes me really a bit pessimistic about the game. Right, like, it's awful. If this is a preview of what they're gonna do in Abyss in the future, I sincerely hope they won't. Maybe part of the reason they put it in this, hopefully, is to gauge player response to it. But basically, by the way, that enemy essentially is like, did you get Shalonen? If not, have fun with Kachina. It's like that's what it felt like. It felt like a Shalonen check, and even then, it was still a little bit annoying. Like the notable thing is, like, you can brute force that boss. I brute forced that boss on polearms only with C6 Arlecchino in a Chevreuse team. By far the strongest team I have in polearms only, and a disgusting strong team because it's C6 Arlecchino, and I didn't beat it on the first try. It took me 2 tries. I had to optimize with a C6 Arlecchino in a Chevreuse team. You done f***ed up, Mahoyo. That should not be that's like unacceptable. How does a normal player deal with that? If like Shan Yun can destroy the pillars easily, that's interesting. So, like, anyways, yeah, there might be more strategies that I don't know of, right? But I don't know. It's an extremely unintuitive design for an enemy at the very least, and not the direction I want to see them going. Personally, I'm of the opinion, by the way, as far as enemy design, I want to see them do like I think the Tulpa is one of the most fun, and I'm very glad they've been putting this boss in Abyss, right? Fairly commonly. I think the Tulpa is one of the most fun bosses they made because, like, yes, it's a little bit, it can be annoying because of its permanent Hydro aura, but Hydro, it having permanent Hydro aura is very abusable in a lot of ways, with not just with Pyro DPSs, but also you can, like, use it, you could do a Hydro Bloom team without having a Hydro unit in the team, right? Kind of thing. So, like Hydro is, like, because of, like, how strong Hydro is as a permanent aura, I think, like, this boss has ways to be dealt with, right? It's not, sometimes enemies with permanent auras can be really annoying because of how they restrict your team choices. This enemy feels like it actually just makes new teams possible that are even more uniquely fun against just it, in a way that I think is more fun, not less fun, right? So, like, there's a line to walk as far as permanent auras go. But more importantly, this enemy has, like, shield mechanics. I would go and show it, but I don't want to leave my sitting spot. That enemy has, like, a shield mechanic, technically, in the form of, like, the little dudes it spawns. But it's like, you know, you just have to whack them with a little bit of application to be able to break them and interrupt them and to prevent him from doing his big charge-up attack. But even if he does his big charge-up attack, or his other attacks in general that hit hard, but he has really good, clear telegraphs that are pretty easy to dodge. Like, it's not that hard to dodge the attacks on that thing. I think that's one of the best designed bosses in the game. But, like, they haven't done a good job, in my opinion, with the Natlan bosses yet. Like, this one is okay, but the spin attack is kind of really awful, and it's mostly just like, well, I guess I'll let you do your spin attack and do nothing for a second. This is just one of the worst things they've designed. And then this guy, I'm not sure about. We'll see. If he comes in Abyss, we'll see. Because when they do these weird flying mechanics and bosses, they generally tweak how they work for Abyss. So it depends on how exactly it works for Abyss. But having a pyro shield and flying away, sure as hell kind of feels like a Furina check. And that's kind of lame. But I don't know. It'll be interesting if this thing ends up in Abyss on polearms only. How the heck do I deal with this thing under the polearm only account, right? To be clear, without just sheer brute forcing it with Arlecchino or whatever. But Arlecchino might not be very good at brute forcing it. But she might be able to brute force the other side of the Abyss. And then yeah, we'll see. But I don't want to have to rely on C6 Arlecchino to clear. That would be not fun. I've been able to clear every single Abyss cycle since getting Arlecchino without Arlecchino. And I want to continue doing that. So, with Candace... does Candace fly in the air? I'm well aware Candace does Hydro Infusion. But like I use Candace already against this thing. She's not very good at dealing with this thing's shield. So, anyways, yeah, Chivalrous, not really, but because Pyro Shield. But anyways, yes, I would love to throw Candace into the air, and but yeah, I don't know. And again, I suspect they will change how that boss works for Abyss if they put that boss in. But my point is, like, I haven't been super happy with how they've been designing enemies lately, in general. And by the way, that includes most of the Natlan enemies, to be honest. This one is kind of like okay. I don't mind it, other than the fact that like the main problem is its hitbox is hyper jank, and like a lot of Hydra units just can't hit it for some godforsaken reason. And with how Mihoyo was like, oh, we're just going to make 90% of Hydra units be 5 stars, that's kind of dickish. This thing I think is fine. I actually enjoy it, but it's kind of boring to fight most of the time, so I don't think it's that fun. These things are actually, I think these ones were actually pretty well designed, honestly. I like how hard they hit, and like enemies doing swirls on you, and like putting cryo on you and then doing a swirl is actually enjoyable. I think Coppelius was fun. I've gotten very frustrated by them, but I think they're a good kind of frustration. And this thing, God, wait, no, not that thing. Where's the no, it's the local legend that's in I forgot where it is. The stupid gravity thing they put in Abyss 20 times already. The one that's in Abyss right now in the second half. That makes you jump up in the air. And I hate that thing. That's god awful. It's really god awful. Anyways, it is not fun. So I haven't been super optimistic with their enemy design, is my point. I don't know why I went on this tangent. Good lord. Oh, I went on this tangent because Xilonen is potentially good at breaking shields. when she stays in her Night Soul state, or actually no, it depends on the shield type. Like against Geo shields, she does blunt damage with her charge attack, and you can't do the charge attack when you're in her Night Soul state. But with the cringe enemy that's currently in the event, right, the new boss from this version, if Xilonen is being paired with only one Pyrohydro Cryo Electro unit, she will stay in the Night Soul state longer, which means you can try to build up the bar on the boss faster and get it to trigger its stupid ability, which means you can knock it down and lower its resistances faster. Right? That's the overall takeaway I was meant to be talking about there, was that there are niche reasons where you would want Xilonen to not exit the Night Soul state after 2 normal attacks. Anyways. But, yeah. Anyways, Nouvellette. Your Ito's dang good. Very nice Ito. I have no idea what C1 Ito does, by the way. I don't know if that's accidental, if they chose to go for that over Redhorn. I'm fairly certain Redhorn is a lot better than C1 Ito. But also Weapon Banner was cringe probably when you got C1 Ito. So I imagine a lot more Ito mains will probably go for Redhorn, if they don't have Redhorn already. Will probably go for Redhorn when it reruns, because Weapon Banner is less cringe now. So, yeah. Still cringe if you don't have it, by the way. Weapon Banner is the same if you don't have enough wishes to guarantee the weapon, which is about 130, right? So if you can guarantee about 130 wishes to get the weapon in the banner period, Weapon Banner is a lot better now. If you only have 65 wishes, you only have enough for 1 pity, Weapon Banner is exactly the same as before. Reminder. There you go. Anyway, C1 Nuvi with 100 ER. Oof. Other than that, it's a very healthy amount of stats, to be clear. I would not run 100 ER Nuvi. But, you know, it probably wouldn't be the end of the world. I don't know. Yeah. But like 100-yard newbie, I don't know. If you're doing Shilonen, Furina, Kazuha, and all three of them are on Fab Sword, then maybe. But, yeah. Anyways, can you check Sino? Yeah, other than that, obviously, very healthy. Very healthy amount of stats. Is a strong newbie. I don't know, you have C1, you have his weapon, like, what, I don't know, there's not much to say, to be honest, in my opinion. You can probably run him with much, much worse artifacts and still succeed with C1 and R1, and having Furina Shilonen as options, right? So, yeah. Thundering Fury Sino, very nice, I like it. White Tassel, pretty decent option for him. I think this pushes you towards Quick Bloom Sino a little bit, right? Like, I suspect White Tassel you would struggle a little bit with if you're trying to do, like, the Emily Overload team kind of thing. But overall, your balance on your Sino build is pretty dang good, I would say. You probably still want a level 90. But it's, I don't know, you wouldn't gain that much from level 90 yet, to be clear. But you gain a little bit. And 3-star weapons are really not that expensive to level 90, so I would level 90 it, right? Yeah. What are the teams for him? I mean, like, something like Xingqiu, Nahida, right? Xingqiu, Nahida, or Baizhu. Xingqiu, Furina, Baizhu, right? Kind of thing. Using just Baizhu as your Dender application if you want to do a meaningful amount of Quick Bloom, or Hyper Bloom damage. Quick Bloom is because, like, you're not focusing full onto the Hyper Bloom, but you're still doing meaningful damage with the Hyper Bloom damage. Is not ideal necessarily. So you could do, Furina, Baizhu, and Nahida kind of thing, right? And that would give you some flexibility to adapt to new waves with Baizhu applying Dendro as new waves spawn, but then Nahida does extra Dendro for when you end the burst kind of thing, right? So is the EM better or attack percent better? Depends on the weapon. When you have a low base attack weapon like this, probably EM. If you're running Jade Spear, attack percent, I believe, tends to be better. But it also depends on what exactly your overall stat balance is and what team you're running. Depends on, like, the more percentage of the team's damage. Like, if you're doing a Quick Bloom team, right, with Hydro and Dendro with Sino, the more percentage of the team's damage, like, the more Hyper Blooms you're triggering, the more you would want some more EM on Sino, right? So you'd have to play around with things depending on the team you're using. So Yayo's always there if you don't want Baizhu. I don't really like Yayo with Sino, I'm sorry. Yayo's targeting range is bad, and you don't really have the ability to burst consistently with her that in a way that doesn't just substantially increase rotation times. So I don't know. I don't like it. I'm sorry. I didn't like Yayo with Sino on polearms only, and I didn't have to worry about Furina. If you're, like, trying to do Furina Sino together and use Yayo as your healer, it's kind of oof. I feel like not impossible, because, like, Yayo's field time is probably only like 3 seconds, but it's still gonna be like a 3-second increase to your rotation time. It potentially meaningfully increases the time it might take to clear, right? In a way that could be awkward to optimize around. So yeah, Dendro MC, yeah, is probably a better option as far as Dendro application goes compared to Yayo. Yes, I agree. Anyways, thank you, Asdif. I made K wait so long for this. I'm sorry. I got so distracted this stream, but I feel like I've said valuable things. Like, I purposely want myself to get distracted to some extent, right? Because I think going on tangents about random things is what we can learn from this. By learning at builds, like, I'm not just yapping about, wow, you got a great build, but instead I'm, wow, you got a great build, but what can we take away from it, right? That's my general goal with these things. They didn't ask me to look at their Furina. Looking at Emily and Kanich and Aloy. We'll do Aloy last. This is a healthy Emily. Yep. Staff of Homa. You have, how much HP do you even have? Not even that. Okay. Interesting. I guess, yeah, this is just a Staff of Homa effect. Staff of Homa gives some HP and converts them to some attack. Like, right, you just have this is a pretty high attack stat, right? For Emily. I think mine has a, actually, wait, how much attack percent do you have? Well, that's where it all. Never mind. That's where it's coming from. I was like, is Staff of Homa doing that much on her? I haven't used Staff of Homa on Emily. No, that's where your attack percent is actually coming from. I think I have a similar amount of attack percent on her, but I also have her signature that gives some attack percent in the passive, right? And then I have a bunch of attack percent substats like this build does. Someone wanted to look at the Wanderer in chat. There you go. But yeah, this is a pretty healthy Emily. Obviously, this Emily is not bursting every other rotation, but you can burst every other rotation with Emily. It's weird. Like, I've used her without her signature weapon. She feels fine. She feels good. It's just like, you have to be even better with understanding her kit and using her smartly when you don't have her signature. And her signature just gives her more flexibility. So it's weird. Yeah. So, anyways, and it's particularly awkward that they released her, you know, right before the weapon banner change. So, I don't know. I think when she reruns, I'm probably gonna recommend, if people are considering going for Emily on her rerun, I will probably, unfortunately, make the recommendation of going for her weapon. She's like the only character in the game I feel like the weapon, her signature weapon, has made a really meaningful difference in the experience of using how she feels to play, and her overall damage output too. Like, it's good for her overall damage output, but also changes how she is to play. The alternative is her C1 does kind of a similar thing, to be clear, but yeah, C1 is harder to get than her weapon theoretically. Plus, it's pretty true. But anyways, this Emily is very healthy. It's not that easy to get a decent. She's a crit damage ascending character, so you know you need quite a lot of crit rate substats to be able to get a balanced build of crit with Homa on her. But this is a pretty healthy balance, and you have a healthy amount of attack percent. And yep, very nice. Kenichi. Serpent Spine obviously is good on him. Healthy amount of crit. Yep. Yep, this is a very healthy Kenichi. A little bit relatable. You got an extremely good Dendro Goblet on the wrong set. Yay. If it makes you feel better, I got an extremely good Dendro Goblet on the right set, and it rolled much worse than this one, because it rolled like twice into EM. It also had attack percent, but rolled twice into EM. So, you know, would I rather have my own set Dendro Goblet? Yes, because of the fact that it helped me have like a much better balanced build because I didn't have good like flower options, whatever. But yeah, anyways, relatable. But also just be happy at least it still rolled well. A goblet that rolls well is, generally speaking, probably more valuable than it being an on-set goblet or not, right? So, anyways, nice Kenichi. I don't think there's anything much else to say about it, to be honest. Aloy, the most important one, Skyward Harp. That makes sense. I wish I had Aloy, because... or, you know what? What I wish they did is, I wish they would just re-release... Like, release a new Cryo character, and it's just Aloy's kit. It's just Aloy's kit. And, like, release it as a free character, to be clear. Like, just, surprise, here's a free character named Yola. And they're a Cryo bow unit that conveniently has exactly the same kit as Aloy. Weird. But yeah, yeah, I'm assuming they're going for Melt Aloy. I don't know. She has unique aspects to her kit that I think she's a kind of a fun character from the stuff I've seen with her. Strong? Probably not. But yeah, she's got weird stuff going on with her bombs and the way her things work with her skill. I don't even remember the specifics about it. That's why I'm being vague. It's been a while since I watched some stuff, but yeah. This is just enka.network, the website. Yep, very nice Halo. I respect the Halo dedication. Halo's kit is a con. So, anyways, yeah, I think they should re-release this character, but not as Aloy. I don't know if they are legally allowed to do that because they might, whatever their agreement with Sony when they did this stupid Sony partnership that they released Aloy. Maybe they had in there that you cannot release another character that has the same kit as this. Well, oh well. Anyways, we'll see if they ever do anything. But, yep. That's it. Can we see the Wander? Someone, we already looked at Wander before. What, do you just ask again? Was this... Ish. Can you show us Wander? I literally showed Wander already. There you go. How much do you need to see Wander? You could have literally paused before. I showed it for like 10 seconds before. Anyway, whatever. You think they'll release someone else with Xbox now? Well, that's not what I was asking, but maybe. That's certainly not what I wanted. Yeah, here you go, Ish. Here you go, Wander. Here, let me zoom in for you. Just make sure you can see Wander enough, Ish. There you go. I'm sorry. I'm just like, why are you asking? It was just funny. You were asking again. Now I gotta spend 5 years shrinking. It's much easier to make it big and more annoying to shrink it. I should probably set up hotkeys to do this thing. Or whatever. Maybe, actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure OBS can Control Z. I probably should have just Control Z'd, but now that I've done 100 actions, it would take too many actions to Control Z. So, this is what Ish has done to us. You get to watch me manually fix my crap in OBS. Now it needs to be a little bit bigger. And there we go. That's close enough that it was before. All right. Would C2 Shallonen change a lot for Sino? No, I don't think so. But I don't have Sino, so on my main account, obviously. Anyways, thank you, Kay, for letting me look at your Aloy. I like it. Maybe someday I'll get to do Aloy things, but probably not. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna jot that down in my list of account fixing video using Aloy. Jot that down. I'll find someone's account to do a video on eventually with Aloy. Anyways, let's do a random one. 18 it was 18 before. So we're doing 18 before it switched. Emily Kanichi again. Wait, what? No way. Is this? That's hilarious. That is hilarious. It's the same person. 733498097. Here's their UID. Literally after I do your donation review, it randomly selects you. Yeah, we gotta review again. Alright. Any new thoughts? Why aren't you using 4-piece? What 4-piece set would make sense for? Why aren't you using 4-piece of the set they're releasing in version 6.0 that is gonna make cryo units super relevant again? Get wrecked. There you go. I don't know. That's the only thing that popped in my head. Yeah, apparently it was ordained by fate. That was amusing. Alright, we'll do another random one. 219, I guess. Linny and Chow, let's go. And then Scup is soon. TM. It's an Aqua build. Nice 4-piece MH. Obviously, a bunch of crit damage. A little bit low attack, but that's kind of relatively common for Aqua. Especially with having like no attack percent substats. But if played with Bennett, it's not necessarily that much of a problem. Yeah, I don't know. But Lenny's main problem is like, whenever I played him, is how not easy he is to play. So, you know, I think it takes a particular type of player to enjoy playing him. And I presume if you like playing him, this is probably a very good build. That's my overall vibe. And I don't suspect if you're looking for advice on Linny because you're struggling. Unfortunately, I think it's just going to be down to either getting better at playing him or, you know, different teammates with him. Like maybe you just need more interruption resistance for him to feel good to play for you, right? Which means if you don't have Zhongli, maybe Zhongli is worth pulling for your case. I don't like that being the, yeah, nice. I don't like that being a recommendation, to be clear. I lean away from that in all of my recommendations for things, but obviously this build is at a point where, you know, that's the meaningful improvement. He is going to rerun soon, probably. We'll see the official announcement, but that is supposedly he's going to rerun with Chaska for some reason. Yes, Linny is getting a second rerun, and Nuvilet apparently is getting a second rerun before Risley and before Shenhe. Yep. Yay. So yeah, anyways, really nice Linny build. You know, if you're wondering, oh, is it worth getting his signature weapon? I mean, it'd probably be an improvement, but like, how worthwhile? Yeah, before Arlecchino reruns too. Yeah, like why not rerun Arlecchino, right? Like, what? Why not rerun Arlecchino? Whatever. I don't get what they're doing. I don't get what they're doing with reruns, but yeah, weird. Whatever. To be clear, when you want to know the real reason, and this is a cringe reason, in my opinion, I think the only reason they're rerunning Linny is not because like Linny's gonna make money. It's because two reasons. One, they want to rerun him now, and they're just not gonna rerun him for a long time. Like technically, Linny qualifies for Chronicle banner after this, right? So like if you want Linny for whatever reason, it's very well this might be your last chance to get him for a while. That's part of my suspicion. And then the second reason is they want a double bow banner, right? Because they want to bait people, in particular that are getting Chaska, to be more willing to risk wishes on the weapon banner because of the fact that it's double bows. And having double bows means that anyone going for like Chaska's bow would be like fine with getting Linny's weapon kind of thing, right? It'd still be like a decent, like not a decent, like a pretty good weapon option for Chaska. So that's I think the only reason. Which I guess that's not really one reason, that's a multifaceted reason, but that's my theory. I don't know for sure. I don't work in Hoyoverse. I'm not part of their teams that decide rerun banners, but I don't know. Anyways, whatever. Good Linny. What else are we looking at? Xiao. Ooh, Vermilion Xiao. Look at that. 2/2/3/3 attack. Very nice. This is a pretty healthy Xiao. And a good showing of you don't need to have a 40 CVPs on every artifact to have an overall good crit balance. In this case, especially since, you know, Staff of Home is giving a lot of crit damage, they primarily needed just a healthy amount of crit rate and substats, and they were able to end up, like, they're getting this much healthy crit rate and substats enabled using a crit damage circuit, right? So this is a very healthy Xiao. Yep. Xiao's, of course, a unit that I think you can get performing very well without having 4-piece Vermilion, to be clear. He's one of those units, like, again, like, the problem of, like, Animo DPSing, Animo crit DPSs is, like, less a factor of your artifact investment and more of what teammates do you have available to pair with them. So, and Xiao at least has more options than there used to be in the past with Cloud Retainer, Furina, Bennett, and Farazan, notably. So, that's good. And I definitely think you got a very, very healthy Xiao. Notably, they also have 134 ER, even with C3, or sorry, C1. Which, by the way, C1 doesn't really reduce his ER needs that much because the extra skill doesn't, it's not an extra skill every rotation, it's just an extra skill. And you need, like, the extra cooldown time to get it back. So, like, it helps with his ER needs, but in a weird, variable, inconsistent way. So, technically, you still need some ER. You basically need the same ER. So, yeah, extremely healthy Xiao. Obviously, it could have minor improvements, but, like, it's really not worthwhile to farm for. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, you can get C4 Xiao, that is true. Get C4 Xiao. Or, I don't know, throw all your wishes to get R5 home. Don't. This is a joke. But, like, the reason I'm saying that don't is because it's on banner right now. I just remembered. And some people might take that seriously. Don't get refines on home. It's not that good. But, if you're actually dedicated. No. Anyways, nice Xiao. I respect the Xiao dedication. Even though he was my first limited 5-star. And he was also the first unit I got bored of playing. So, you know, literally as soon as I got my next limited 5-star, which was Ganyu, I basically haven't barely touched him since then. So, sorry, Xiao. Anyways, Jade Cutter or Homa for Xiao. So, Xiao ascends with crit rate already. And then he has the ability to use MH without Furina, right? Because he drains his own HP. I believe when you're using... If you're doing an MH build on him with Bennett, then Homa is just better, I believe. Outside of that context, like on a Vermilion build, I think it's relatively similar. If you want my vote of like, should you risk wishing on the weapon banner for Homa if you have Jade Spear? No, probably not. If you have neither, like you don't have Staff of Homa, don't have Jade Spear, don't have other 5-star stat stick polearms available, should you risk going for Staff of Homa with your wishes, or should you risk going for Jade Spear? I would go for Staff of Homa, because Staff of Homa is probably going to be more useful for other characters too, I would say, more likely, than Jade Spear is. But Jade Spear is an okay stat stick too, but I think Staff of Homa is better. And yeah, maybe you choose Jade Spear for the aesthetic. That's completely fair. So, thank you, Eliza. We'll get to your stuff in a little bit. Yeah, anyway, nice Xiao. Yeah, I would go Staff of Homa if you have it, ultimately. But if you already have Jade Spear, I wouldn't necessarily get Homa just for Xiao, right? We gotta do Scups. Scup, I made you wait quite a while. Kanich, Navia, and Kaching. That's a Ganyu. Navia. That's a Navia crit rate. But hey, you have a healthy amount of ER, so you got good flexibility with bursting consistently on your Navia. Yep. So many people run low crit rate on Navia. I don't know how you stand it. Are you sane? How is your sanity, Scup, when you're playing Navia? Like, she definitely gets some big damage when she crits. But, yeah. Anyway, I like that you're doing 2-piece. Scup has recognized that, you know, 2-piece is pretty dang good on Navia, and it probably isn't necessarily worth losing sanity farming for her 4-piece. To be clear, if you really, really like Navia, it can obviously be worth farming her 4-piece. At this point, I would at least wait for a couple weeks, because my hope is that with how they introduced MH and Golden Troop in the Strong Box, my hope is that since version 5.3 will be 1 year since they released Navia's artifacts, my hope is that Navia's artifacts are going to be in the Strong Box next patch. Or, sorry, not next patch, but in 5.3. And we'll find out next patch if they are. We'll find out in a couple weeks. So, at this point, I would not consider like switching to farming right now until we know if it's going to be in Strong Box or not. And to be clear, if you don't have any other artifacts to farm, you don't care about like the Natlan artifacts, you don't want to get improved, you don't care about improvements in your Kanich kind of thing. The most efficient way then, if it comes in Strong Box in version 5.3, the most efficient way to get Navia on the 4-piece bonus of the new set would be farming the domain a little bit, and then switching, and then also Strong Boxing the garbage for Navia's artifacts. That would be the fastest way. But you'll also be able to just, you know, farm the Natlan domain and then throw the garbage away into the Strong Box. So my hope is that it'll show up in the Strong Box. I actually want a Strong Box for some of those pieces, because my Navia has an okay build on the 4-piece set. Like, I've left her on the 4-piece set. I got lucky when I was mostly farming for the healing set pieces for Chivalrous, and then I got a decent enough set going on her 4-piece bonus with like a decent circlet and a decent onset goblet, and I think I'm using an off-piece timepiece. And then my flower and feather are okay, but I would really like a better flower or feather, which means I'm going to Strong Box for them. But it's not in Strong Box yet, so we'll see. That's my personal verdict on switching her to the bonus at this exact, or switching to the new set at this exact moment in time, if you really like her. But yeah, since you're in a case where you could Bennett right now, I think the most meaningful thing would be switching to a crit rate circlet. But you know, you do you. I think you're in, yeah, your artifacts are an interesting case of like, you know, no crit damage here, no crit right here, no crit right here, and you know, then a crit damage circlet. So a little bit of a weird ratio, but I can get why you went with it. So it's a fair approach. But yeah, anyways, what do we? Oh, this is a finish. Yeah. Kanich, Navia, and Kaching. C5 Kaching. And yep, this is hey, you're a two-piece everywhere. I respect it. I do think 4-piece Thundering Fury might be, just for fun value, might be worth trying to get to eventually. But, you know, it can be easier said than done. Yeah, overall it's pretty good. Again, like Kaching gets 15% crit rate, so it's definitely not as good as the Kaching we saw earlier, which was like 90% crit rate. Sorry. That was on 4-piece Thundering Fury and had 90% crit rate, right? But it's not bad. Yeah, this is not a context where I think it would make sense to switch to a crit rate circlet. I mean, okay, technically maybe it would still for average damage, but I probably would be fine with the crit damage circlet in this context. Yeah, I don't know. The only way for you to switch to Thundering Fury, you already have 2 really good Thundering Fury pieces, so I would still consider trying to get Thundering Fury for her, but it's not like it would be crazy or anything, so, you know. You probably would end up having to get a feather in a timepiece, right? And the timepiece probably being the main awkward sticking point. But I don't know. You could either like two elixir for a timepiece potentially, and then a feather theoretically wouldn't be the hardest thing in the world to farm, even though, you know, it probably is not going to be as good as this feather. But theoretically, feathers are easier to get. Theoretically. So you won't reach out. I do reach out. Could you do Nahida instead of Kanich? I want to see if there's any improvement. Sure, but I can look at Kanich too. Yeah, your Kanich is fine. I don't think there's much to improve in the Kanich. I mean, yeah, like, yes, you could get more crit here, obviously. You could get more than 83% crit rate, but other than the timepiece, this is a very, very healthy Kanich. Yeah. Timepiece could be improved minorly, but is it worth losing your sanity for? Eh. Nahida. What could be improved on Nahida? I mean, on your Nahida, I imagine, like, since you have her signature weapon, you probably would be better. Like, again, I think Nahida is a good one to, like, use the Akasha leaderboards as a good example of seeing how you can use, like Nahida can, like has wildly different, like very similar damage performance with pretty different, like, amounts of different stats. In the Akasha leaderboards, it winds up in the same place. So this build, I think, is perfectly fine. I'd be happy with it, because of the fact that this makes sure that, like, you're always getting about that 200 EM buff from Nahida's burst. But for Nahida's own damage, I suspect in your case, either switching to a Dendra Goblet that has crit, but again, you're using an onset goblet, so it's a little bit easier said than done, right? But I guess since you're using an off-piece circlet, you can at least test switching to like a crit damage circlet or a crit rate circlet, right? Particularly if you have a crit damage circlet like the one you had on Kaching or whatever, right? That had a whole bunch of crit rate substats. Maybe it would be a worthwhile trade. Maybe. You probably see more personal damage out of Nahida. Would it crazily improve the team DPS necessarily? Probably not, but it depends on how much of the team's damage is coming from Nahida's own talent damage. So, yeah, how many applications have I gotten? That's a good question. Not that many. We've had up to like 600 before in previous streams, so you have a higher chance of getting selected this stream than some of my previous streams. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, check Akasha leaderboards. It's a very good way to see how many different stats are relevant on Nahida. And like, there's people in the very top end of Nahida leaderboards that run builds that are, you know, EM circlets still, and EM goblets, EM timepieces. It's just like how much crit EM can you min max? Attack percent isn't super valuable on her, so like this goblet is really the main probably sticking point for improving your build meaningfully. Other than that, it's just like I don't know, getting a flower that has crit damage on it or whatever. Getting more crit substats in your EM timepiece or EM or Dendro goblet, right? But is it worth farming for those pieces? Right. That's it. Is my overall take, I'd say. So yeah. Thank you, Scott. Pano Spot, by the way, if you're still here, you are next after we do a couple randomized ones. I think I'll do 2 randomized ones, and we'll do Pano Spot. 'Cause I'm not too far behind in my donation reviews. But Pano Spot, you didn't include any message with your donations, so if you're still in chat, you can give me it then. Furina. Oh, well, is it better than my Furina? That's the question. All I have are Arlecchino fun. See, Batea would have really preferred a Arlecchino rerun over Linny rerun. Advice on Ahaytham as well. Alright. Being that you're already on an ER timepiece, this Furina is in a situation where, like, yep, you got plenty of crit. I would crown the burst eventually too, but being that you're not bursting consistently in some teams with this build, oh well. I don't know. Well, to be clear, but this build is in the case of the solution is switch off of her signature weapon. If you need more ER, right? Switch to an ER weapon, notably the pipe, for example. The pipe would probably want you to switch to a crit damage circlet, so that means you'd have to switch an artifact and a weapon, which is a little bit more annoying, but it's still not the end of the world. Point is, there's a good chance you have the artifacts hopefully available where you could switch to the pipe if need be, or Fav, if you have a different circlet option available. If you have enough ER to burst consistently, like with Yelan, which you do have, and you have a Yelan on Fab Bow even, yes, it's probably fine, right? I know. I understand. I understand Furina's ER needs are variable. But what I'm trying to point out here is that, like, your build is not super flexible for being changed. Like, you probably have to change multiple pieces, like the weapon and artifacts, or different artifacts around, in order to get enough ER for Furina in solo Hydro situations. If you're never playing her solo Hydro, well, then I guess it doesn't matter to you. Yeah, right. So, anyways, you didn't even ask for advice on Furina, but you know what? You're going to try to flex your Furina. I'm going to critique your Furina. I feel like ER is overhyped. I disagree. But if you want to do 30-second rotations, you do you. If you're clearing the Abyss anyway, like, to be clear, I could put low ER on my Furina, and I could still clear the game's content. That's because, generally speaking, I clear Abyss with, like, a minute remaining. So extending my rotation times by not having enough ER on Furina is fine, or other characters. Like, my Dia, I've mentioned before, oftentimes does not quite have enough ER to get her burst back when I would want it. That extends rotation times. That causes problems. But it doesn't necessarily prevent me from clearing because of my overall investment on my account. So, in that sense, yes, you could say ER is overhyped, but at the same time, I would still prefer more ER on my Dia because it would make her more smooth and enjoyable to play. But, yeah. Rupture XS blasts me. I don't know in what way, but hopefully you mean by just making fun of your builds. Harbinger of Dawn, anyways, obviously, you're going to want to level 90 him, by the way, because spread, same as like Tighnari, spread-based reaction scaling is based off of a level and then multiplied by EM. It's an additive bonus added on top of like his multipliers, so he will want to be level 90. Other than that, obviously, even with the Harbinger of Dawn crit rate, right, it's 28% crit rate, you're still, what is that, I can math, it's 66% crit rate, right, it's a little bit low, like, it's definitely a bit inconsistent, in my opinion. You would probably you would probably, because so much, he has very much like he's not like Navia. Like Navia is someone that like I would, yeah, I would not want to run 50% crit rate on Navia personally. But you can actually just optimize RNG around that easier because she has like 2 instances, or more like 3 instances of her skills. You just, if you win 3 coin flips with a 50% crit rate Navia, you could technically optimize around RNG and clear faster with an unoptimal crit ratio on Navia. Whereas like Alhaitham, all of his damage is spread around a lot of hits. Like you can't really optimize around that. So you would probably feel having more crit rate. But that's easier said than done. Is it to a point where like where I'd recommend switching to a crit rate circlet over a crit damage circlet? On this build, I don't know. I don't think it is. I think in your case, if you really want to use Alhaitham more as much as possible, the feather obviously could have more crit rate, but it's also giving you all of your ER. So, and you already got a crap ton of crit rate from this. Yeah, I don't know. Alhaitham's a pain to build. The overall like stat value on the build is pretty high, right? So I don't know. If I was in your circumstance, I would have a hard time deciding if it would be worthwhile to farm more to improve him further. I guess one thing you could try, to be clear, is like doing a 2-piece bonus. Like you already have a Wanderer's Troop goblet, you could turn this into an onset goblet. If you have a feather timepiece circlet in Wanderer's Troop, to do 2-piece Wanderer's Troop, 2-piece Gilded Dreams, right? Yes, you're losing a little bit of EM and a little bit of attack percent, but maybe like if you can significantly increase your overall crit ratio, that will result in meaningfully improved damage, right? So yeah. And by the way, and there's all kinds of, you can like optimize your play with Alhaitham quite meaningfully. I would, look into people that actually like playing him to learn how to play him properly. But yeah, I don't know what chat's talking about. Lisa, what did you do to my chat, Sylvian? Anyway, whatever. Yeah, that's I'd say my main suggestion. Without trying to lose your mind farming for like more Gilded Dreams pieces, try to muck around with if you have other Wanderer's Troop pieces. Which, just trying to look at the artifacts here. I don't see any other Wanderer's Troop pieces. A lot of your characters are just missing artifacts, which is funny. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, I think that's overall my thought on it, really. Hope that helps at all. And obviously his, like how his damage looks like with your Alhaitham and whatever other forms of damage you have going on in the team, depending on what your Alhaitham team looks like, is important as well. Oftentimes Alhaitham teams are not entirely just Alhaitham damage, right? So, yeah. Wukong stream when? I don't know when I'm in the mood. Oops, I just removed the tab by accident. Yeah. Number 123, and then we'll do Panos. If Panos is here. If they're not, then we cannot, because they did not give me anything in the message. But I appreciate the donation nonetheless. Well, with C6 Lisa, Electro and Catgirl collector. Understandable. it's all Electro and Catgirl. Nice. Anyways, oops. That's funny. Alright, what are we looking at? Yae and Clorand. Is my Yae done yet? That is a good question. Yae's never done. Yae can always be, no. I mean, there is obviously a realistic stopping point. Clorand, though, this is a very healthy Clorand on 4-piece Gladiator. Yep. I feel like not many people use Clorand on 4-piece Gladiator for some reason, but it's obviously one of her good options. So, yeah. Like Thundering Fury is potentially more fun on her, and then Whimsy obviously is a little bit better than Gladiator, but not to a degree when you have this good of Gladiator artifacts to make it worthwhile. This is an extremely good Gladiator build, right? So I would not bother farming with this good of a build. The only thing I would consider is like trying Thundering Fury, which you can try like Force 4-piece Thundering Fury, not for like the damage, but Force 4-piece Thundering Fury just to get a vibe for like how much you care about how it feels to play with that skill cooldown reduction, because you get to do more zoop zooping with her, right? So yeah. Anyways, yeah, this is a really good build with Gladiator. Nice. C6 Yae, wow. Yes. To answer your question. Yes. You're probably good. You're probably good to be done with Yae. Like, to be clear, can there be improvements? Sure. Yes, you could get, 10%, we could turn this attack percent into crit rate, but I don't know, it's not even really that much of a benefit to lose the attack percent, right? And you can get up to 100% crit rate, but like, no, you don't need to do that. This is already a really well-balanced Yae with a heckin' lot of crit and a healthy amount of attack, and a healthy amount of EM, right? I don't think there's a need to improve this Yae. And also give me your goblet. Screw you for having this goblet. To be clear, my goblet is also very good. Like, I have... this goblet is so much better than people would think. But, yeah. Your Yae is, generally speaking, probably better than mine. Although my Yae might still be better in Shiver's teams. Oops. So, yeah. And that's, to be clear, still a consideration. Keep in mind that if you are a Yae main, I suspect you might like on-fielding Yae. And when you're on-fielding Yae, 4-piece Golden Troop is 45% damage bonus after 2 seconds. It's 45% damage bonus instead of 70%. So, like, there's compelling reasons to do 2-piece combos just because of whatever. But the overall stat value in this is high enough that it's pretty similar to like a 2-piece that even when you don't have the full 70% skill damage bonus, right? When you're on-fielding her. It's just whatever you have going on the team specifically in a given team might make you technically have slightly better other 2-piece options based on the quality of these artifacts. Let's assume you have potentially 2-piece options that are better in certain circumstances. Yada yada. Point being, yeah, 2-piece is pretty good in Yae still. I don't think you really have to worry about it though. Very nice Yae. It's very much in min-maxing territory. Alright, Panos, are you there? Has anyone seen Panos in chat? I don't think I saw them at all. Nope, I don't see them. Alright, so yeah, Panos, if you intended the donation to get a review, feel free to message me on Discord or whatever. Also, oh yeah, I forgot, I should have mentioned this earlier. If people were donating to my Ko-Fi, I don't have anything hooked into my Ko-Fi to be able to see those live on stream. I will respond to you on Ko-Fi, like if you wanted me to review. I will give you a review through Ko-Fi or whatever. I will message you. But yeah, the Ko-Fi is just I don't have the Ko-Fi link to the description anymore for these unit review streams for that reason. I think I don't. But yeah. We'll do Annie's donation. All right, we're looking at a Furina. Crazy. And then we'll do more randoms. How long have I been streaming for? 3 hours, Jesus Christ. Alright, after we do Ennies then, we're going to...
It's always a lot heavier than this.
We're going to... It's the little diacritics you put in there. Anyway, what does it say? Oh yeah, we'll do at least 5 more random ones. After we do Ennies. And then depending on how I feel, maybe we'll do more, but... I only have 1, 2, 3 right now. Right now, I only have 4 more donations to get through, so... if I don't get swamped by a bunch of other donations, I will do probably more than 5 more random ones. But I'll do 5 more random ones, try to finish up the donations, and then maybe do more random ones after that. That's my current plan. Anyways, Annie wants me to look at Furina, Ryden, Ganyu, Hutao, and Kiwawa. Alright, we'll try to do that a little bit quicker since you want a bunch looked at. Furina is pretty good. Cube Kaja suit build, very nice. Same thing as like her signature weapon, right? The struggle is ER. You have a pretty dang healthy amount of ER. It's still not necessarily enough in some situations, but enough for many situations. And Key of Cautious Suit Furina can be very, very strong. I do think an HP Goblet is almost assuredly better still. By the way, you're not at 40k HP yet, even with Key of Cautious Suit, right? I don't think this factors in Hydra Resonance, but even if you're going slightly over 40k, right? Key of Cautious Suit converts to EM, converts HP to EM. So like if you're trying to like get big vaporizes on Furina, or you're utilizing that EM for other teammates on the team, I think HP is probably still more valuable. But you're also using this as an onset goblet, so point being, I understand why you're using an Hydro Goblet. It makes sense. But yeah, there's potential min-maxing you could do here, is ultimately all it is, but I don't think there's really that much need to improve things. It's a very good feather. Circlet is pretty good. Yeah, all your pieces are pretty good. Overall, well-balanced build. Again, it's a question of if you do need more ER, you probably just don't use sorry about the yawn. You probably just don't use Key of Cautious Suit. You could consider, if you had a good enough crit damage circlet with this much crit rate, it is possible, right? With a decent crit damage circlet, you would be better off switching to a crit damage circlet, I guess, is the other thing to mention. But it would need to be probably not a... It probably isn't like, a crit damage circlet with 0 good substats, right? You'd have to have at least an okay one, but probably a decent one. Check out the pinned comment farm mod. Ryden. C1 Ryden, engulfing. Yeah, is a pretty healthy engulfing Ryden. It's very hard to get healthy crit ratios on Ryden. Obviously, it's going to be a little inconsistent, but I do feel that Ryden on an engulfing build is kind of an embrace the RNG, and you just deal with optimizing around RNG and the crits. You don't land that crit when you needed to, well, I guess you retry. You retry the chamber, right? If it matters. Sometimes it doesn't matter, and you'll clear anyways, right? Obviously, the overall stat balance here is pretty dang good, though. I do believe that ER timepiece is still better than attack timepiece with engulfing Ryden, by the way, because you get so much conversion with her passive, the 4-piece emblem bonus, and engulfing converting energy to attack. That energy recharge is just better. Like, it gives you more damage value, even if you don't need the ER, right? So, yeah, but ER timepieces are also awful sometimes. But if you have one, maybe try it and see if it's better. Yeah. That Ryden doesn't have enough ER. I use a 200 ER Ryden and it's mostly fine. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Like, it depends on the team you're using with Ryden. I can tell you 230 ER with engulfing is fine for being able to burst consistently. Remember, engulfing is giving 30% ER for a little bit too. So, it's fine. For bursting consistently. It could use more ER for total damage though. Like, you just gotta remember, like, any ER recommendation for Ryden is weird because of the fact that she has so much damage conversion for ER to damage. Anyways. You still want to go to 270 for maxing out? You don't have to. People, I don't understand why people are like, no, you need to like max out these buffs and this and this. Like, no, you do not. But anyways. Yes, ER timepiece would be better, but no, you don't have to do it. Anyways, Ganyu. Song of Stillness, nice. This is a good craftable. This is the one that gives, I believe, if I recall, it's damage bonus after healing. So, yeah, getting damage bonus after healing obviously means you have to have a healer on the team. But it's a pretty strong passive at R5. Anyways. You need 100 crit rate, 200 crit damage to max the character. True, exactly. Are you even trying if you don't have 100% crit rate and 200 crit damage? And if you're able to get 100 crit rate, 200 crit damage, why don't you have 500 crit damage? Nonsense. Anyways, yeah, obviously Mount Ganyu. This is a very healthy crit ratio for Mount Ganyu with Katual weapon. She does gain a little bit of free crit rate. Keep that in mind. So, I don't know, depending on what you have for crit damage circlets, maybe you can actually get away with a crit damage circlet. But also this crit rate circlet is very, very high in crit value. I personally would probably stick with the crit rate circlet anyways. I don't think it would necessarily be better unless you had a similar quality crit damage circlet. But yeah, it seems like a pretty good, I don't know, Mount Ganyu. I was surprised how just meh Mount Ganyu felt with Shilonen. I thought it'd feel better. It wasn't bad. It just like, I don't know, it didn't fix any of Ganyu's problems, right? So, yeah. Alt 9, skill 10? What are you talking about? You mean Ryden? Okay. Yeah, whatever. Yep. I think the artifacts are obviously perfectly fine in your Ganyu, so it's more just down to what your team is and how well you're playing, or how bad getting interrupted is on her in a given situation, which is going to depend on the enemies, yada yada. What are you looking at? Hutao and Chihuahua. Alright. Hey, it's a Hutao with Homa that doesn't have 60% crit rate. Let's go. On Crimson, notably, not MH. So, yeah, this is a very healthy Hutao build. Again, as always, like, technically EM better on Homa. But easier said than done, especially when you're getting 15% of your crit rate from the timepiece. So, I don't know, in your circumstance, I would probably still stick to the HP timepiece. But, yeah.
Sucks that I got so much.
Have I already fought the event bosses on Steadfast? Yeah. I haven't fought the new one today on my main account. I can maybe do that at the end of the stream. If someone reminds me and I feel like it. Chihuahua. Ooh, Jade Cutter Chihuahua. Yep, I've done that. I personally, my personal favored DPS build on Kirara at this point is Burst DPS, because it doesn't require meaningful field time on her. This would be a more skill damage focused Kirara. I will say that like attack percent her attack percent scaling outside of her burst is not that significant. Anyway, and so what I'm leading into is, I don't think this isn't necessarily enough ER to burst consistently usually on her, but also maybe I can, I don't know, like she doesn't have that significant of ER needs, and like Nahida can battery a freaking whack ton of dendro particles to her, particularly if you're on fielding Kirara. So my point is if you're on fielding Kirara, it's probably fine. And it'll still get pretty big burst damage, and you probably, with this amount of EM, get pretty dang okay skill damage hits and spread procs from either her little bombs or from her skill. I've done kind of everything under the moon for DPS Kirara, between skill, between burst, and whatever. I have found that I just kind of prefer a pure, like, have a good amount of attack on her, so I don't run EM timepiece on her when I DPS her anymore. And then just, hey, look at that, bam, 80k, 100k from her burst if I have like Bennett buff or whatever. Getting that big burst damage is fun. But also, like, right now she's on a pure support build with Key of Kasha's suit lately. So yeah, it's a pretty good build is all I can say. Good 2-piece build. Getting Kirara DPS is ultimately gonna be contingent on the team pretty heavily too, buffing her, rather than just Kirara's stats. And the stats are more than good enough here. And it's more down to who you're using with her, kind of thing. So yeah, being able to use Furina and burst consistently on Furina might be a more of a significant difference maker than any artifact improvement, right? So yeah, I like it. DPS cat, let's go. And that was the last one. Thank you, Annie. Alright. Is that Albedo's weapon? I mean, if Albedo runs, yes, they usually... Well, no, not usually. They've run J Cutter, I think, with Albedo once. It is no one's specific signature weapon, which they should do more of. They should honestly have more 5-star weapons that aren't anyone specific, and they're more just generically useful weapons. But I think they realized pretty early on that doesn't make them as much money as making hyper niche weapons. So, yep. Anyways, let's do some random ones. We will, again, we'll do 5 more random ones, and then I'll go and finish Beto. Nice. We'll go and finish my donations that I have a little backlog on. Only like 4 or 5 right now. And then if I have interest to, I'll do a couple more randoms after that. Sailor of the Alcor. You are Beto. I'm gonna take a drink. Suki used the pinned form in the chat. Finally a Beto user indeed. Alright, 4-piece emblem obviously makes sense. Alright, what was the rest there? They play Beto on a Taser team, classic version, official Sucrose Beto, Xingqiu. I don't know what I should improve on her. Also, I should like to try her in another team, but I don't know what I should balance for that. Every time I've used Beto, I generally speaking do what you do and just throw her on a 4-piece emblem. Nahida, Kuki, and Candace. There is like she can get a pretty significant amount of damage from her skill counter. I have definitely seen. Is I think the most fun thing to do with her, right? Is maximizing that. I think I made a video if you want to check out where I did a really weird interaction with Yao, where you can also use Yao to trigger your Beto's C4, I believe it is, for some additional electro application. And it made her into a really weird variation of like, if you've seen Thundering Fury Razor teams, like Zajeff's Thundering Fury Razor team, where you do C6 Bennett for Pyro Infusion, and then have, Dendra going on and Hydra going on, and you can trigger overloads, Electro Charge, Hyper Blooms, blah 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 blah, all in the same unit. That is something you can technically do with Beto, with Yao in particular, enabling it pretty consistently. It's a more weird version of it. But Beto also is like a weird off-field utility. So I don't know. Go check out the Beto video I made. It was not that long ago. I think it was like 6 months ago or so. It should be in my Genshin Shenanigans playlist. It'll probably show up if you search for it. I should just check. What is it? Let me just check what I titled it. I'll search it myself. Dang it. Beto. I titled it, I Learn How You Can Main DPS Beto. That's what I titled it. And by main DPS, I mean like on-field Beto. So, how much views does this video have? I have no idea. I don't think I got that many views. Oh, it's actually better than I thought. It has 32,000 views. Nice. Well, that. Here you go. Wait, someone give me 100 euros? No, I don't think that's 100 years. This is 100 somethings. Thank you, Anima. We'll get to yours in a little bit. Yeah, there's a main DPS Beto video, and it was mostly focused on that weird interaction. But if you want to see a more weird, unconventional, I think I use a Thundering Fury build. But I got some pretty satisfying damage on Beto in that team from some of her skill parries, and I haven't used her enough to get really used to doing well with that. And Lexi, I reset the form every new stream, so if you didn't submit to this new one, then do it again. You can just throw in your UID and whatever characters you want, and as long as you're still here in chat when I do it, then you can tell me more specifics later. But yeah, I know the color means it's like, yeah, a few dollars. So anyways, I don't know. Beto's a really interesting character because like she has the fun parry mechanic and can get a pretty meaningful amount of damage out. I normally, though, when I've been using her, just use a build, like, kind of like you're using. And I enjoy her on 4-piece emblem doing that, right? Notably in the Taser context, Electro Charge is being buffed a little bit, which is cool. I don't know if that necessarily will change Beto's build that much. It's possible, depending if Beto is triggering a lot of electro charges, it's possible that means it might be more relevant to build more EM on Beto in the future, particularly in multi-target scenarios at least. I am not 100% confident that will be the case, but I think there's a decent chance, particularly since you're already running an attack percent weapon. So, well, could mean switching to an EM timepiece or switching to an EM weapon. I don't know. Yeah, that'll be that's probably it. Hopefully that was valuable. I don't know. I'm certainly not the most experienced Beto main in the world, that's for sure. But she has different ways to be utilized, so there's no good answer, quite frankly. I wonder what is the best way to maximize her. Well, since you do parries with her, right? Man, too bad she doesn't have like a. Too bad her mechanic isn't like an instant. Imagine if if Beto was designed in the current day as like a 5-star, I bet they would design her to like have an instant switch. Like what if they introduced a character that basically makes it so enemies have an indicator for attack timing? This would be. They're probably never gonna do this because it requires them to like configure every enemy in the game to have some kind of trigger effect for it. But what if it was like, they had an ability to instant switch without latency, right? So like a Chiori instant switch, but you could press a button to instant switch to them to do a Zenless style parry. That would be a super cool character kit. I bet they would probably have implemented, if Beta was a current character they were going to design, particularly if she was a 5-star at least, probably not a 4-star because they don't put as much effort into 4 stars for those kinds of things. Like, usually, I don't know, that's not always the case, to be clear. They do unique ideas for 4 stars, so it's possible, but anyways, they could do parry mechanics better is my point, I guess. But what I'm trying to say is you could technically do a 4-piece golden troop on her, and because generally speaking, if like an enemy's about to hit you, you could swap to Beto, hold and do her skill, and 4-piece golden troop, it'd be less than 2 seconds. You get the full 70% skill damage bonus, right? So, yeah, I don't know. There's weird things. I should do more Beto things. It's basically what I'm thinking down towards. It's pretty easy to have random different ideas. It's just Beto's weird in that it depends on what the enemy is doing. How relevant the thing she does is. Also, for people that don't know, her burst does 4 units when you activate it of Electro application, so she could be very good for shredding the right shield types. Which is good too. So, she's surprisingly usable, and I think a lot of people undervalue her kit. So, yeah. I think that's all I kind of got for Beto, though. I don't have any direct specific recommendation, other than consider other kind of weird build playstyles in different enemy situations on her, and be open to the idea of building more EM on her in the future. With the Electro Charge buff in particular. Yep. Could you give a general direction for a Candace build? Depends on who with. If you're talking for Mualani, enough ER to burst consistently, and then HP for buffing Mualani as much. You could potentially... Actually, I don't know. No, I think with Mualani you wouldn't normally do 4-piece instructors. If you're doing Arlecchino, 4-piece instructors I think is a very compelling choice. But otherwise, again, just build HP, probably 2-piece emblem to meet her ER needs. So, probably Fav is what I'd usually recommend over Black Tassel, unless you don't have any Favs, because that's just going to make her a lot harder to build. You want to use her as a DPS? Then check out my DPS Candace video. I don't think that much has changed. I use 2 pieces, I think. The problem with DPSing Candace is she, if you're giving herself a Hydro Infusion, her normal charge attacks are attack scaling, and then she has HP scaling, skill, and burst. I personally find it more satisfying to just, play around her, skill. Actually, the same thing we're talking about with Beto, with her parry. Candace does the same thing in a little bit of a different way. It's an HP scaling ability. It has 40% HP scaling. You can do a forward vaporize setups and get parries out or hold on her charge attack or her skill, sorry, and get pretty big damage numbers from that. I think that's more fun to do than doing bad Hutao. But if you look up Tars Blamo's channel, he did a video where I think he literally titled the video I turned Candace into Hydro Hutao. And did just a charge attack focused Hutao or Candace build. There's different ways to utilize, so there's no correct direction to go other than, you still need enough ER to burst consistently if you want the Hydro Infusion, right? For Candace herself. And then it's just kind of as much crit as you can give. 2-piece will work. 4-piece emblem you probably wouldn't do unless you're not using her on field usually, but 2-piece emblem could still be something you do because of whatever. Yeah, that's it. 4-piece Vermilion on Rio. Maybe? Yes, I think. But there's not necessarily much benefit to it, because I think most people tend to play Bennett with 4-piece Vermilion. But if you're not playing Bennett with Risley, then, I don't know, 4-piece Vermilion might actually be pretty okay on him. But I don't know if he keeps up max stacks on it very well. Like, I don't think he does, right? So, I wouldn't recommend it. Unless you already have it, then you can try it. Anyways, yep, anyway, we spent a long time on that, good lord. That was number 1 of 5. We might do more still again, but... Build a strong Hyperbloom team with Alhalim as to possibly use it as an Abyss team, alright? Free to play, casual player, due to uni. How dare you? You're supposed to make Genshin your job. You're supposed to spend 40 hours a week on Genshin and 20 hours a week on your university. No. Hey, Umbrella, I'll hate them. Okay, you're doing 4-piece Deepwood. I assume you don't have Nahida, so... Oh, I have a yawn. Uh-oh, those donations. Uh-oh, maybe I will not get more random ones done. So Kuki, for Hyperbloom first of all, Kuki's would be the one most likely, assuming you don't have Ryden. Kuki would be the one triggering the Hyperblooms. You're going to want to level 90 her, and then put as much EM on her as possible. It's not of utmost necessity to have her on 4-piece Gilded Dreams or anything. 4-piece Gilded Dreams could be better, because it can give you a little bit more EM, but in your case, I would just, do 2-piece EM, 2-piece EM, or no piece, whatever. Currently you have no piece, but you have some EM main stats, and that's fine. Obviously it'd be ideal to get an EM goblet, but that's kind of easier said than done sometimes. And you'd have a healthy amount. When she's level 90, if you had like 800 EM on Kuki, and she's level 90, you'll start hitting like those 30k-ish Hyperblooms. And you can kind of min-max it from there if you need. But that will be enough to like get you the majority of the rewards from Abyss. Like right now, this account is, I'm assuming, at a state where like I'm not trying to think, oh, they need to min-max their Kuki Hyperbloom damage to make sure they can 3-star Chamber 12 immediately, right? There's a multiple different things I would take progressing to get to that point, right? I'm trying to give like realistic short-term recommendations. As far as Alhaitham's build, normally you want someone else on Deepwood, and then you would ideally have Alhaitham on Gilded Dreams, for example, to increase his damage meaningfully. But it's not the end of the world to... Like 4-piece Deepwood is better to use on him if you don't have anyone else on 4-piece Deepwood. I will say in your case, considering, you're a little bit struggling for crit ratio, I would probably consider using Harbinger of Dawn, the 3-star weapon. That weapon gives you crit damage substat, crit rate in its passive, and then you need to stay over 90% HP. If you're using Kuki, it's probably going to be relatively easy to stay over 90% HP, and I'll hit them. So, yeah. Oh yeah, and you want a level 90 Iron Sting for more EM. It's just free EM, yeah. Of course, Xingqiu needs to be able to burst consistently. You don't have C6, so you're probably going to be aiming at like a bit over 200, I think, ER on him. I would do 2-piece Emblem at least. 4-piece Emblem could be good, but at least 2-piece Emblem is the easy way to get enough ER on him. Once Sack Sword is leveled up, you can get a little bit more ER from that. And then ER timepiece is basically all you need, mostly. You could probably stick to Noblesse if you want, because oh, you don't have refine. You don't have enough refines on Sack Sword to consistently trigger the passive. That was a nice unleveled crit damage circlet here that could be useful for somebody. Maybe I'll hit them. Oh boy. Thank you, Claire. Yeah, so, I don't know. Either Noblesse or Emblem eventually, but I wouldn't stress about forcing the 4-piece bonuses or anything on them. But it'd be something you would maybe want to do eventually. Mostly it would just be get an ER timepiece on Xingqiu. Something you would notice. He needs to be able to burst consistently to generate his Hydro. Or to do Hydra applications so that you can generate cores to be able to trigger them with Kuki. Who was the fourth teammate, I think, for a free-to-play accessible I'll Hate Them team? Obviously, if they get Nahida, they should just use Nahida and put Nahida on, like, these artifacts, and then I'll Hate Them can switch to two-piece whatever, right? Like, I'll Hate Them could use this flower, use that crit damage circlet we saw on Sing Cho, right? Potentially. So like, there's a potential working there, but I don't know if they're gonna get Nahida. Yeah, I guess Dendro MC. Yeah, duh. Yeah. I mean, I don't know necessarily that the extra application would be needed per se. The alternative, I guess, is like something like Fischl could work too, of course. It might be valuable for the particle generation, but I think Dendro MC is probably the easier option to also help I'll Hate Them burst more consistently. Yeah. So yeah, Dendro MC, Singcho, Kuki, and I'll Hate Them. And Dendro MC is the same kind of similar thing as Singcho, just make sure they can burst consistently. Hale with Vav, yeah, that could be. So, you know, I think that'd be my overall recommendation for a free-to-play I'll Hate Them team. Feel free to check out like whatever KQM's guide or KQM I'll Hate Them. They're gonna have information I'm sure I didn't mention here. Yeah, 2-piece Golden Troop. Oh, 4-piece Golden Troop performs on par with 2-piece, 2-piece combination. That's interesting too. Yeah, if you're using Furina, which I don't think they are, 4-piece MH is very good. Yeah. So, anyways, yep. Check out this whole guide. It's got a lot of info, notably like playstyle options too for how to rotate in different ways. That's pretty important for him because of maximizing his mirror uptime in different ways. Yep. Yae and Yelan. All right. Oh boy. I would say Yae is not going to be like the most universal easy option, I would say, for a strong like universal team. She'll be good in some situations, single target situations she should be fine at. The main struggle is some of the units that would be desirable for her, or units you may want for I'll Hate Them. I'm not sure whether or not you would use Yelan with Yoimiya, or yeah, you'd probably do Yelan with Yoimiya and stick Singcho with I'll Hate Them, I think, most likely. Yelan can maybe help with the Yoimiya team's damage a little bit. So Yelan ideally would want, like a 4-piece emblem. Fabo is obviously good on her. You'd want Crit Rate Circlet. Yeah, this is just like this is a very casual player, to say the least. Obviously, Rust is good on her. I probably wouldn't use an EM type. Well, I don't know. No, I don't think you use an EM type piece on her. Yeah, you could do, I don't know. Right, you could do Bennett, Yoimiya, Yelan, and so one team could be like, right, Dendro MC, Kuki, Singcho, I'll Hate Them. And then you could do Yoimiya, Yelan, Bennett, probably Sucrose, I'd assume, right? Alternatively, someone who could shield you so you don't get interrupted is probably what you'd want to do. But all these units would require, well, actually your Sucrose is mostly fine. I mean, more EM would be nice, but not the priority, I think. Yeah, it would. Yeah, to get Yoimiya in particular to work a lot would take a lot of. There's a lot of artifact farming you'd have to do, quite frankly. Unfortunately, it's kind of all it is. Yelan needs to get to the point of triggering Fab and bursting consistently. Ideally, have some crit stats and HP, whatever, on 4-piece emblem, and she'll deal meaningful damage. And then Yoimiya don't need to struggle with like forcing 4-piece Crimson, or not Crimson, 4-piece Crimson or Shimenawas. Like, those are good artifact sets for her, and they'll be noticeable like potential DPS increases for her. But I wouldn't stress on it versus just using whatever you have available. Like this Goblet is actually a really nice start. It rolled fairly relatably, but it still has a nice chunk of valuable stats for her. So, you know, but you probably will want to figure out other combinations of things. I don't know. What I guess in your case, probably farm the emblem domain, right? Because you can get Shimenawa pieces for Yoimiya, emblem pieces for you, emblem pieces for you, or maybe you. You're mostly fine. Maybe Strongbox eventually for you. But probably what you do, right? You farm emblem and Shimenawas, and then you can like Strongbox for Gilded Dreams. And by the way, Deepwood you would put on Dendro MC, and then Gilded Dreams ideally on Alhaitham. But again, don't over prioritize the 4-piece Gilded Dreams. You could do like 2-piece Wanderers, 2-piece Gilded Dreams, whatever. Right now, you just kind of need like better options for artifacts in general, kind of across the board. And I think that's the most efficient route: is Emblem Domain, and then Strongbox for Gilded Pieces, is my guess. And Gilded Pieces would also be something you would get for Kuki, like EM main stat pieces for Kuki and Gilded Dreams, right? I think that's it. Anyway, that was an interesting one to look at. I'm glad to look at like a lower investment casual account. I think that's valuable. So, yeah. Anyways, let's do number 3. Reroll. Alright, I guess reroll it is. Thanks, Venti. Ryden, Furina. And a blank space, and then Arlecchino. And a thank you. When is Mihoyo releasing the thank you character? It's probably Shenhe. Thank you, Mihoyo, for rerunning Shenhe. Not. Anyway, what are we looking at? Ryden, Furina, Arlecchino. This is a healthy engulfing Ryden. Yep. Attack Goblet is obviously perfectly fine. And yeah, very nice ER piece. Well, not very. It's good. ER timepieces on Emblem. It's better than what I have, or actually about equivalent to what I have. And yeah, yep. It's a healthy Ryden. This is a very good flower. Yep. The freaking goblet is upholding the build a lot, though. if you didn't have this 14 grit right goblet, you'd be suffering a little bit, I think. But yeah, it seems very healthy. I don't think there's like that meaningful of improvements to make. You could, obviously, but it's hard. Yeah, the only realistic way you'd get improvements in a relatively short time frame would be either if you have elixirs or strongboxing, right? So, but at this point, you're looking for, you know, like, oh, double crit flowers that also have attack percent or ER on them, or getting lucky with rare improvements for timepieces, or getting a circlet that has, you know, crit and ER attack percent kind of thing. Like very min-maxy things that I don't think is necessarily worthwhile, right? Furina. ER check. Yeah, I mean, as long as you have the ability to switch to an ER timepiece, you're probably fine. It's a very healthy Furina. Good amount of HP. A okay amount of ER at a baseline. Decent onset goblet. Actually, more than decent, honestly, because of that ER, in my opinion. Yeah, this is just a very healthy all-around Furina, as long as you have the ability to switch to more ER if you need to. If you don't, then you might be suffering a little bit if you want to use her solo Hydro. But yeah. Oh yeah, get your refinements. I didn't even notice that. Good call out. Get refinements on Fleuve. It is it gives more crit rate, and it gives you more everything. Yep, you do it. Or else. Arlecchinos. That's a very healthy White Tassel Arlecchino. Exactly 1700 attack even. Yep. It's, yeah. Yeah. Wow, this goblet. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Very good. Yep. Again, White Tassel Arlecchino makes her a little bit reliant on Bennett. By a little bit, I mean kind of a lot of it, mostly. I find Arlecchino feels more than fine with Bennett, generally speaking. But it depends on the situation. Obviously, sometimes you might have to run out of the Bennett circle, and that can make her feel a little bit worse. When you have a lower base attack. But the build itself is very good, so anything else other than that is just like, hey, if you get a Jade Spear eventually, it'll be a decent improvement, but it's not necessarily worthwhile to stress that much about. It's a very good build. No EM. You don't need EM on Arlecchino. I mean, to be clear, you can do Vape Arlecchino. You don't have to do Vape Arlecchino, though. Arlecchino has plenty of teams that are relevant, not Vaporize. I don't know what team they're running with Arlecchino. Arlecchino is an extremely versatile pyro unit, so yes, they have no EM, but it's not the end of the world. You can also get external EM buffs, so anyways. Was there another character? No, that wasn't. Okay. Well, those are pretty easy. Oh, hey, the cat is not trapped. I just saw him walk by. Nice. Oh, yep, I think those are easier ones. Thank you for being easy, I guess. Yeah, I mean, EM wouldn't hurt if you're doing Vaporize Arlecchino, but I don't know. I have 23 EM on my Arlecchino for Vaporize, and it's fine. I've cleared plenty of content with it. Alright, number 280. Everyone, look, either you're going to have something, it's got to be interesting to talk about, or if you're asking for everyone, we're doing quickies. C2 Furina. This is a healthy amount of ER, as long as you have the ability to switch to an ER timepiece. This is a very, very good Furina build. Meow. What? Meow. You upset? Yeah, I'm upset too. No. The deathmatch Hutao on MH, so 100% crit rate, pretty nice. Yeah, EM timepiece even. Wow. ER check. Yes, this refunds energy, I'm aware. I played a bunch of Nuvillette, mostly on Prototype Amber, and I found I wanted ER on him. Well, you have C1 Nuvillette. Okay, I guess you're always doing double hydro. It's probably fine then with double hydro. Yep, I mean, can it be improved? Potentially yes, but you have a very healthy amount of EM substats. I think this is a more than healthy Nahida. She's probably critting a little bit inconsistently, but I also run the same amount of crit on Nahida with a lot less crit damage, so it's fine, in my opinion. But yeah, if you want to optimize it, I don't know. No, I don't have a good recommendation to optimize other than LOL, get more crit rate on your goblet. Easier said than done, right? But also be losing a lot of EM potentially. So, I think your Nahida build's fine. I wouldn't change it if I had this build personally. I'd be more than happy keeping on it, other than giving her Prototype Amber. Yeah, remove all your artifacts from your Nuvillette and put Prototype Amber on Nahida. Fixed. There you go. It's a half joke, but that is what I do. Yelan. Fav, 190 ER, probably fine. Probably. And that's a very nice Hydro Goblet. Extremely healthy amount of HP subsets, Jesus. Yeah, this is a very healthy Yelan, I would say. It looks a little bit worse than I think some people would think it is. Or it looks a little bit worse than some people would think because, like, oh, well, you barely have any crit damage, whatever, or something. But the amount of HP subsets, I think, more than makes up for having a little bit less crit damage. This is a pretty strong Yelan. R2 Fab. So, she has 82% crit rate. You think it's going to be a problem triggering Fab? Yeah, HP percent is basically crit damage on her. So yeah, this amount of HP subsets is really, really good. As a Kazuha, Sack Sword Kazuha, hey, you have a Navia on Kazuha, crazy. Thank you. Yep, it's a pretty healthy Kazuha. That's all there is to it. But how much defense do you have? Not enough, honestly. Honestly, you could do better, right? Look, you could do better. You could do... I don't have a mouse. You could do better, right? You could do better. Not the EM, just the defense. The defense is very important. Oops, I just blanked the game. I have a lot of def percent substats. I would not have 1000 EM if it weren't for Zyphos Moonlight, to be clear. I would run either Fab Sword or Sack Sword like this build does. And I would probably have closer to 800 or about this EM, because ER do be important on him. Shalonen. Yep, seems like a decent Shalonen weapon build. It's worth mentioning that if you are like using Shalonen with Furina and you want more, and you're like feeling like, oh, I need more ER to be able to burst consistently with Furina, which, you know, this might be fine. I run about 200 ER and I'm mostly fine with her. I don't know exactly where the balance is in any given team, obviously, because there's 100 different teams you could do Furina and Shalonen together. Point being, you don't actually need 3200 defense at a baseline. You need like 2800 defense at a baseline with her signature weapon, because she gets a bunch of defense when you from the passive of the weapon triggering after doing some normal attacks, and then her own Ascension passive gives her more defense after like Night Soul happens or whatever. So about like 2900 ish, but a little bit under 2900 is what you need to max out the cap for the damage bonus on the weapon. And so that's why I'm able to run a healing bonus circlet on her. And I prioritize mostly ER substats, but with a little bit of defense, because I still needed some defense to be able to get this up. But yeah, it's a min-maxing thing that you don't necessarily have to do, to be clear. But it is something I think some people might not be aware of, and they might, because like a lot of guide creators would just say, you need 3200 defense to max out the passive on this. And then people will put 3200 defense on her without realizing they get over 3200% defense, that 3200 defense, by activating her normal kit, by doing her normal attacks, right? Yep, that's a Navia crit rate. Oh wait, it's on MH. Never mind. I got tricked by MH again. It happens every stream. I get tricked on MH on a character I didn't realize was on MH until I looked. Yep, I mean, that's a good Navia ratio. Obviously, Serpent Spine pushes her towards Bennett teams a little bit, but that's fine. Navia, generally speaking, feels pretty good with Bennett. In my experience, not that there's not value to playing her without Bennett, I do think I will, if they release new attack buffers, I will definitely enjoy playing Navia without Bennett. Low friendship level, true, honestly, yeah. But yeah, not a crit ratio that I would be super happy with if it wasn't 4-piece MH. The weirdness with the MH, of course, with Navia is that oftentimes you'll want to like swap in a Navia and immediately use a skill on her. And 4-piece MH does require waiting for building stacks, potentially. Or just dealing with not having stacks on her initial shot, right? Which is potentially fine, especially when you have 65% crit is enough where you can potentially just be fine with the RNG on that first shot kind of thing, right? When you're doing Furina and Navia together. So that's completely a very viable option, of course. And I think the overall build balance is probably pretty good. You know, maybe more ER depending on the exact team, but if you're doing Furina, Shalonen, Navia, I think it's fine. I don't think you need any more ER. And yep, this looks like a typical Raiden build. Yep. Pretty good. Pretty good for a catch build. By pretty good, I mean actually like kind of very good. It has a very healthy overall balance. Screw you for having that Dendro Goblet. Or why do I keep on saying Dendro Goblet? For having that Electro Goblet. This flower is really upholding your crit damage. Yeah, no, it's just a really healthy catch build. This is much better than I gave it credit for at first glance. And that's a Nilou build. Yep, that is a Nilou build. Wow. Nilou. Crazy. Alright. Well, thank you. I think you know what you're doing with your builds. Anyways, number 257. Alright, and then we'll do This might be number 5 already, but we'll do one more after this. One more after this, and we'll finish up my donation reviews. And then that might be the stream. We'll find out. Wait, was that Rainbow Nilu? No, it's not Rainbow. Oh, it's 2B Studios. I thought it was. Okay, yeah. I forgot to copy the thing. Mualani, Yoimiya, and Yelena? Where's Yelena? Hello, Yelena. The ER is on the line of questionable, even with C1, I feel like. But, again, depends on the team. So, you know. Other than that, though, obviously it's pretty healthy. A lot of HP, a lot of crit, crazy, a lot of EM. I don't know. You can occasionally trigger a big vape on Yelan, so yeah, you could argue it's not a dead stat. But anyways, it's just kind of funny. It's just where all your random extra rolls went. The overall stat spread is still very good, so it hardly matters, right? Yep, very healthy Yelan. Anyways, don't forget the steadfast battles. I already did a stream like doing more of the steadfast battles with different. If you want to check me actually fighting the different ones, I just haven't done the turtle today, so I can do the turtle. Look at Mulani and Yoimiya. Yeah, okay. Yep, healthy Yoimiya. Or it's not a healthy Yoimiya because it's not Yoimiya. It is a healthy Mulani with a pretty good amount of HP, almost all from one artifact. That's funny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a good artifact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 relevant rolls. When it's funny that it only has 1 crit roll. But again, benefit of like, Surf's Up is it gives you so much crit damage, and then the stat bonus gives you so much crit rate, and she ascends with crit rate that like this weapon enables her just like use whatever mix of HP and EM is in many ways better potentially than just having a bunch of crit. So yeah, point being, pretty dang good build. Screw you for having that goblet. And yep, wow, I like how you got the universal circlet. Like, what the frick? Screw you. Like, actually, this is the one that annoys me the most, because like it's the universal circlet. It's like, oh, you need it for an attack scalar? Well, it's got 10% crit rate and 10% attack for the attack scalar. It's got 2 HP rolls for the HP scalar, and it's got ER too, just in case you need some ER. Like, what? Why do you have the universal circlet? Whatever. Anyway, I want that circlet. That's the kind of circlet I want. It's like, oh yeah, crit, whatever, right? But like universal pieces, it's like where I need one artifact that covers 4 different characters. If I need, so I'm not using 4 different on-fielders and Natlan at the same time, right? So I can just switch it around if need be. Anyway, whatever. It's just funny looking. It's just the perfect, like it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it was a 4 line. And it just rolled once into everything, but then 1 extra roll into crit rate. That's like, it's like perfectly balanced to be a universal piece. Anyways, Yoimiya. This is a pretty decent looking Mulani. Wow, that goblet. Yep. This is she's strong. She's strong. Very nice. Nice Mualani. Nice Yoimiya. Nice Yelena. Alright, we'll do one more random one, and then if I'm in the mood to, I'll do another random one, or another few maybe, after I finish getting through the donation reviews. And then, well, of course, Furina and Navia. They use them on the same team. Thank you for the additional information. Though, keep in mind, Furina's utility is not just with Navia. And you probably still want the option to use Furina without Navia. Also, I've used double hydro Furina. I'm pretty sure this is not enough ER for her, but you know what? Whatever. You do you. If you're successful, well, and you haven't been successful this abyss, but that might be why. Anyways, ER vibe check not passed indeed. Look, Miss Splitter, I think you can max out the passive. Wait, can you? I don't remember the exact phrasing on Miss Splitter's passive, but I think you can max the passive for it, so I can get why you want to use Miss Splitter. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know. Like it's one of those things. Is like Miss Splitter. How much better is Miss Splitter for like assuming this is enough ER on Furina, which it probably isn't. Also, let's test if Control Z works on OBS. It does. Sick. That hurts. That hurts to see. Oops. You saw the secret URL bar. Wait, what am I doing? Oh my god, what am I? I Control Z too much. What just happened? I just broke everything. There we go. Okay, it's fine. There we go. Yeah, burst talent is a priority. Yep. I don't know. I've said it. What more do I need to say about Furina this stream? Your overall crit balance is obviously good. Although I do find it quite funny that my Furina on Fab has the same amount of the same crit as this one does on Miss Splitter, but that's kind of just amusing. Anyways, yeah, and it's particularly funny because it's not like the artifacts are lacking for crit substats either, right? More donations, thanks ish. But yeah, obviously they have a lot more HP. That's a notable difference as well, of course, in the passive of Miss Splitter matters. It's not directly comparing the crit ratios on a Fab build versus Miss Splitter is not the same thing. So I don't know, like if you're having trouble clearing genuinely though, like put some more ER on Furina, maybe just switch to the pipe on her, right? If you just switch to the pipe on Furina on this build, you might actually be able to switch to a crit damage circlet, even, maybe, depending on what you have for crit damage circlet. Let's be optimistic and assume you have like a 10% crit damage circlet, right? You will gain a whole bunch of crit damage, so you'll go to like, well, you'll your crit damage will be a little bit higher. You'll lose the 44% crit damage, but then you'll gain more than 44% crit damage from going to a crit damage circlet. And if you have a crit damage circlet with like 10% crit rate, right, which you might not, to be clear, so you know, but it'll make a slight difference. But then the pipe will give 16% crit rate, right? It'll give you a much better amount of healthier amount of ER. It'll give you 16% crit rate, and then you get the 10%. We'll say 7% crit rate instead. We'll be pessimistic and say you have 2 crit rate rolls on a crit damage circlet, and that's a total of 20% crit rate. So you'll lose 10% crit rate overall. You'll still be at about 70%. You'll have about the same, more crit damage and more ER. Like, I think the pipe would just be better, right? So yeah, like I'm not saying get better artifacts. I'm assuming hopefully you have a crit damage circlet in the set, right? I don't know. Talent level on burst matters on Furina. Oh, I'm well aware. That's why I zoomed in the burst talent level. That should be your priority. Yes, is leveling up that talent. Oh boy, I'm sorry. It just feels like a representation of like one of you seem like an individual that has you haven't reached the understanding of what Furina's kit actually does. I'm sorry. And Furina's burst talent level is also extremely important for her own damage, right? And anyways, sorry. The not just trying to like make fun of you, but I do think you're an example of just saying you use Furina and Nubilette together doesn't on its own justify everything. So, anyways, good night, CYS. Furina with Chiori signature. I mean, it's probably pretty similar to her signature, but has all the same problems of Furina's number one stat she needs is not crit. It's not crit. So, anyway, your Nubilette, was I looking at Nubilette? Yeah, Nubilette is pretty healthy. Yeah. I have less meaningful things to say about your Nuvilet. Sorry. This Nuvilet just looks pretty healthy. Yeah, see, this tells me, like, they have this circlet. They probably have a usable crit damage circlet, and then they can use the pipe on Furina, right? But anyways. Yeah. Obviously, you know, more crit rate could be nice, but, like, it's fine, I think. Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, you're still at like 73% crit rate. It's a little more inconsistent than I would prefer Nuvilet personally, but I think it's fine. I don't know why you bothered leveling his skill, and like it would have been way more resource valuable to not level their skill and burst past 9 or past 6. This is, to be clear, more for anyone else for like future reference. Obviously, you can't reverse this. I wish you could. I wish you could just take back the materials. A less like predatory gacha game would let you take back materials that you realized were a mistake. But yeah, like the materials spent for leveling these from 6 to 9, both of these talents, is what is that? Is 10? That's 22. That's 40. That's 44 gold talent materials. That is more than enough. It's enough to crown your normal attack talent twice. But you can only do it once, right? You could have the materials just put into level 9 on his skill and burst could have been enough to potentially crown Furina burst and crown his normal attack, right? So, yeah, yeah, and yes, you could have literally left his skill and burst level 1, and it would have been fine. Like to be clear, like it does do some damage, but it's definitely not the priority. The vast majority of his damage is a normal attack talent. And then Furina, you know, those resources could have been used for there. So, a lesson for others, right, to be smart about, like, talent materials. It can be pretty wasteful to put a lot of resources into the wrong talent materials. Even if you really like the character, yes, it can make sense to do eventually, maybe. But if they are still contributing some amount of damage. But the priority should also be, you know, making sure you get if you're using Furina and Nuvilet together, it should be making sure your Furina is up to par before you get to the point of considering doing inefficient material things, right? Is kind of all it is. Yep. I don't know. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully I didn't feel like I was just being a butthole. But, yeah, I don't know. I think it's a good example to learn things from, at least. Rather than that just being... switch to ER timepiece, whatever. Your Nubia was 622 for a long time to piss people off. Nah, he's probably usable there. Alright, we'll do one more random one and then I gotta finish up the whatever's. HT? Hutao. HT. Who else could HT stand for? Nobody, I don't think. And maybe Ganyu, because subs are very specific on her. Alright, and you're a Hutao simp. Alright. Bam. Who else could Hutao stand for? Is there anyone else begins with H in the game? Even? Hydro Traveler. Yeah, where's your Hydro Traveler? Excuse me. You said you're a Hydro Traveler simp. Tars blame. Hydro Traveler. You said you're a Hydro Traveler simp. Ah! God, frickin' Tars, you jump scared me with your frickin' channel trailer. Look. Oh my god, it has 100,000 views. Good lord, bro. Good job. Good job, Tars. Where's your Hydro Traveler? You said you're a Hydro Traveler, you poser. Hydro Traveler, man. Anyway, whatever. MH Hutao, a little bit of crit damage. And a little bit of EM. Wow. Yeah, a little. It seems like a decent Hutao. It's just decent, honestly. It could be better. Let's be real. You got one bad roll there. Are you even trying? You have... No, there's no dead rolls there. That's not dead. Oh god, you only have like... You only have one dead roll. You have one dead roll. You could be better. It's okay. You could do better. Let's be real. You didn't even have 300 crit damage. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're not even trying. This flat def roll could have been a crit damage roll of 7%, and you could have had 300% crit damage. Clearly not trying. No. Hopefully obvious sarcasm. This is near the highest stat value Hutao possible. Yep. She probably gets some decent damage. But yeah, no ER. True, exactly. You could have had ER instead of that flat def, and then at least you'd burst more often, right? Like one of the values of MH on Hutao is being able to burst more consistently. So, anyways, be better. Yeah, why not? You know, why you got 1 A minus? How dare you, Asian mom? How real is that stereotype, by the way, of Asian parents being like, you gotta get all A's and whatever. But no, I imagine if the EM timepiece was the last piece you got on this Hutao, I imagine you were extremely sad about this roll, right? Because it is funny to think about the fact that like it's a monkey brain problem, right? It doesn't actually matter. But if you had that one extra 7% crit damage and been at 300% crit damage, it would have been so much more satisfying. But instead, you just get to be sad. Yeah, how real is that stereotype? Because that's a pretty well-known stereotype. I feel that like Asian parents are just like, I gotta get straight A's on everything. Are they really that awful that often? I don't know. Anyways, wait, is this the number one Hutao? Really? That doesn't surprise me, to be clear. I just didn't think it was really important to mention. Hutao. Hutao. What the frick was that ad? Oh. Butt wiggle game. No, it's not even a game. It's just butt wiggle. You're paying for butt wiggle. I'm sorry. It's not a video game. I refuse to call that a video game. Anyway, it should be a Furina combo. Was this it? Is that it? 61. Yeah, this is it. That's it. Oh. Yeah. Yep. Congrats. But also, it could be better. It could be better. Someone else can take your spot. Someone else can take your spot. Let's be real. You can do better. I mean, look, this shows the impossibility. It's probably harder to get number 1 Hutao on this leaderboard than it is to get number 1 Arlecchino. Let's be real. Because, like, at least in the Arlecchino, I have the advantage of the fact that not as many people are farming that domain, because it's not a very good domain. And the fact that Arlecchino has other build options that it's not just MH kind of thing. And also Arlecchino hasn't existed for as long, so you're not competing with as many people that are obsessed with Hutao, right? Kind of thing. So, anyways. Yeah, do you resin refresh? That's the real question. Do you resin refresh? Because this is a lot of extremely... Go away, ad, but whatever. This is a lot of extremely high ranking builds. Like, this is not just top 1% all across the board. This is... You have the number 3 deal. Oh, okay. By the way, the deal leaderboards are hot trash, I will say. Actual hot trash is deal leaderboards. But whatever. Like, deal leaderboards go up to, like, I think 100%, 160% ER or something. I don't remember. They're useless. But yeah, top 1% under 100 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Officials freaking... Yeah, and yeah. Do you resin refresh? That's my question. What did I just click on? I just clicked on a freaking investment advertisement. Good job. I gave the Akasha owner 2 pennies or a half of a penny by clicking on the ad. You're welcome. Anyways, Ganyu as well. Yeah, nice Hutao. It's okay. Wow. Jesus. What in the world? What is that? What is this EM substats? What is this build? I love it. What? Wait, we're gonna reopen their profile. What? Like, why can't I reopen the closed tab? Oh, it's because I'm in a freaking incognito tab. God dang it. Alright, what is this Ganyu at? Wait, is there a Ganyu leaderboard even? I don't even think there is. Never mind. We can't check. Oh, no, they do. Okay, nice. Yeah, it's worth mentioning. This is still a top 1% Ganyu. And the reason I wanted to use this as an example of, like, other stats than crit have value, right? That's what this should tell you. If this is still manages to be this high in the leaderboard despite having weird ass crap like having 400 EM in substats. No, sorry, not just in substats. There's also a 2-piece bonus. Sorry, but like, right? That's so weird. That's extremely weird, and I love it. I actually love it. Anyway, yeah, the weapon, of course, is helping a lot with things. But this build would be meaningfully worse without a crit damage weapon, of course. Either way, this is a really funny looking build, and I love it for the illustration of, wow, more than crit matters. Overall stat balance matters. Crazy. And meanwhile, X-Slice would have thrown away this goblet, right? Right. May as well throw X-Slice under the bus again. Like his content, but like, he undervalues certain stats on artifacts, I think. Anyways, yeah, you farm a lot, I think. Well, thank you. Thank you, Etha. Alright, let's go finish up my donations. I have, how many do I have? 1, 2. Oh, Claire, hopefully you're still around. Claire, you forgot to put your UID in the thing. Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, this is more than I thought. 8, 9. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, we're probably not. If you're waiting for more randomized reviews, maybe I'll do one more, but I'm already at like 4. No, actually, no, I'm just going to commit. I'm just not going to do one more, another randomized review. So if you're waiting for a chance at the random selection, I think I'm just going to finish up donation reviews for the stream. X-Slice isn't catching strays for no reason. X-Slice is catching strays because I have seen too many instances of, like, to give him credit, he helped me understand, like, watching his videos helped me get a vibe for the values of different stats on artifacts, and, like, by values, I mean, like, it helped internalize, like, that, you know, the roll values of crit damage are 5.4, 6.2, 7, and 7.8 kind of thing, right? He helped me gain that intuition. His content has value. But also, the more I learned about the game, the more I realized how he throws away artifacts that are, like, genuinely frustrating that he throws them away. And to be clear, he's a giant, stupid Giga Whale that literally resin refreshes 10 times a day. Not 10 times, but whatever the limit is. But yeah, he understands. Yeah, it's frustrating because he understands how to value artifacts. Yes, he definitely does. But he underestimates many pieces' potentials. And like the one that broke me and made me stop watching his artifact videos was the MH video, when he spent like whatever 4,000 resin on 4-piece MH, and that was a brand new artifact set with an extremely relevant 4-piece bonus that was relevant on many different potential characters. Like, I already knew immediately when that set came out, before Furina existed, that it was usable on different things, on different characters in different ways. And he was throwing away artifacts that, like, weren't double crit, right? And it's like, motherfucker, when the set bonus gives 36% crit rate, you don't need double crit as badly, because you're getting your crit rate from other sources. Like, it was so goddamn frustrating. So, like, he completely killed my I cannot stand him with his approach to artifacts, quite frankly. I think it's bad, and like the way he approaches artifacts is actually unhealthy for the community. Anyway, so hence why he catches my strays. Is because he earned it. Talking about X-Slice, he makes a ton of videos about artifacts. also not many lately, apparently, which is good, I guess. He hasn't, I guess, made one in a while, which, good, because I don't like that content from, oh, well, there we go. Yeah, yeah. I bet you, I don't want to watch it because I'd be mad. I don't know. If I was in the mood to watch this 1 hour and 30-minute video of him spending 10,000 resin in Natlan domain, I could probably, it would probably be a 5-hour react stream because of me going on rants on why he shouldn't have, like, thrown away that artifact or whatever reason, right? So, anyways, no, I'm not going to. It'd drive me insane. It would drive me insane. Anyways, what are we doing? We're finishing up donations. Good lord. Alright, Kokomi lover. Sorry for the wait. It could be fun, maybe, yes. But anyways, yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to maintain my sanity. Wow, you have a fake character. Who is this? Furina Ryden Ganyu Hutao. Wait, no, that was the previous one. Baiju Dia Yun Jin. Does Baiju need more EM? No. What do you... Okay, well... Wait, what? More EM? What does your Baiju need? Maybe you meant ER. I think you meant ER. Yes? Well, actually, wait. This refunds ER. I forgot. I run him with Prototype Amber, though, to be clear. And I think Prototype Amber refunds at R5 refunds a very similar amount of ER energy as Jadefall. So, as far as ER needs on Baiju go, when you're using him solo Dendro, which is fairly common, I have found I still prefer like the 200-ish range. So, I have bias towards more ER than this. Because of just noticing minor issues with this uptime when I ran around this much ER. But it's like right on the line. So, you know. I don't know. Take it for what you will, I guess. I found that I didn't really mind sacrificing a little bit of his buffing and healing potential by switching to an ER timepiece. Because notably an ER timepiece, like I have an ER timepiece that has HP subsets. I don't remember how many HP subsets, but, right, like, if you get an ER timepiece with 15% HP subsets, you're sacrificing 30% HP. It's not an insane loss, right? When you already have an HP main stat weapon, HP goblet, oh, and you're running a healing bonus timepiece. I normally run HP circlet, or did I say timepiece? HP versus healing bonus circlet because of his buff. His buff scales off his HP. But healing bonus can be fine if you wanted to min-max Furina. There might be reason to do that, right? So, yeah, as far as more ER and Baiju, maybe. I would, yes, but it's kind of down to the teams you're using him in, right? So, there you go. I needed 200 ER and Jadefall when I ran him with Lisa Fish. Yeah, that seems accurate. So, I guess let me show my Baiju build for reference. Why? Freaking, this mouse issue is so annoying. So, Prototype Amber, R3, to be fair. So I guess that's part of the factor too, because Nahida gets my R5 Prototype Amber. Yeah, I run quite a lot of ER, but a lot less HP, to be clear, than yours. So HP, and ER. Oh, I only have 2 HP rolls. Actually, what? I feel like I used to be using a different ER timepiece, but I probably swapped around ER timepieces with different characters, so it's fine. It's whatever. He's functional. It doesn't matter. In my case, I just need him to burst consistently, and that's all he needs to do. And then he buffs a little bit, and I'm happy. Bam. There we go. Dia and Yun Jin. Yun Jin is a rarity. Oh boy, what in the world? Engulfing Yun Jin. I mean... I think that's extremely funny. Like, if there's one way to make sure you can do solo Geo Yun Jin, it's this kind of build. Like, it's extremely funny. I love this. because you know you'll have 310% energy recharge when you catch the particles on Yun Jin, so she'll always get her burst back. It should be a solo. It's just you can see this is what the problem with Yun Jin is. Where like Yun Jin could have been a really fun like universal buffer. Like Yun Jin is the closest thing we've got to being a character that enables you to just do like physical DPS, at least in an overworld, right? Physical DPS. Just you want to see your like normal attack animations on your character because you like, you know, Kirara's claw attacks kind of thing. Well, use Yun Jin and you can get some decent physical damage from them. Except Yun Jin's so goddamn awful to build to burst consistently if she's solo Geo. And there you go, solution. Not an ideal solution, but that's what Mihoyo did to her kit, unfortunately. And the realistic approach to actually making her work in solo Geo is usually like doing 2-piece emblem and doing an ER timepiece on her, which kind of sucks to have to do, quite frankly. And usually you still would want to use Fav, and you ideally want to trigger Fav with her, and she's not the greatest Fav trigger. You'd want to build crit rate on her. So like it's just, and then if you end up like needing to do a crit rate circlet and ER timepiece for like the ease of like solo Geo utility, and well then you have like no defense, and then she's not buffing at all because she needs defense to be able to buff. And it's just like, ugh, why'd they do that? Like, why? Like Yun Jin could be so much more fun, and I think a lot more people would like her if they didn't just murder her into the ground with her ER needs. And it's ER needs in conjunction with lack of weapon options that aren't Fav, and her not being the greatest Fav trigger, right? Because Fav just makes you need a lot more crit rate on her, and it's just ugh. Anyways, yeah, nice. I like it. Is all I can say. But it's funny. It reminds me of how annoyingly they balanced her kit. Is all. Dia. Belle. Okay, I know what you're doing here. Actually, I don't know what you're doing. You built her for ER on. I thought this was a AFK build on Dia. I thought that's what this was. But then you, oh hey, here's your ER timepiece for Baishu. You even have 15% HP. Bam. There we go. I mean, look, give that to Dia, and then give Dia HP, and do AFK Dia, I guess. I don't know. You got those pieces farming for Kokomi. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Fair. But anyways, how dare you? How dare you? Me, the many enjoyers of Dia playstyles, and you just threw her on Ocean Hue Clam? How dare you? A lot of your characters are on Clam or Husk. Wait, really? I mean, this one makes sense. Okay, yeah, sure. Oh, you have her signature. Wow. Nice. Yep, this is the alternative to doing see, this is what I was talking about earlier in the stream with her signature weapon, where like the only point of her signature weapon, from my point of view, seems to be to enable her DPS playstyle without doing 4-piece MH, right? With these kinds of artifacts. So you could do 2-piece HP to get a little bit more buff from her. You could do 4-piece of Song of Days Past. 4-piece of Song of Days Past would probably be better than Ocean Hue Clam most of the time, I would say. But it depends on who you're using Sigewinne with. So, but doing even more buffing with Sigewinne could be good. So, anyways. I like it. This kind of build should get similar damage to like what my MH build does on Sigewinne, right? Nice. Yeah, by the way, whoever was asking about example Candace build for DPS Candace earlier, there you go. 2-piece. Staff of Homa is obviously the ideal weapon option for main DPS Candace, because, you know, it lets you have a little bit of HP for getting decent skill burst damage, whatever, while also converting HP to attack for being able to get some decent charge attack damage. So, yep. Chiori. It could be better. This is a very strong Chiori. Jesus Christ. This is on 4-piece Husk. What in the world? What the frick is this artifact, by the way? Like, all right then. That is a 50 CV, by the way. Like, Jesus Christ. Okay. Wow. 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 All right. Thank you, Kokomi Lover. How much ER does Yun Jin need? Obviously more. By the way, I didn't answer that question directly. Obviously, you need about 500. No, I think you're probably fine. Wait. I know you're in the chat still. Is this not enough ER to burst with solo Geo Yun Jin sometimes? Is that why you asked that question? If this is really not enough, I've never used this kind of build on Yun Jin. If this is really not enough ER to burst consistently with solo ER Yun Jin or solo Geo Yun Jin, then more than ever this is emblematic of why did Mihoyo kill her that much. God, they're so scared of physical being like a universal playstyle. The team I use doesn't give a lot of particles and her uptime isn't high. Mihoyo. How? God, why is Mihoyo so scared of like physical normal attacks being good? Christ. Well, I have no answer for you, to be honest. There's no sane reason to try to farm past this, but I guess you could try to put 2-piece emblem on her if you wanted more ER. Like, you change the flower and the feather to emblem, and then like have 20% ER and emblem, you can eke out like an extra 30% ER. Maybe that's enough. Oh, Mihoyo. That just means, yeah, you basically have to use Fav still, but Fav requires crit rate substats. It's so awful. Like I want to, this build. I have a 4-piece husk build for Yun Jin on my main account. 4-piece husk on Fabj, R5. Way less defense, so less buffing than they're doing on their engulfing build. I think is this flower correct? Or is this the timepiece, not flower? Yeah, that is correct, I think. 230 ER and 30% crit rate. And like with R5 Fav, she's usable, but like it has problems. And there are definitely teams where it's just like still not enough, right? And it's just like, oh man, like it's like this build was not easy to get to have like a healthy amount of crit rate and ER and still have a good amount of defense, right? With def percent main stats. So like, could it be better? Yeah, but like, oh my good lord. Why did they make her impossible to build? Why, Mihoyo? Why do you do that? What are you so afraid of? You're afraid of Kirara actually being able to like do physical attacks? Whatever. Oh, I didn't need to switch that. Alright. Anyway, thank you, Kokomi Lover. That makes me sad. That this build somehow is not enough. Alright, Neon Cry. Sorry for making you wait. Ito and Chiori can't get def percent rolls to save my life. Well, you should steal them from Ori, apparently. Because they have far more husk pieces than they apparently need. Ito. That is a very healthy Ito. I mean, you got a decent amount of def rolls. I don't know what you're talking about. def percent. Yeah, I don't know. This is a strong boy. He's a strong boy. Yeah, Geo gamer indeed. Wolfang. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty dang good Chiori build. What do you mean you don't get def rolls? You know, 1, 2, 3, 4 def rolls right there. You got a decent amount of def substats. I mean, yeah, you don't have it on a goblet, but oh well, it's a goblet. I'm not saying it can't be better, but you also got def rolls in the flat roll there. Like, yes, it would have been better if it was def percent, but it's not like it's insanely different. I don't know. Anyways, is this a meme? Is this some reference I don't understand? I don't know. Anyways, yep. Strong Ito, strong Chiori, very nice. I don't think Goro heals enough for this to actually buff meaningfully. And I feel like the energy from 4-piece Exiles is probably still better, generally speaking. I don't know what your energy situation looks like. I don't know what you're using for Ito team. Looks like you might have gotten Siege Echelon for Ito. That was whatever. I already had that spiel earlier. We're not going to talk about it again. So I don't know. Shalonen is probably a bit of a better energy battery than Dog. Goro can heal. Yes, his C4 heals, but like it heals like 2. That's how much it heals. It heals 2. Yes. It's definitely, and you need like a meaningful amount of healing, to be clear, by the way, to like get meaningful, to get the full value from this set. You need a lot of healing. You don't need to get the full value from the set to be able to get something from the set, but I'm pretty sure he's getting very little from this set. Yeah, 2 is more than 0. Yeah, technically. To be clear, he doesn't technically heal 2, but 1400 def Goro, I'm pretty sure would heal. I think it's something stupid like let's just check. Amber, I don't remember off the top of my head. I also don't remember the interval. Yeah, it's oh no, it's 1.5 seconds. 50% of his defense every 1.5 seconds. So, and it's not team wide. It's only the active characters. If it was team wide, it'd be like, oh, okay, cool, right? And it's also only when the General's Glory thing is up. So that is 10 seconds, basically. Actually, 9 seconds. Oh, no. 9 seconds. So, 1, 2, the 6 instances of 50% def healing. Let's do the math. Figure out how valuable this set is on him. 6 instances of 50% def healing across 9 across that 14 def. He'll buff defense a little bit. Frick. Also, is anything else buffing defense? No, I think it's just going to be his own buffing defense, right? Probably. So, let's wait. What's your Goro's talent level at? You crowned it? Oh boy. Okay. Well, sure. 438. All right. Extra 438. So we'll do 1438 plus 438. He has healing bonus going, to be fair. Like it's gonna be this is gonna be like the most healing you can basically see from Goro. Times 0.5. 938 healing at a baseline. Wow. But times 1.359. Crazy. 1200. Do you have Furina? Are you using Furina? That's probably why you put him on the healing set, right? So I guess we can here. We'll say 900. We'll be optimistic and assume Furina healing bonus is going to give you. You don't have C2. Okay, I'm gonna give like 0.1% more healing bonus. So times 1.45 for the healing multiplier is a total of whopping 1360 healing per tick times 6. He's healing 8,000. He's healing 8,000 HP across his entire duration. For reference, Shalonen does single target healing on a build like this one. Does not use a healing bonus circular right now, but on my build with Furina, I think she heals like 70,000. So that's what we're comparing to. Yeah, the 8,000 versus 70,000. You know, and yeah, this set bonus, by the way, like the ideal for the set bonus would be proccing it twice per rotation, because you can do that twice. And so you'd want like 30,000 healing across like a 12-second instance. And I think this set is tracking, if I recall, for like 6 seconds or so. So it wouldn't even, but like point is, in the best case scenario, without getting into too much of the nitty-gritty details of the stupidity of this set, it's buffing half of its max potential. And at its max potential, it's kind of similar to a noblesse buff, but it's not attack, right? So it means it, you know, benefits the likes of like Ito a little bit more. It's a valuable set. I'm glad it exists in the game as a way to get additional like flat damage buffs out of things. But Goro was not making the most of it, and I don't know, if you have enough energy that you don't need the energy from exiles, like it's technically better, to be clear. right? It's just like, if anyone wants to simulate this, I wouldn't stress out about farming this set for Goro, to say the least. It's definitely a very, very min-maxy thing to do. A defense spell with a healing passive would be interesting. I agree. They need to do more weapons that can do external effects. Like if we could have more weapons that are your healer, like Prototype Amber, that'd be very cool. We need a Prototype Amber for Goro that has def percent, substat, and heals like the whole team. Suddenly Goro becomes actually a really interesting unit, in my opinion. But anyways, so set good on Baiju, yeah, as long as you don't need Deepwood in the team, yes. It can be very good on Baiju. Anyways, thank you, Neon Cry, for that. I don't think that's where you intended me to go down towards, but yeah, your Chiori and Ito are pretty good. Thank you for the donation, and now IKEA Shark. That's a nice username, IKEA Shark. Isn't that the IKEA Shark? Yeah, that thingy. This thing. IKEA Shark. Yep. The Blahaj. I know that thing. I know this IKEA Shark. Anyways. Toma and Fremine. Tomers. Virgin Tomer. As long as your ER is fine, which I don't know exactly what you're doing. You're good. I see that you did a HP circlet. I'm guessing that was intentional for more shielding. I don't know how often you're relying on just Toma's shielding for keeping the team alive in a Virgin team. I would imagine normally you would have someone else potentially keeping you alive. But yeah, nice achievements. Yeah, I don't know. Right, so obviously EM would be better for damage, but I feel like you understand that. So I'm not gonna overstress it that much, especially because like after if you're getting like Nahi the EM buff for Virgin Toma or something, right? Which you have to be on field with him for to get that to be clear. But let's assume you have some EM buffs going in the team, and you're at like with the Gilded Radiance passive up, you're at like over 1,000 EM or near 1,000 EM already. The returns on like how much increase in like reaction damage you see when you have like a ton of EM is relatively low, so it could make sense, is my point, to do an HP timepiece just to make him a little bit more tanky and make the team more survivable if you're relying on him for the team surviving. Is all it is. So the only other thing would just be, yeah, again, since for Virgin Toma you need to be able to burst consistently, right? So that would be the only other asterisk. You do have C4 Toma, which is the energy refunding constellation, which is important. But I can tell you, Toma on Polearms only, since I got his C4, I switched him to a more shieldy build and a less ER build, and he has minor ER issues in some of the teams I use him in. So I was like, notably in the Emily Sino Toma team, I've been like, okay, I might just switch him back to an ER timepiece again, meaning nothing has changed from his C4. But yeah, and that's with 190 ER, by the way. So, but no Favs on the team or anything. Or actually, no, I think Yae has Fav, and when Yae triggers Fav, I think he's fine, mostly. So, and also, he has Fav, too. And if he doesn't, the ER problems happen, I think, when he doesn't trigger Fav, and when Yae doesn't trigger Fav. So, it's mitigatable, is my point. I'm just suspecting that if he's the only Pyro unit, even with Kite and Crossfear's refunding energy, it might struggle slightly. Sometimes. But it depends. That's all. Toma shield build for Shev teams. Just HP. if you're well, I mean, I use Noblesse on him, right? Because so he can buff some team attack. Because I don't have Bennett on Poems only, right? So if you're doing Bennett already on a Shev team and you're doing Toma, then obviously Noblesse isn't needed, and you can just do like 2-piece HP to maximize his shield. There's no good buffing set for him, really, that isn't Noblesse. So, you know, if someone else is on Noblesse, then yeah. But yeah, Emblem HP and Emblem is an option too. Yeah, you could just increase his damage a little bit. He can do some damage off field with Emblem, right? It wouldn't be nothing, so you could build him for damage a little bit. Anyways, yeah, I think your Virgin Tome is fine, mostly. Is ultimately how it is. Fremi ne. Healthy amount of ER. Healthy crit balance. Obviously a physical feminine. A lot of attack, wow. In that goblet at least, but hey, onset goblets with a high stat value, that's good. Yeah, I think your overall stat value is quite high, and I don't know, I think if you're facing problems in using this build, it's problems that physical has, and not necessarily problems this build has. Obviously it's a little, you might notice, you know, having more crit rate or whatever, duh, but just because it's a little bit inconsistent. The overall stat balance is still pretty good though. I think its C6 only gives crit damage, right? If I recall. So even more so that you would notice the crit rate. Level 14 normal attack. Yeah. Why does it say 14? Is it just because this is what? Yeah. What? I mean, I don't know if it's like what. I know C3 is normal attack talent. But like, I think child. But why is Enka showing child buff? What? Why is Enka showing the child passive though? That's what's weird. Anyways, his C1 and C6 are both crit stats. Okay, my bad. So okay, then he has a little bit more crit rate. He's probably fine. So yeah, I think your overall build balance is actually really good. The only thing you're probably facing is just physical is rough sometimes, and it's awkward to say the least. And I don't really think the shatter buff next patch is going to meaningfully change things, because that would require, you know, building more EM on him, and that's not really that valuable to do in general. And to be clear, I think shatter melt, there might be weird shatter melt things that could be done, like Fremine, Furina, and Pyro in the mix. Could be interesting. But yeah, Shatter's getting buffed, yeah. Shatter's going to do like a Hyper Bloom level damage, basically. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's, oh, build Fremine 1000 EM and go to town. That's not going to be that good. It's not going to fix physical. It's not going to do anything, right? So I don't know, right? I don't have a good suggestion for how to make physical Fremine. What I plan to do with Fremine if I get around to building him is probably melt or shatter. So, you know, right. And anyway, so as far as like trying to make physical Fremine feel as good as possible, it's going to be like Furina have an electro unit. So Furina official and then a healer, right? Probably is like the ideal physical Fremine team, because then it'll be probably fine in a lot of content, because Furina's damage plus official's damage, and then whatever your healer is, you could throw in a Dendro healer for aggravating on official. You could throw in a cryo unit like Mika. Could be valuable for a little bit of physical damage bonus, right? And then cryo resonance is maybe, you know, cryo resonance could actually be pretty nice, yeah. Gene for buffing Furina damage, yeah, exactly, and official damage, right? You have a bunch of different options for healer options. That's realistically going to be the best physical team you could have. It's the same thing as physical Zhongli, right? Zhongli, Crescent Pike, doing Furina plus Electro plus whatever, right? The Zhongli wants Mika more, if I recall. Or no, Zhongli needs Mika because he's not a cryo unit. And you want Superconduct. So Fremine has the advantage of being more flexible for team options, I guess, than the Zhongli is the takeaway there. Yeah, and that's all there is to it. So I don't know. I think you could be very successful with physical Fremine that way, as long as you're comfortable with the fact that, you know, Furina and Official are oftentimes going to be doing a majority of the team's damage, but you'll still be able to see satisfying damage from Fremine, I assume, with the investment level that you have. Right. Add Shun Yun to physical makes it relevant. Yeah, you could do that too, honestly. you could do Furina, Fremine, Shun Yun, Official. Yeah, it'll work. You could do plunge. Take advantage of that level 14 normal attack. Yep. You got options, and that's the number one takeaway. He's probably, I think, the most flexible physical carry in the game, I would say. Doesn't necessarily mean that's strong in his own right, but flexible, and flexible oftentimes means you'll have options to be able to use him if you want to use him, right? Yeah, thank you for the donation. IKEA Shark, Eliza Slyn, Navia, Kachina, Ryden, and Barbara's Mualani. Yeah, pretty good Mulani build. You're getting C6 Mulani, huh? Wow. Yep. Nice Mulani build. Very healthy amount of EM even. Yeah. Nice. Ryden, Navia, Kaching. Nice C6 Kaching. C6 Kaching with Jade Cutter. That's a lot of crit damage. Wow, that's a lot of crit damage. Jade Cutter, what? Man, this is just the fun of Jade, right? Jade Cutter was 4 piece MH and 4 piece of Codex before we had these artifact sets. Oh boy. Yep. Nice. 90% crit rate, 250 crit damage, and a healthy amount of EM. Yep. Very nice Kaching. Another 4-piece Thundering Fury Kaching. We've been spoiled with Kachings today. Crazy. Yeah, Jade Cutter is a vaporware weapon, I think, a little bit. It's only in the last 2 years, I think it's showed up on... Yeah, because the last time it was actually on a banner directly was Albedo weapon banner, like over 2 years ago, a little bit over 2 years ago. And then when Nilu originally released in version 3.1. And then it technically was available on the Chronicle banner. Right, so, and if it only reruns on Chronicle Banner again, and Chronicle Banner doesn't get changed in any way for weapons, then getting weapons through Chronicle Banner is going to be worse than getting weapons through Weapon Banner, which is really stupid. So that's one side effect of the Weapon Banner being made, the change of the Weapon Banner being one fate point. That means weapons on Chronicle Banner are now just worse. Like, ugh. So, anyways, Jade Cutter, to be clear, has lost a lot of value now that they've done these artifact sets that give a bunch of crit rate. But, and like crit damage weapons, I think have a little bit higher value quite significantly. But it's still definitely valuable to have sometimes for enabling things like this. Wait, it wasn't on Chronicled? Oh. Was it really not on Chronicle Banner? I thought it was. Okay, my bad. Yeah, then it's literally vaporware. This thing doesn't exist. Never mind. Wow. Yep. Cool. Thanks, Mihoyo. I love, like, why? Like, right, like, this kind of thing, it would not surprise me if is eventually, like right now, like, digital marketplace packages, because that's like what gacha games kind of are. They're like a digital marketplace, except for they operate on FOMO, where you can't even buy, even if you wanted to buy Jade Cutter, Mihoyo, I will give you $1,000 for Jade Cutter. And then they'd be like, why are you calling us? Off. Go spend $1,000 on Hutao. Right? Like, that's what gacha games are. They will not take your $1,000 for Jade Cutter. So, yeah. It doesn't exist. Right? Anyways. Navia, anyways, this is a very healthy Navia. Wow. Jesus. Wow. Circlet could be better, because it has nothing other than crit rate, but also it rolled like all into crit rate, so it's still extremely good. Yep. And you also have like no attack percent, which is a little bit unfortunate in substats, I mean. So, you know, it could be better. I suspect this is definitely like that number one Hutao we saw was like, that's not surprising, that's number one Hutao. This is almost assuredly not number one Navia, even though like if you just like get too focused on the crit ratio, you might think this is like number one Navia potential. But substats and like having those valuable extra attack percent substats kind of thing is the difference maker in like whether or not you get to like those very, very high ranks in particular. It's also the difference maker in just making for a balanced build, right? You need, if this build had more attack percent substats, but a little bit less crit damage, it would basically be the same build, right? But this is technically slightly better than if it had attack percent substats because, you know, Bennett buff makes up for lack of attack kind of thing. So, anyways. Burst Crown with low ER. I mean, again, I don't like Navia's ER needs are variable. So, like, hey, at least they have some. You might need more. If you're not bursting consistently on Navia, you might want some more ER. Or I guess if you really like Navia, pull C1 that fixes your ER needs. I have Navia C1 and it exists. Look, it ensures her burst always comes back. It does make her feel a little bit weird to play because sometimes her burst comes back and I just am like, oh, her burst is back. I should use her burst. But then like I didn't really need to use her burst, so it actually just, I don't know, it can make her feel weirdly more variable, but generally speaking in a good way, I actually kind of like her C1. Though I would have really just preferred getting Kaveh without having to get Navia C1. I got 3 5-stars and going for Kaveh. 4 copies of Kaveh. I got 3 5-stars. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, Ryden we didn't look at, sorry. Ballad of the Fjord C2, interesting. I would not call this a hybrid Ryden. I would call this a quick bloom Ryden, which is something you can do. Especially with artifacts as good as these ones. Yeah. I will say it's a little bit low in ER, but that is kind of the quick bloom hybrid Ryden way. It tends to be a little bit lower in ER. Depending on what you got going on for Fav or whatever, it depends on how much that's actually a problem for getting her burst back consistently. But yeah, quick bloom Ryden is an option. I would not call this hybrid Ryden because hybrid Ryden gets much higher hybrid bloom damage and transformative reaction damage while still getting good talent damage. This one is more like get good talent damage because you have C2, and then you'll get meaningful talent transformative reaction damage too. It certainly won't be 0. It's still approaching hybrid-y things. But C2 is in particular making this build more usable. I would not purposely seek out doing this kind of build, in my opinion. If you don't have, some kind of high investment thing, like C2 Ryden, whatever. But if you have C2 Ryden, or you just have the artifacts in general already, right? If you already just have the artifacts and you just want to try it, feel free to try it, right? Like, experiment around. You don't have to only use one build on a character and never play them ever a different way, right? Like, if you have the artifacts, experiment with it. I just wouldn't, like, lose your sanity trying to chase getting a good EM timepiece like they have. Which, by the way, this is, like, the ideal EM timepiece that I would like to have for my hybrid Ryden. Please give... anyways. Yeah, it's very nice build. I like it. It's pseudo hybrid Ryden, but I would just describe it as more as like a normal quick bloom Ryden, which is similar to hybrid Ryden in form, but a little bit more approachable in some ways, but also similarly still hard to build, regardless. Hybrid bloom full EM, quick bloom little EM, easy to understand. Pretty much, yes, exactly. Did you the next donation? Wait, yep, I think we did do everything. Yes, thank you, Eliza. All right, is Rupture. Well, Rupture said, "Blast me." Bang! You've been blasted. You're welcome. That's all I said. All right, BGN, another Ryden, and Yae and Arlecchino. Let's go. They got Homa today, so you can do some switches for Ryden and Arlecchino. You probably want to use Homa on your Arlecchino, I would be willing to bet. Although, well, no, you have Crimson Moon, never mind. I take that back. Yeah, you got a pretty healthy Arlecchino build. Yeah. If you're wondering if it's worth it to farm for the new set, I've been on the side of no, it's generally not worth it to farm the new set if you have a good Gladiator build already. It's pretty minorly... It makes a relatively minor difference. And you have really good artifacts. The only thing you're lacking is, like, you don't have that much attack percent. Other than, like, in your Goblet. Which is still something. It's not nothing. Like, you have a very good Gladiator build. I don't think it's worth it. If you want to use Homa on Arlecchino, you can use that to go for, bigger numbers, and if you want to run lower crit rate, higher crit damage, go for more nuky setups. You could technically do that, but probably just stick to Crimson Moon on her realistically. Yeah, nice Arlecchino. I think she's fine. Obviously, getting some more crit rate would be nice, but I don't think there's a really easy way to do that other than LOL get better Goblet, but that's already a really good Goblet, and it would realistically mean sacrificing crit damage, and it wouldn't be that much of an improvement on average. It would just be slightly more consistent. So, I think your Arlecchino's good enough. I wouldn't bother. But yeah. So I guess, I don't know, if you're not putting Homa on Arlecchino, then I guess, what about Ryden? You have engulfing for Ryden. Well, this is a very good engulfing Ryden. An extremely, extremely good engulfing Ryden. Yeah. Why did you pull Homa? Why did you pull Homa? I don't think you should use Homa on her. Yup. That was a good Ryden was your Yae. Yae can't use Homa, sadly. It's a good Yae. Yep. I don't think it's definitely not as good as the ones we saw earlier. Sorry. But you were competing with some really, really good Yaes. It's still a good Yae. It's not that different, to be clear, from the ones earlier. The ones we saw earlier had higher attack because they were using a 5-star weapon versus a Wizard, but it doesn't really matter that much. Overall stat value is pretty similar. Lucky 777s, let's go. It's really only the timepiece that holds this back very slightly, but it's still overall good balance. I like having more crit rate than this on Yae, personally, because I like back when I had this much crit rate on Yae, or when I played her on like slightly more scuffed crit ratios, like I had like, 240 crit damage but 70 crit rate kind of thing. I was just like, I would see like, lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt hit enemies, and it'd be like non-crit, 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 and I was just like, I understand I'm running, 70% crit rate, and it's like a 1 in 3 chance that happened each time. So it's like a 1 in 27 chance that happened, but I hate it. It's too often. I'm seeing 3 non-crits in a row when I whatever. So I quite like having 80% plus crit rate on her, but it's still more than usable is my point. Yeah, that's all. Anyways. Still taking donations. Well, I didn't turn them off, but I'm getting close to done. So, you can donate if you want to. And I will get your thing. Unless for some reason YouTube deletes it from existence. I do intend to end the stream shortly here, though. Real 0 crit is 50, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. They just asked Ryden, Yae, Arlecchino. I guess. Do you have any other polearm users here for me to look at? No. Okay. I mean, I was like questioning whether to put Homa on different characters, but like no, don't put Homa on Xiangling. Xiangling can work with like all the polearms, right? But I do not think Homa is a good option for Xiangling, generally speaking. It requires changing her build way too much around it, and it's just no. I don't recommend it. Yeah, I don't know who to recommend using Homa on, then based on your characters here at least. Candace. The main DPS Candace. You kind of already have the polearm weapons for these two, so snap off the end of Staff of Homa and pretend it's a catalyst and give it to Nahida. There you go. Solution. I'm brilliant. Very nice. 200 ER, 760 M, very nice. I like it. Nice Tighnari. Nice. Well, that looks like my Nahida. Yep. VV Fab Codex Shunyun build. Nice. Yep. You got good stuff going. That's all. Do I pass the Furina ER check? I don't know. Maybe. Do you have Fab on her? If so, probably yes. Anima, Nilu, Arlecchino, and Chiori. Whoa. Hello. That is a funny crit ratio. Obviously it's C6, so this is 85 crit. Personally, I can tell you, having C6 Arlecchino on polearms only, I really prefer having 100% crit rate. I like having that consistency. But also I can see why you just go for big number. So it's fine, obviously. 85 crit rate is more than acceptable. Attack goblet is interesting. That explains the high attack. Attack goblet is kind of fine on her. in my testing, particularly if you're not using her with Bennett, which, especially with C6, I think there's very compelling reasons to just not bother with Bennett. So, overall build is very high on crit and low on literally any other stat. You have no attack percent, no EM. Yeah, it's just crit. You just welcome to X Slice's Arlecchino build. But it doesn't mean it's bad. It's more than usable. So, yep, 1003 defense, true, exactly. They were aiming for the right stats. Is more than good enough. And yeah, I respect not going for whimsy in your case. Maybe, I don't know, well, I don't know, you're C6, if I C6 Arlecchino, I'd probably over whimsy, realistically. I don't know, you got R2 of her weapon, that's funny. But yeah. Whimsy did wonders for your Chlorand. I mean, Chlorand is the Chlorand is a little bit different because Whimsy has a weird effect in Arlecchino a little bit in that, like, particularly if you're doing Vaporize Arlecchino, the first hit from Whimsy won't have the full buff up, right? And the first hit on Arlecchino is going to do a Vaporize, which is going to be a big instance of damage. So, like, a 4-piece Gladiator, if you're comparing the first, like, normal attack that vaporizes on 4-piece Gladiator, stat for stat, versus 4-piece Whimsy, that first hit is less in Whimsy. So that's part of the problem, is that weirdness. It's not that big of an issue, to be clear. Like, Whimsy is still better for average damage. In Chlorand, that doesn't really matter at all. And also, Chlorand likes damage bonus more because of Aggravate in particular. Is what I would say. But anyways, Chlorand still doesn't need Whimsy either. It's a very, like, min-maxy artifact set. Like, there's not as much need to go for it if you already have good Gladiator, Thundering Fury paces, in the case of Chlorand, right? So, anyways, I don't think it's worth it to go for it if that's what you're asking with this build. Chiori. Nice 4-piece Husk. Another very big crit damage build on for that. Man, that, oh my god. Okay, well, see, I don't remember what all Chiori's constellations do. I'm assuming it makes her do more damage though. So, nice. Very nice Chiori build. Yep. Nice. You're just flexing. Let's be real. You flexing. And a Nilu. Is it C6 Nilu? Good. All right. Acceptable. Vape C6 Nilu. Probably want a little bit more EM than that, but well, you can get extra EM buffs because you can do like Nahida burning things, whatever, right? So, yep, very nice. Actually, it's not even just vape. You have R5 key and whatever. You can do vaporize and you can do a normal Nilu in this build. This is the universal Nilu build that gets Omega crits, Omega vaporizes, and does blooms. Wow. It's the everything Nilu. The Nilu that rules the world of dreams. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you're losing a little bit of bloom damage buff by not having 74k HP. This doesn't include Hydro Resonance, so it's like, it's such a minor difference, it barely matters. Anyways, yep, nice. Especially with like C2 Nilu, or C2 Nilu, I think gives him the Dendro Res Shred. So, you know, and I gotta imagine they might have C2 Nahida for bloom if they care about bloom. So, yeah. Nice. Thanks for flexing, Yoldy Whale. Is everything C6, by the way? Yep. Wow. You know, that's fine. Yeah, I respect whales. Whales that actually farm good builds and characters, and they don't just, like, whale and then because of the fact that like the constellations make the characters stupidly strong, they just don't actually have good builds because they don't need to. I don't know. I actually respect it more, at least, that you still spend time farming even though it's unnecessary, right? Yeah. At least it's not a Leviathan. That wasn't a Leviathan. Having 12 profile characters that are C6 limited units is not this. Wait, this is the wrong person. What just happened? Well, they're gone now, forever, whatever. I don't know, okay. Like, look, they're not like C6 R5ing every single character, I think. But they're more Leviathan. They're closer to the Leviathan category than they are anything else, probably, even though they're not there. The Shiro, there isn't many. Look at all 5 stars. All right, sure. So you don't have C6 Dender Traveler. Sad. Also, you made R5 Sapwood Blade. Interesting. Bennett wants it. I mean, to be clear, it's very potentially usable on Dender Traveler as well. Probably not on this build, but whatever. Technically, they're a 5-star. You know what we're looking at? This is a damage-focused Dender Traveler. Obviously, they should still be able to burst pretty consistently and get pretty decent damage. I like it. I like this Dender Traveler build as far as a mix of damage potential and whatever going. I'm surprised you haven't gotten C6, but yeah. Anyways. This gives 120 EM, by the way, the little leaf that spawns after triggering a Dender reaction. Dia's weapon, but no Dia. How dare you? How dare you? Nice Navia build, though. Yep. Yep. Nice. C2 Shalonen. I think you're good. Wait, why are you doing a crit circlet? I mean, look, you can. You don't need to do anything past reaching the threshold for her to be able to, like, whatever. And then the only other threshold other than getting enough defense when you have her signature is, do you need to burst in this team? How often do you want to burst? If with Furina, probably consistently, but maybe you're also still using other healers and you don't necessarily have to, even with Furina. And then you can just throw on a crit circlet because, I don't know, you like seeing the random 5k damage she'll get or whatever. Which, I mean, sure, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, is my point. So it's fine. Not my preference, because I like a more universal build, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah. So, and of course, for DPSing herself, if your intention was that, well, she's a little bit lacking in crit rate for a balanced crit build, but for generic supportive utility, and she'll occasionally see a little bit of damage, you're kind of good. It's not my preference, though. Yep. I don't know why you're doing this build, actually, sorry. Jade Cutter, sure. You have a healthy amount of ER. But you should probably do VV still. You could do VV and build her for damage, right? If you want. But I don't know. It's not that important, to be clear, if you're not worried about the Furina context as much. But still, it's generally going to be better for, like, overall team damage, and she's going to still get decently increased damage value from VV. Then, like, VV is probably better. But yeah, she always crits. That's true. But anyways, I get where you're going for. You're just going for a two-piece. Get decent talent damage from her. I respect it. I don't think it'll perform crazy well without Farah's on, realistically. And it's probably not going to perform crazy well regardless, to be honest. It's not like she has that much multiplier damage. But yeah. Nice Yoimiya. Healthy vaporized Yoimiya. Yep. Or melt, potentially. Maybe. I have no idea what's going on here. Virgin Klee? Probably. If so, nice. Yeah, oh yeah, another 100%. They have all the 44 crit rate weapons. And then you're Yoimiya and your Jean stole all your officials' crit rate. You should probably use a crit rate circlet on your official. Please, give her some fish. Or, yeah, give her some fish. Give her some fish. You're making her crit fish. She wants fish. Fish wants fish. Anyways, Cat. Also, this is a 5-star. Let's be real. She's a 6-star. Anyways, Claire, are you still here? We have 2 more donations, and one of them is yours, Claire. Also, Ish, thank you for the donation. We'll do Jeans though while we wait for Clear, because Jean Diaz is here, and they said Ini. Yeah, feel free to try to get your UID in chat. Oh, I didn't even notice. I'm dumb. I didn't even read it earlier. You said in the message UID will be in chat because YouTube sucks. Sure. Oh yeah, they're still not letting you put your UID in your messages? I forgot about that. Yeah. Yoink. Got it. Alright. Ish, you want your... Oops. I go to Enka. You want a Furina reviewed? We can do a Furina. Sure. I need your UID though, Ish, because you didn't put in the message. Alright. We'll look at Claire, or look at, yeah, Claire's first, because they were technically first anyways. So last 3, then I get to be free, and then I get to stare at election results. Well, they're probably not out. There's probably not meaningful election. I don't think polls close until whatever. Anyways, I might stream on Twitch maybe if I'm in the mood later, because Yanagi releases today. We'll see. I don't have enough primogems to guarantee or anything, so you know. Might do a Zenless stream later tonight after a break. Anyways, Claire's Beto, Yelan, Ningguang, and Amber. Second Beto in the stream today. Let's go. Beto is someone with like Dendro would want to be level 90 probably eventually if you really like using her. Well, you have enough ER and you have Serpent Spine. I don't know what you're doing with the HP. Claire. To be honest. What releases? A Zenless character. New Zenless patches today. More importantly, there's new Zenless content that, like, a new endgame-ish content. I'd assume it's endgame qualifying, because it probably, I don't know. C1 use for beta? Oh, okay. Fair. I get it. Alright, yeah, okay. Sure, that makes sense. You can use it as more of a defensive unit. It's a little bit of a weird approach, and because of the HP, like, realistically, she's not going to be dealing much damage, so it's not as important to even force 4-piece emblem or anything, but it's not like it's useless, so I get it. Yeah, obviously, you saw the beta earlier if you wanted to, like, simulate that beta. It's kind of like just typical emblem build, have enough ER, get some crit, and you're kind of good to go. Beta can do pretty decent damage. Or obviously, right now, you're not really concerned about that utility. I don't know. You were probably here for when I yapped about Beto for a while, so I don't think I need to repeat all the stuff about Beto, unless you had a more specific question. I think you got a good balance going though for shielding and whatever on her. Ooh, a prototype Amber or prototype Crescent on Amber. This weapon, by the way, in case anyone doesn't remember, when it hits a weak spot on an enemy, so that means it's like very niche. Well, not very niche. Lots of enemies have weak spots, but it just depends on the enemy, right? You can get a whack ton of attack percent in the passive, particularly at R5, and it makes it like if you're hitting weak spots and triggering that passive, it's enough stats that it beats 5-star weapons, right? It's just very situational. So, anyways, I think you're a little bit... Well, okay, I was going to say you're a little bit lacking in crit rate, but again, if you're hitting weak spots are guaranteed crits. You technically need 0 crit rate. But, but you probably still want some crit rate, like, you know, if in case you miss. So, yeah, technically this is just high skill Amber. You can probably get like a good 50k charge attacks when the right team buffs going on with his build, is my bet. I don't know exactly, but yeah, I don't know. I'm getting a bunch of phone dings. Why am I getting phone dings? Did someone donate through Ko-Fi? Someone donated through Ko-Fi. Alright, I said earlier in the stream I'll respond to Ko-Fi. I don't want to do my Ko-Fi. Did I include that in the link? I specifically thought was remembering to remove that from the... Yeah, it wasn't even in the friggin' description. So, look, I called it out earlier, and it's not even in the description for the stream for the Ko-Fi. I removed the Ko-Fi from the unit review streams, specifically to make, hopefully, that people donating into my Ko-Fi weren't expecting I was going to do a unit review live. I will go and respond to your messages, though, on my Ko-Fi later, and I will give you a review, but not right now. Eventually, maybe I will integrate Ko-Fi for the stream so that people who can't donate through YouTube for whatever reason because their country isn't available to do that. But for now, I do not have that. Yae and Ningguang. So yeah, anyways, nice Amber. It's very high skill Amber, and she's already kind of a high skill unit, so I don't think I would use it. But you know, it's technically an approach you can do, and I kind of like it. That's what I'll say. A lot of newer enemies have no weak spots. Oh, is Linny's weapon worth considering for your Amber? I mean, yeah, if you really, really like playing Amber, getting Amber's constellations over time, and getting her... I assume you saw my Amber video. Go check out Furu212. That's their YouTube username. They do, like, free-to-play 36-star clears. Like, very high skill, very high investment with Amber, all of Amber's constellations and whatever. I think Polar Star is technically her best weapon. In like Baron Bunny Melt Bomber teams in particular. It's just like the best mix of like stats, the crit and whatever that it gives. Linny's weapon has the problem of like you can't get the full value from the passive unless you're attacking pyro, like units that have pyro on them. And unless you're doing mono pyro Amber, that's probably not ideal. Blazing Sun could be okay for the charge attack playstyle. And probably an improvement with non-charge attack weak enemies, right? Or not, like, enemies without weak spots. So, yes, you would definitely see an improvement probably from a crit weapon in that circumstance. Yeah, as far as 5-star weapons, I don't know. Yeah, consider Polar Star maybe if you really like Ember. Or Aqua Simulacra, you obviously saw, can work pretty well. Whatever. I would go for the ones that are generic stat stick weapons. Actually, frick, wait. Okay, I'm not going to show this on screen, because Mihoyo might smite me for daring to show something on screen. But that is not technically announced. But I'm going to go double check what the trigger condition for Chaska's weapon was. Because Chaska's weapon, I remember, gives a whack ton of charge attack damage bonus. Which, to be clear, is not like the most universal weapon for Amber. Because Amber has other like non-charge attack playstyles, like the Baron Bunny playstyle. But it is 608 base attack, 66.2 crit damage. The first part of the passive will not be triggered by Amber, because it says for 12 seconds after triggering a swirl reaction, attack increases by 24%. In addition, when one or two or more characters in the party are of a different elemental type from the equipping character, so that means only, if you want to trigger this fully, you would have to have only one other pyro unit at most in the team, which I think that would be fine for most of Amber's teams. So yeah, one or two members in the party are different elemental type from the equipping character. The damage dealt by the equipping character's charge attacks is increased by 20%/48%, so 20% is one other, if there's only one other element type in the team that is not pyro, or 40% if there's two or more, 2 or 3. And then also burst damage dealt is increased by 10 or 24%. So 48% charge attack bonus and 24%. So specifically, if you're wanting something sooner rather than later, Claire, Chaska's signature is probably the better bet for you. Not necessarily the highest value long term, because of like potential Baron Bunny playstyle. Like it's going to be worse for the Baron Bunny playstyle than something like Polar Star. But it's also like just the overall stats it gives still wouldn't be like just as its base 608 base attack and 66.2 crit damage is not going to be terrible, right? So yeah, you could use it on Farazan. It would probably be charge attack Farazan's best weapon. To be clear, the burst damage does nothing, and a lot of Farazan's damages are skill damage, so like it's not crazy for her. But yes, Farazan can trigger the full ability, and it'd be pretty good. Also, it probably looks pretty cool on Amber with the purple reddish blue hues. I think it'll look pretty drippy. So, anyways, can't show it because Mihoyo would smite me, but it'll be good. Any other Animo Bow people? Not really. Is there any? No, I don't think there's anyone else off the top of my head. So yeah, anyways, most of the generic stat-stick weapons work. Like, Linny's weapon won't be terrible. And if Linny's weapon is with Chaska's weapon, right, then yeah. I wouldn't feel bad if you end up getting Linny's weapon instead of Chaska's weapon. I think it'd be fine. I think you'll be fine with that. Like, either of them are crit damage stat sticks. You can do, like, Furina, Amber together and do 4-piece MH on Amber. And that can help you get a lot of the crit rate you need and make use of those crit damage stat sticks, right? In your case, for Charge Attack Amber, Chaska's weapon would be better, but Linny's weapon would be an okay generic stat stick option, so it's probably a pretty good banner for you to risk wishing on for the purpose of getting a better stat stick weapon at a minimum for your Amber, I would say. Yelan and Ningguang. A little bit of a rarity to use Slingshot over Fab, of course, but you have enough ER to use it, so yeah, fair. I would level it a little bit more for that last little bit of crit rate, since you are a little bit low on crit rate. Also, Noblesse is a little bit of a rare build. Honestly, it's more than functional. You don't have to do 4-piece Emblem on Yelan. 4-piece Emblem tends to be a bit better, because you get more damage bonus, of course. But sometimes, maybe the attack percent buff is just something you want. Also, you can invest more into her talent. She's not level 90 yet either. So, like, obviously this Yelan isn't reaching max damage potential. But it's still a more than usable build. I would at least level up Slingshot to level 90 just for that little bit of crit rate. Because it's not that expensive to level 3-star weapons. But, yeah. Emblem is better, but is it worth losing your sanity for? I don't know. I don't know what your existing Emblem artifacts look like. If we're talking, like, you have a little bit overall worse substat quality, a little bit less crit damage kind of thing on 4-piece Emblem, but it would have more crit rate, is probably worth switching to eventually, particularly when you level 90 Yelan or level her burst more, but yeah. You were considering 2-piece HP for more damage on her shot and skill? Oh, was that what you were trying to go with? Or her charge attack shot? That's fair. I'd done a little bit with that when Yelan first came out. I mean, you could, yeah. If you wanted to sacrifice the Noblesse buff for other units in the team in favor of, like, buffing her. I used 2-piece, for a long time, I used 2-piece HP, 2-piece Hydro damage bonus on Yelan on my account. So, it was more than usable. So you definitely can. It'd be slightly better for her damage, but worse for potentially the team damage if the attack percent buff is meaningful, right? That's all. It's not crazy problematic. You can use 4-piece Golden Troop. Yes, you can, yeah. You can do 4-piece Golden Troop like the Skill Nuke Yelan like I did. I quite enjoy Skill Nuke Yelan. Healer Ningguang, very nice. If you're doing Healer Ningguang, like R5 Ember with Furina, you probably want Maidens. I will say that. Because, like, the 4-piece Maidens, when you use her burst, will make it so Prototype Ember goes from, like, 18% HP healing on each unit to, like, it, like, doubled, basically. Essentially. You'll heal a lot more with a 4-piece Maidens build, and that will give you meaningfully more damage bonus and would probably be better than the Noblesse buff, right? If that was your intention here. Yeah, thank you. Also, yeah, physical. Hopefully Mihoyo will do more things for physical in the future. If the intention was more just, getting more burst damage value or whatever out of Ningguang because of, like, the crit you have, then that's completely fair, right? Just mentioning that if your purpose of using Prototype Amber was for Furina, being that you don't have C2 Furina, of course, you will probably notice, right? If she's your only healer on the team, you will probably notice putting her on 4-piece Maidens, right? Instead. Yes, with C0 Furina. Yeah. With C2 Furina, it doesn't matter. But yeah, anyways. Nice Furina build. It's on Fav. Crazy. I mean, could use a little bit more crit. Wait, what? Would a healing circlet be noticeable here? Oh, yeah. To be clear, yeah, a healing bonus circlet would also be noticeable. But again, then you're like, if you're going to the point of healing bonus circlet, you're sacrificing, yeah, it's healing bonus circlet on 4-piece Maidens. So, these artifacts. Put these artifacts on Ningguang, and then give Furina artifacts to make her deal damage. To be clear, I did healer mode Furina with Mualani, and I was happy with it. But I also think it only really made sense because of C2 Furina. Oh boy. Alright, Claire. I appreciate what you've got going, but you know, yeah. If you want healer her for Furina, I would probably just switch to maidens and healing bonus circlet. Yes. I don't think there's really a good middle ground for doing healer Ningguang and damage, or realistically, it's not without C2 Furina, at least if that was your goal. But oh yeah, can I trigger the bug where it like shows the wrong artifact icon? We can switch the artifacts for you. No, whatever. Anyways, Petra Ningguang, yeah, is an interesting option. All right. Anyway, that was been a long time of yours, Claire. Thank you. Jean, sorry for making you wait. Any in the account. I can't clear the abyss. I mean, you cleared. I'm assuming you didn't. 36 star. Well, I would recommend a crit rate circlet. Kazuha shines the most, especially since you have Shilonen. Kazuha, this weapon's bad for Shilonen. Not bad. It's just kind of useless. Like, I don't know if you have Fabs available. If you have Fabs available, use a Fab instead. Like, I guess this is like kind of equivalent to like using the craftable on her for just making her heal more kind of thing, right? Is all it is. So it's fine. It doesn't really matter. I don't know if you have Furina, but yeah, the main reason you might need more anything past this on Shilonen is more healing, or not more healing, but more consistent healing, burst every rotation healing. Right now this might not be enough ER, but it might be enough. Particularly if you don't have Furina, then you're perfectly fine. Obviously her skill being leveled up more is her red shred, so you might want to do that eventually. Mualani, realistically, farm the new artifact domain for her. She's usable on a 4-piece. Also, your running attack. Mulan is an HP scaler. This is garbage. Do not prioritize substats over main stats. Prioritize main stats over substats. I did math in this in a previous, like I did an example in the damage calculator in a previous stream, and I showed on a couple different characters wherein like main stats with like garbage substats or like no useful substats was equivalent to like the wrong main stat and a 40 CV piece kind of thing. Like, which is to say like an HP main stat here with 0 relevant substats is probably going to be better than this, right? But yeah, so like, anyways, point being, with the quality of artifacts you have in Heart of Death, just farm the new domain, right? You'll get a bunch of crit rate for free from that. That will be a set bonus that is worth forcing. But don't bother leveling up pieces for Mualani that don't have the right main stat, right? Ultimately. So EM or HP timepiece, Hydro Goblet ideally, crit damage circlet, or crit rate circlet depending on how much crit you have, but most likely crit damage circlet. And you normally wouldn't do crit rate circlet on her. And then yeah, whatever crit HP EM you can get in substats, and that's it. Like she's relatively easy to build, right, with the new artifacts, and these artifacts are not very good. They're bad actively for her. This might the goblet very well you might carry over, by the way, as an offset goblet. This is a good goblet. But yeah, anyways, literally just like the new set forcing the 4-piece bonus with no useful substats, HP main stat, and then like a crit damage circlet. Like literally just the right main stats, HP main stat, and crit damage circlet on the new sets would be better than this build. That's the notable takeaway, I would say. Yeah, sorry, they're not bad artifacts, just not correct for her. Correct. And also, I mean, this artifact is really good. It's possible you could stick to using that as a 2-piece bonus temporarily. But yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know what, like, if you're not clearing Abyss, it's because, and it might be because you're using only these characters kind of thing. And I don't know what your Bennett, I don't know your official situation. You do a Xiangling showing here. Your Xiangling, well, I see a problem with the Xiangling. I see a lot of problems with the Xiangling, right? Like the only relevant 4-star off-fielder I see here is Xiangling. Oh, Xingqiu's here as well. Okay, Xingqiu is functional. That's good. He's not, you should put a crit rate circlet on him and you'll see meaningful more value from him, and ideally a attack timepiece, or ER would at least, ER or attack would be relevant to his damage. He doesn't scale on HP. Just wrong main stats all around the place. it would be better for your Kazuha to do ER, timepiece, HP. Like, Animal Goblet doesn't do anything for him. He does very, very little animal damage. Yeah, crit rate circlet on you, and then you're actually probably fine. Hutao's your best build character if you switch this to a crit rate circlet. Right now it's a little bit scuffed without that, because 50% crit rate is rough. Yeah, Xiangling would need a lot of work. Yeah, you need to get like quite a bit more ER, obviously more crit to get meaningful value out of her. Yeah, Yae Miko would just be, you know, crit circlet. Have an onside goblet, that's something. Feather's good. It wouldn't be that hard actually to get this Yae Miko to be functional. Just with a crit circlet would be a very good start. But I don't think Yae Miko would be the most good pick for, you know, a comfortable Abyss clear most of the time. Your Raiden build is actually fine. Yeah, your Raiden build's fine. I don't know if you have Chevreuse though, right? Like, I can't see all their other important characters that be a factor. And like, a Chevreuse team is realistically not going to be amazing. Like, it's not that the Raiden build is holding it back. The Raiden build would be kind of mostly fine. But, you know, the Chevreuse team's performance with Raiden is going to be meaningfully dependent on how good the Xiangling build is, right? So, you know, and this is an unusable Xiangling right now. Without having enough ER to burst and having like any crit rate specifically. So yeah, Ayaka Mihoyo hates freeze, so unfortunately I don't really have any recommendations for Ayaka other than, you know, Furina. I think people are doing with Ayaka recently. I think people are doing Furina, Ayaka, Kazuha, Shilonen. just the brute force method of buff Ayaka as much as possible, which is viable, you know. And then melt Ganyu can be usable, and this amount of crit rate could even maybe be usable. It's a little bit low still, but could still be usable. This is like a pretty good build overall, other than, where's your attack? Oh, you have a level, that's why, okay. The almost bow's level 1. But yeah, almost bow's leveled up. This melt Ganyu could be usable. But again, would require like, what's your investment on your units? Like, what's the situation for applying pyro? Etc., whatever, right? How invested users are Bennett. I don't have all these factors, so I don't know what teams to recommend specifically for you, ultimately. Probably a Hutao team, obviously, on one side. A Ryden Chevreuse team with investment could work. Shilonen can work in any number of teams, right? I think you definitely have the components you probably can make teams work, but it's going to require investment in some things. I don't know, this could be a kind of interesting team to work around, maybe work with in an account fixing video. I don't know if they submitted for an account fixing video, but I'm going to mark their UID down and I'm going to go double check their submission. Check this guy's account fixing submission, because you definitely have enough characters to be able to start clearing Abyss. It just might take some work. I don't know if I'd actually be able to fix anything, to be clear, if you don't have like fragile resin, because it might just require farming. So, anyways. You'll make a submission right now? Sure. I'm not going to promise anything, by the way, but I jotted a note down. At least. And give me, in the submission form, give whatever additional information in the account fixing submission form that you have for your account, right? Like how many fragiles you have and how many on top of whatever the thing actually in the open-ended section, I mean. Let me know like how invested you are in your other units, whatever, that we can't see. Mind also reviewing my characters? Well, sure, but you should have included your UID. I'm gonna cut it off. I'm not gonna do any after Liz because I actually need to take a break. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I need to take a break. All right, Ish. Ish wanted me to look at Furina, right? Nice. All right, thank you, Ish. Just check the rest, sure. I mean, I'm not sure why you're doing that over VV, but it's not unusable. Like Vivi is generally just going to be better because she's Animo, and like you're probably using her with Furina, I'm assuming. So just like yeah, but anyways, it's not technically unusable, but there's not many contexts where you'd not use Vivi on Furina or on Jean. And I'm assuming you like put her on the healing bonus because you're like using her with Jean or with Furina probably, but you have a C3 for very interesting. Wanderer team Jean? Ah, I see. You'd have C4. I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Do you not have C6 Farazan? Are you doing... Is this your version of C6 Farazan? Or no, you have to have C6 Farazan. I didn't even... You have C6 Wanderer. Okay. So you're just doing like C6 Farazan, Wanderer, Jean, and Furina or something? Is that what you're doing? I think it would technically still be better, by the way, for team damage to do VV on Jean. So my point stands. My point stands. Because buffing Furina's damage will probably be more of a team DPS increase than the minor buff that this is going to give to Wanderer, right? But anyways, if you want to use it though to get more damage on Wanderer, it doesn't really matter. When you're already talking, you have C3 Furina and C6 Wanderer. It doesn't matter, right? You can do whatever the frick you want. Yeah. So anyways, Nubilet deserved that build. Yep, best Nubilet build ever. Yeah, I mean, look, I know C2 gives whatever crit rate. It works in a weird way, but this is still not enough crit rate on Navia. But if you know what, if you don't like your sanity, that's fine. Your sanity is yours to throw in the trash can. Hey, look, a Staff of Homa Shungling. Look, you can make it work. I said I didn't recommend it, but look, you can make a Staff of Homa Shungling work. ER is the pain point though. So yep. And a Kniich. A pretty okay Kniich is what I would describe this as. But it's a Kniich with a relatable goblet to say the least. Very nice. Alright, thank you, Ish. Alright, Liz, where are you? Where's your UID? We'll try to end this. Free me. I need your UID is Liz. Liz? I can't even speak your name when I already said it correctly before. I should have like unpinned the thing. You haven't finished her yet? Finished who? Shangling? Or Kniich? Kniich is not her. Liz, where are you? They sent a donation and they haven't chatted in chat. Liz? Are they? I feel like they're not. Oh, you are here. Okay, I thought you might have not been watching live by accident. Might have been what happened. I need your UID. There you go. Thank you. All right, got it. What are we looking at? Just your characters. All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Oh boy. Well, if you want them all, then I'm going through them quickly. Otherwise, I will go through them. I'll spend more time. I'll spend more time if you have a specific question for a specific character, or whatever. But I feel like you also might just be wanting to show off your characters. So, that's fine too. Nice Mount Ganyu. Yep. You'll do this type of stream again soon? Yeah, I've been doing them. I've been trying to do them every like 2 weeks-ish, at least. I was doing them weekly for a short time, but like they got tiring to do weekly. So, yeah. I've been either trying to do them on either Sundays or Tuesdays. So either like 2 weeks from now, probably on Sunday or Tuesday, most likely. And the earlier you get there, the higher chance that you get to be randomly selected because there's less submissions earlier on. Therefore, higher chance of any individual one being selected. Anyways, C2 Ryden, C3 Ryden, sorry. Attack. I think, again, ER timepiece I think better with engulfing Ryden. But with that good of a attack timepiece, I understand. That very well might be better than whatever ER timepiece they have because ER timepiece are rare and yep. Anyways, yep, it's a very good Ryden. Anyways, no EM though, not even, you can't, your hyper bloom damage is so low, how dare you. Anyways, you want Kachina tips? Oh dear. I really wish Kachina was more enjoyable to DPS, but we'll see what your Kachina got going. You're welcome, Ish. Yeah, that's a lot of non-heated damage. Not C6 Eula. How? What are you trying? I'm joking. Yeah, this looks like a typical Eula. Inconsistent critting and low ER. Let's go. That's a Dender Traveler indeed. This is a character that doesn't exist. What is it? Well, yep, she exists. ER again. I'm sorry. I'm a broken record with your builds, but oh man, Noelle has some ER needs, to say the least. But I don't know what team you're using, so depends. Yeah, that was a very Eula build indeed. I know it's C6. Look, I talked about it before. I think there's a million. I'll say it again. There's a million different fun ways to use C6 Furina. I don't think this is one of them. But that nice build, I guess. But it's not a way to make me have. Oh, that's cool. I'm never gonna say that's cool. That's not the kind of player I am. So, I don't know. Min-maxing Furina's C6 damage specifically is like, I don't know. It just feels like people are falling into the trap of like what Mihoyo wants you to fall in that, oh, this is the on-fielding, the off-fielder constellation. Like, no, there are ways to on-field Furina without that constellation. Also, there's way more interesting things to do with that constellation than do an MH build on her. And run no ER, and then have a dysfunctional Furina for literally any other context other than seeing 2 more damage on her freaking C6. Whatever. And there's like there's so much weird nuance and interesting things you can do with her C6. It's a very interesting constellation. Whatever. I don't want to rant about it. Anyways, oh yeah, I didn't even think about the fact my brain wasn't even adding the crit rate either. Yeah, so there's that too. I wasn't even adding the crit rate. From MH. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Whatever. Is it a troll build? Yeah, it might be a troll build just to troll me. That's fair. So, yeah. Oh well. I have no idea what all Chlorans C2 to C4 do. But I'm pretty sure this is a pretty dang functional Chloran build, to say the least. The one character you don't have. you have a decent bit of ER, but you don't have the constellation to really have enough ER. But it's still maybe enough ER in some circumstances. So hey, it's better than what you got going on other characters. So I'll give you credit. It's a lot better than what you got going. So you know what? I'm not gonna complain about it. Decent Hutao. 4-piece troop. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, you're doing an off-field. Okay. I didn't really do an off-field because like she has a lower damage multiplier for her off-field playstyle, and also I'm like, all right, if I'm gonna do DPS Kachina, the whole fun of DPS Kachina is gonna be doing her ground poundy thing on-field, right? You can technically do this on-field too because it's still 45% damage bonus. So I don't know. As far as like tips, like unfortunately, like even when you buff her to the moon, right? Like if you watch my DPS Kachina video, I used Shalonen C2. I activated Shalonen. I think. Did I? Yeah, no, I think I activated Shalonen C2 for that video because I wanted to see, hey, maybe the Shalonen C2 will help a little bit with the, and like it barely did anything. And the Abyss Blessing was also buffing 80% skill damage, and like Shalonen C2, Furina C2, Kachina on a pretty good build, and she got like, and the Abyss Blessing buffing her to the moon, and she got like 20k. Wait, is that not Emblem? That was Emblem. It was probably just the bug on Enka, yeah. So, I wish I had some tips. The only real... Well, you don't have C2. I was going to say the only tip I could say is, like, C2, there's some nuance to, like, how you utilize her C2 to maintain uptime. Like, that's the main challenge, is maintaining uptime on her damage. With her weird, annoying cooldown. Like, it's a 20-second cooldown and whatever. So you can use her burst to, like, help balance that relative to whatever the cooldown of like your other units are with her. But like I don't know. I really wanted her DPS playstyle to be more viable than it was. But like she just doesn't scale with like as you invest, right? She has a weird effect where like her damage at really low investment is actually surprisingly okay, because her base scaling for defense scaling, like when she's really low level and you're like at world level 4 or whatever, can be pretty okay, by just slapping some defense on her and whatever. But it doesn't scale at all. And I don't know, I had a whole rant about it, I think, in my Kachina video, that I was disappointed with how they designed her. And like why did they need to make her so weak, right? Like, would it have killed them to like double her multiplier so that instead of 0 damage, she at least did slightly more than 0 damage, kind of thing? Like, it's kind of absurd how little damage I got. Like the comparison I think I gave in my video was that even when buffed fully as much as possible, the damage I got from an on-field damage Kachina was, in a rotation for DPS Kachina, was about the same as I got doing a meme Nuvilet build where I put Nuvilet on the event weapon that made him the physical damage weapon. But Nuvilet on a physical weapon, on the physical build, didn't do any charge attacks with Nuvilet, and just like did 1 tap on his normal attack and got like 150k physical damage. So like, he's sad didn't get C2. I mean, C2 is not that relevant. It just helps like balance uptime on her thing. It's not that relevant. It's weird anyways. It kind of makes her awkward to play, so it's not even that much of an upside. I thought C2 before her release was going to be more relevant than it was, but it's just weirdly clunky. So I don't know. What am I going with? My point, oh yeah, like Nuvilet meme physical build with the event weapon was basically better than DPS Kachina. And I didn't even do Nuvilet charge attacks. I just did one like click of the button on a normal attack. And like, yes, C6 would help. C6 would probably make her equivalent to the meme Nuvilet build, maybe. Except for Nuvilet's is still better because it's front-loaded damage at least. Whereas Kachina's is not front-loaded. So I don't know. It frustrates me because I think she could have been a fun DPS. And she just needed like at least double the multipliers, and then she would have felt so much more satisfying, right? If she could have been like had the ability with meaningful investment, get to the point of doing, you know, 40, 50k when you're using, you know, high constellation, even if it's relying on constellations, if you can get 50ks, whatever, it would be like, all right, cool, this is fun. Not something you should choose to do, but it's fun. And unfortunately, it's just bad, I think. And like the only realistic way to DPS Kachina is plunge with Cloud Retainer. And I kind of hate that, right? Because she has other fun aspects, and like you don't get to do her fun turbo twirly ground pounding if you're doing Cloud Retainer. I mean, turbo twirly can still be doing something because it'll be on field doing its thing, but yeah, front loaded, like it's front loaded means front loaded. I don't know if it's front loaded damage. Like it's front loaded, like it happens before it's front loaded damage. So, like Kachina's damage, if it's an effect that's happening over time, like you're doing bam, 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 like for 5 seconds straight, that's a bunch of instances of damage that takes 5 seconds. Nuvilet meme build, you 1 tap and it does 150,000 damage. It takes half a second. It's front loaded. It happens before anything, right? So yeah, not overtime. That's what front loaded means, right? And like backloaded is like, there's not many backloaded things in Genshin, but like Eula burst is backloaded. It's like one of the major problems with Eula is like you burst on Eula, you do her whole combo, but her big instance of like damage is backloaded damage, and it makes her a lot worse of a character, right? But yeah, anyways, so. And yeah, I know, but I wasn't trying to like disparage you. Hopefully it didn't come off as rude there. I understand that you just didn't know what front-loaded means. I was just struggling to explain what it meant. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not coming up with any other ideas for you. I'm sorry. I wish yes, Kachina was better. Because like it's fun to do the ground poundy things, but it's no more than that. It's fun to see the animation, and you just don't expect damage from it. I think the only like meaningfully compelling thing you would do is build DPS stats on her on the normal support set. And then you pair her with units that function off-field, right? If you're doing Furina, Official, Nahida, right? Furina, Official, Nahida, and then you on-field Kachina is a completely viable way to on-field Kachina, with Kachina on the support set with crit still. And, you know, the entirety of the team's damage is going to be Furina, Official, and Nahida. And it'll still probably be fine because those together usually can be fine. And at least there's minor synergy. You might say there's no synergy there for using Kachina. There at least is minor synergy. Because on top of the minor damage that Kachina will get, she will buff, of course, for whatever she crystallizes. Actually, Nahida might screw with that a little bit, but you get the point. But also, she does trigger official C6 because her ground pounds count as a normal attack animation, right? That's, I'd say, maybe the only recommendation I give. Like, it's not going to get good damage from Kachina, but there's no possible way to get crazy damage from Kachina other than doing Plunge with Cloud Retainer. So, yeah. I think that's it. Oh yeah, obviously the talent multipliers would want to be higher too if you wanted to get a little bit more damage, but I had level 8 talent multipliers in my video and didn't really get much past 20k. So, yeah. The talent multipliers don't matter that much. Like, her scalings aren't that good. You will increase her damage a little bit, but like it barely is worthwhile. So, I was considering taking her down to level 9 originally. I had the materials for it. But then I was like, you know what? This might end up being so bad that it's not worth the materials, so I should just save the materials. Anyways. Yep. Also kind of hard in my brain to play Genshin in French, but every content in English, so sometimes I have to connect with things being... Yeah, that's fair. Did you try just not being French? That seems to be your problem. It's a joke. Not being it's not meant to be a racist joke. It's just meant to be a joke. Maybe it was a racist joke. If it was, I guess that was not on purpose. Well, I should stop streaming. I should stop streaming. Whatever. Shatter Kachina be a possibility? You know. Oh, good lord. Okay. You know what? Shatter Kachina should work because I think her ground pounds do a lot of poise, so I think she should be able to trigger Shatter. So yes, if you have off-field Cryo, off-field Hydro, so like Furina, Rosaria, whatever, I don't think it's gonna be amazing, but and then build her for EM, and then she can be your defensive unit built for EM. I think yes, Shatter Kachina would probably do more damage than building her for crit. I think you are correct. So that is a good idea. Thank you for that suggestion, Claire. Hopefully I will remember to do that. If you end up in my streams later next patch, remind me to. But anyways, thank you, Brenny Bonfire, for the 50 bucks. 5 hours of straight talking, great recommendations. Learned a lot from you in the chat. Thanks. That's why I do these, because, you know, I think they can be valuable going on my tangents, and hopefully people can learn from them. But yeah. Anyways, it was fun. I'm a bit tired. I should stop before I make any more stupid jokes. Thank you for the 50 bucks though, and then it's a positive way to end the day for yeah. Anyways, yep. Bye-bye. I might stream on Twitch. Twitch I think is in the description later for Zenless polls, maybe. I'm not gonna commit to that. Depends how I feel in like 3 hours from now whenever the patch is live. So bye-bye. And thanks again, Bernie. Thanks again, Bernie Sanders. No. What am I doing? Bye.